Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families watch, soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes new gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court, no room for haste.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Good morning, welcome in. Good morning, Emily. I hope you're feeling better today, my friend. Hi. Good morning, William. Zizi, I know you're probably just listening in the background. I hope everyone is okay today. It is Friday. It's Friday the 13th, so it shall hopefully will be a better Friday than yesterday. Um because yesterday things went a little bit crazy, to say the least. So today we have a very busy day. I need to check because we have Karen Reach today. We're gonna watch just the closings and then the verdict watch. I'm sure the verdict watch is gonna be on for a long time. I don't think we are gonna get a verdict today. I don't know, let me know what you guys think, because that would have been interesting if we would. So have that. We have then as well normal our trial, which the prosecution should be able to rest by lunchtime on our current trial on the Megan. Um, Jackson, sorry, I forgot the last name, and I was gonna say Megan Boswell, but no, it is not Megan Boswell. It's Megan Jackson. So we have that happening as well, and Donna Adelson has a 2.5 hour hearing that it is a change of venue one. It's supposed to be streamed. We'll hope that it's gonna be streamed. Otherwise, it's less one trip that we're gonna have to make. But it's just what is happening today. It's a bit of a busy day. It is Friday. We've made it to the end of the week. It is a sunny day here in the UK. Another sunny day, which is crazy. It is supposed to be very warm today, and about I think it was mid 80s. They said something. It's going to be very warm, which I don't know. I don't like it, but I'm inside of the house, which is good. It's where I'm gonna stay, and that's the important thing. I'm gonna stay inside of the house, not going anywhere. Um, and yeah, it's incredible how the week went by fast. Um, I can't believe I'm going back to work on Monday. I'm rather kind of glad that I am, but in a way, I don't want to. It's like a sort of two edges, a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. It's gonna be good because I'm gonna be busy and I'm not gonna be in my head as much, but it's gonna be a bad thing because that place last time that something happened, I had a massive argument with a colleague over a WhatsApp group, so that was not good. So I'm not looking forward to go because of that. But anyway, I still have the weekend. We still have today. We still have the weekend to go through, and that will help out. That it's gonna be a good day. So we're just waiting for, KR finishing and finishing. Started. It hasn't even started yet, and I'm already saying finishing. But yes. Hey, good morning, Sherry. How are you doing? Good morning. It's so good to see you, my friend. I'm waving behind the camera. Yes, Emily, you sadly did. I mean, we got the verdict just about when everything got shut down because StreamYard had the um an outage yesterday. Was crazy. We were able to get back to our trial afterwards. I found another platform to be on to watch our trial. But yes, she did got a verdict. She got, for surprise surprise, guilty. Yeah, so she has yet another sentencing coming in July the 25th. And now she is on her way back to Idaho already. Well, already, or she will be back shortly, because so she has another trip along ahead of her back to her roots, in Idaho, to carry on serving her sentence, and then all the other sentence will be served in the same place. So what already happened. Yeah, I know. Yesterday was a great day for verdicts. I mean, Laurie got guilty. Turtle Boy got not guilty. Um, StreamYard went up crazy. What else? We didn't have any other verdicts, so that was it. But still, a good day no matter what, indeed. But what do you think, Cher? Do you think we're gonna have a verdict today on Karen Reid? Because, yes, they gonna have most of today to deliberate, but I don't think they're gonna have a verdict today. And if a verdict it is today, I'm gonna say it is a not guilty one. Not that I have doubts that she's gonna be guilty or not, but if a verdict does come today, it's gonna be a not guilty, because that's gonna be fast. I mean, the jury in Lori Vallow, they deliberated for 30 minutes, 30 whole minutes. They deliberated, which was absolutely crazy. I mean, it's, yeah. Oh yeah, you've learned enough. Heard was most negative. So I know, like I haven't heard anything bad so far until yesterday. It was working fine, and it worked fine. I do want to learn. And I know how to work Streamyard and everything. And I know I want to use that, but it's just the fact that my computer at the moment is not good enough to be able to hold Streamlabs. That is like an OBS platform. I would prefer to use that, but my computer will run StreamYard, but the others it will be a little bit. I only hope so. That last two witnesses sealed the deal for most, but you never know with jurors. Exactly, and that's the danger thing in terms with the verdicts. It's we can fill in a way, but we never know how the jurors are gonna go. And I agree with you, but we'll see. I mean, if we had a verdict today, I think Auntie Bev would be very happy, because she wants to be done with this case, and I'm sure everyone wants to be done with this case. Um, but it would be crazy. I just hope that our StreamYard doesn't break like it broke yesterday. Today, especially being Friday the 13th, probably I'm already jinxed myself. But we know that we have another platform, so we can go up very quickly if that does happen. So don't forget to make sure that your bells are turned on and everything. Oh, and gone. Hang
Yeah,
on.
we'll be
Here we
amazing.
go.
Jurors on their way.
No, no, we need to be heard, unfortunately.
Okay, come over to sidebar, please. The jurors are on their way.
Of course, we start with the sidebar. What else is new? It's just Bev. We've started every single day with the sidebar. Why not starting today with the sidebar? So, nothing new there. So, Hank did not sound very happy there. He said we have to start with the sidebar. Unfortunately, I don't think he's that sad about starting with the sidebar. I think he's very happy with that, of starting with the sidebar, because what else? That James Brown wouldn't mind going down during Spanky's closing. I know. And the thing is, Spanky gets to talk twice. I don't know. Do you know if it is going to be Spanky or is it going to be Larry during the closing? Because definitely, yeah, it's. I know. I think it's Alan Jackson during the closing for Karen Reeves for defense team, but for prosecution, I have got no clue. Um, I think I think it might be, yeah. Um, I don't know. It's just the thing is, like I tried to watch this trial as much as I could, but then it got very Spunky, not Lolly. Ugh, man, it should be well, Lolly will all be falling asleep. Definitely. I think Lally, everyone and Spanky as well, because it's monotone a bit, in my opinion. But we'll see. I mean, we have loads going on today, but we are gonna be hopefully, you know, yeah. Hey, good morning. It's okay. No worries, Becky P. Thank you very much for being here today. I really, really appreciate it. You are amazing. Thank you very much. I know work interfering with court. It's always hard, isn't it? I understand you, my friend. But I'm so glad that you are here today. It is Friday. Happy Friday, my friend. And yeah, we are doing Karen Reid at the moment. Next, we should be able to do our trial, and then after that, I think in the break of our trial, we might do Donna Alderson's hearing. We'll see how it goes. But for now, we're gonna be doing closings on Karen Reid. Oh, it's gonna be interesting. Uh, Something is happening. Not the mistrial for sure. That I don't think that and Bev is gonna allow that to happen today. Not even if the courthouse is burning down to the ground. I don't think. Um, So yeah, so Laurie Vallow yesterday got found guilty. A lot of people speak. I think the jurors are starting to come out on her again, and some jurors from her previous case on Charles Vallow were present during the verdict and some throughout the trial. That was interesting, to see that they did got hooked. Oh, okay. So that is interesting. What's happening? So they're all ready to start. They had a sidebar, but then they came out. Interesting. Hey, hello. Good morning, 80s. Good morning, 80s Music Man, Neon Gamer. How are you doing? Love the latest stream. You're doing very well, my friend. Doing very well indeed. How are you? I hope you're okay. And this Friday the 13th, it's gonna be a crazy day. I mean, I'm sure Twit's X it is has happened knows what happened. Yeah. Oh, good morning, Benny. Good morning. How are you? Happy Friday. It is Happy Friday. Um, we are just gathering around to start Karen Reid today. So, but which was interesting that they were ready to start. Spanky called a sidebar, and now they gone. So now they all left and they all went. Well, God knows where they went, but um I absolutely doing is staying away from trials too stressful. I get to that 80s music, man. We just be doing, we haven't watched this too much. We're just watching the closing and follow the verdict. We are very friendly here, we just, yeah, we're just hanging out watching court. We're gonna be going back to our trial after this and watch that trial that we've been following since the beginning, and then we might do Donna's hearing as well in the meanwhile. So we have a very busy day, but I get you. Trials too stressful sometimes. Chats gets too stressful. I love RA, but some chats get very stressful, and I get it. But here, well, here no one knows about us, so it's the chilled corner of the little crazy of the internet. But yeah, so sorry, just replying. Um, so yeah, so that's what's happening, but I don't know what's happening in court this one, because um they just went away because they called a sidebar, and then they went. Yeah, see you later, bye. I don't know. So we'll see. Do you? Yes. Oh, Sherry, our statistics woman. Yes, I do want to, but I need to write it down as well. Hang on. Let me. Oh, hang on. Oh my days, where it? Okay, I need just to write two things. W. Sorry, 1 second. I do want to know W. Okay, right. Okay, I need. Guys, yes, Sherry, please tell me. Karen Reid objections. Right. Let me and sidebars, because I knew you had sidebars as well. Maybe if you count the one from today, that'll be objections, defense. prosecution. My days, that number um is gonna be crazy. I know that for sure. So let me just do something before I forget. So defense, wow, defense 737. Well, wow, 730 sidebars. Wow, those statistics are absolutely crazy. Including this morning. Oh, no, sorry. Spunky 730. Sorry, never mind. Spunky 730. And sidebars, including this morning's, is 267. That is crazy. That must be some sort of a record. I'm sorry. Um, that's definitely must be some sort of a record because um oh, sorry, yeah, I if I knew how to read, that would be perfect. You know, I definitely, yeah. Well, our cases we follow. Hello, good morning, my friend. Nice to see you. Um, you might be correct. Yes, but it's yeah, it's crazy. I don't think so, but hey, we'll probably have that number a little bit higher by the end of the day. We'll see. I mean, we'll be here for it. I shouldn't have spaced it better. Oh, no, it's fine. You did an amazing job, Sherry. I really appreciate that for that. Good to see you too. Happy Friday, and happy Friday the 13th. I don't know if you celebrate, but is it gonna be sorry, it's a crazy day. It's gonna be definitely a crazy day today. And yeah, it's gonna be crazy. I found Donna's hearing, which is it's awesome. We have her pre-trial hearing here. I've got it. So we are gonna be watching that at some point today. So we are busy. So we are. I'm probably not going to try to say the state name, but we are doing Karen Reid right now. They are taking a break while the jury entering. I am not sure. I'm gonna take that out of there because otherwise people are gonna get a little bit motion sickness because with the fan. Um so I've just been saying to everybody, make sure you have your notifications on because in case of StreamYard failing, we'll jump to our backup and we'll go from there. So we are okay because of what happened with StreamYard yesterday. Just taking measures, so make sure that your notifications are on. Um, so like all in total, all of this, so 737 plus 730, there were 1467 objections. What the actual, my days, like, I mean, so far, because that number can go bigger with the on the day going and with the closings. I don't think this is going to be like Glory Vallo closings because we have very two good seasonal attorneys in here. And I don't think they're gonna do any shenanigans, but you never know. Hey, good morning, Hannah. Nice to see you, my friend. How are you? I haven't replied to your message. As you see, I am talking my head off. No, absolutely no problem, my friend. You do all the lurking possible. Don't worry. It's absolutely fine. It's Friday. Peeps gotta do what peeps gotta do. It's absolutely fine. I just appreciate you being here today. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate you. Um, so yeah, so it's gonna be an interesting day. On our trial yesterday, on a Megan Jackson trial, we had Dontrell to testify. That is the co-defendant of our defendant. It's just a crazy trial. That one is going to be nuts. It's a nuts of a trial, but it's a good trial. I mean, he has kept us entertained for the past couple of days, and that is a good thing. It's always a good thing when a trial has kept us entertained. So we're just waiting for Karen Reid to start because um you know Bev denied the motion for transparency on the alternate choice selections. Huh? Bev denied the motion for transparency. I don't know what the. Oh, hey, Crystal. Nice to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're okay. Might be you might have been in the, Karen Reid rabbit hole. Hi, I appreciate you being here today. Hang on, let me Google that. Where's a motion for transparency? I have no clue. Motion for transparent. Do I even know how to type it? Yeah, probably not. It's a proposal often primarily in a setting to increase the openness and accountability of the. Huh? I do not understand this. Definitely, I'm so glad I did not went into law. But yeah, but it's so good to see her. But I'm not surprised that she denied that. She denies everything that the defense puts on. Obviously, because she denied how many mistrials did you count? How many mistrials that she denied? I think it was at least three that I saw. I think the JOA and then this latest one and the one previously um wanted to see the bingo real with the jurors being picked for the alternate selection jury selection. Obviously she did. Oh my days, do you think it might be do you think it might be rigged? She probably already knows which ones are going to be the alternate so she can get the guilty verdict. Maybe, I don't know. Could be, it's my days. It's absolutely, yeah. I just got that notification. Um, but yeah, happy Friday, Crystal. Sorry, I forgot to say happy Friday the 13th. So glad that you are here with us today. I am hoping that Stephanie is okay. Stephanie, her son, is okay because um, that I think he went out to the ER last night with a kidney stone. So I'm hoping and praying that his son is okay. Um, so yeah, yeah, it is. Oh no, it is. It is Friday the 13th, and we already had a crazy day yesterday, Crystal. So craziness might carry on today. I am not saying anything. I do not speak English. Yesterday, the platform that I use, and most creators use, to stream, a StreamYard, literally went down, and w- it's we had to have like an hour break until I found another platform that we could stream. So we all went there. Kind of were able to finish our day in court, but it was absolutely crazy. So I've been saying to everybody, make sure that your notifications are on, just in case that happens today. We can jump on right back on into the other one, and we can do the stream over there. Hopefully, not with the too many hiccups. Um, that might happen. So that is the plan and that is the hope for today, that it doesn't muck up again. I'm just scouring the internet to see what is happening. Because this is just crazy, because they wanted to start the closings, but then the Spanky asked for a sidebar, and they went on break again, and it's been, the only fan. Probably one of the last times we're gonna be seeing this fan going around, unless there's another hung jury and they decide to try this case for a third time. We might be back at this fan with this case, and also we might see it again because there's cases out of, you know I'm gonna try Massachusetts. That is not just Karen Reid. There is the trial. There's the Brian Welsh, the Sandra Brickman case. So there's quite a few cases out of there. So we might see it again. Um, as who's Spunky? Spunky is Hank Benham, and yeah, I know. But hey, it's a nice nickname. It's not that bad, Benny. It's a nickname. Like I call Anya my niece. Yeah, I thought that was what you meant, so that's why I was like, okay, yeah, you meant Spanky. Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, it's just the craziness that this trial might be at. I know, it's funny. It is crazy, my days. So We might have a verdict today. We don't know. It's the verdicts can take. I don't think we are. In my opinion, I don't think we are. I think it's gonna come. I don't know. Maybe Tuesday, Wednesday. Not sure. Um, that's if it is come, especially with Auntie Bev. One thing like liking finishing at 4 o'clock. I'm not seeing her staying much longer than that, or is she abandoning that rule for the verdict watch? For the verdict, because that would be a better use of time to use. So I'm surprised you're not calling him hunky. I'm surprised you're not calling him hunky. Well, hunky, spunky, it's all spunky hunky. We can. I'm not gonna call him spunky hunky. That would be way too weird to call him that. Um. Oh, so let me have a look at what's going on. Oh, nothing good. So yeah, and I think there's gonna be a lot of people not having much to do next week because now if this case this finished today, it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna. I think it's we're gonna go into next week. Just saying, but yeah, um, it is gonna be crazy. The day that is for sure. Donna's hearing is well underway. I think. Yes, she's in a new jail and now she's in Orange. Would you like to see? Well, she's in Leon. She was in the sound is absolutely horrible. The sound in this courtroom, so I hope they kind of change it for the for the trial. I hope they do change it because it's absolutely horrendous, the thing. Hey, good morning, Stephanie. How are you? How are you, my friend? How is your um your son, sorry. I know, yes, your son. How are you? I hope he's okay. I'm so sorry to hear about the kidney stones. Like I can sleep as yeah, I know. I struggle to sleep in as well. Even though I've been sleeping in this holidays, I need to start waking myself up early because gotta go back to work on Monday. So no more sleeping in for me. Well, it's not like I sleep in much of the time anyway. But yeah, I'm so happy Friday. Happy Friday the 13th. I know. Well, it's always little one, definitely. Um, exactly that, and that's the thing. That's real respect, definitely. Um, you know, that's great, and I like that we can have our own opinions, even though they are completely different from each other. Like it's good when people can express their opinions and um feel safe, so yeah, which is awesome. We're out. Watching your kid in kidney stone pain was so hard. They gave him Vitamin, and oh wow. Well, at least he got the good stuff. Tylenol is not too bad. The lemon wasn't. I kind of would complain about that one. That one I would complain about it too. But not the other part. So yeah. I know. I am so sorry. I'm sending you. Oh, hopefully, how is he? Well, is it? How is he feeling this morning? Stephanie is still trying to sleep, or I hope. Yeah, I hope he's feeling much better soon. And can they even give him anything for kidney stones to pass? I don't know if that's even possible. Um, Gladly, that is something that I've never had. You know, it's yeah, I don't think I want to. So if anyone knows what's happening and why is the long wait um into this trial to start, it's always been like this. Like every single day, there's like starting late and not much else. Because I mean, this waiting, it's crazy. That also is fine, but he has to pass lots of water and pain medication. Well, yeah, can imagine it is a lot of pain, and I mean it's no joke having kidney stones. So yeah, I mean, this is crazy. Come on, don't they know that we have a full day of trials and court hearings and stuff to do? Does not like they like this all the time? Are they like this all the time? You know, worse than child? Is there something worse than childbirth? Is kidney stones that bad? Wow. I don't. I know a couple bit of people that I would wish that on. Then, if it's worse than childbirth, there is a couple people in my mind that, you know, that's I would probably wish that happening, but I do not speak English. It's just, yeah. So it we have so much plan on today. Oh, you've been on Twitter and no one knows. The only thing I saw was eternally requested the picnic not stand in the hallway before the jurors comes in. Oh, remind me who. Oh my, I'm gonna probably mechanic. Who is mechanic? Oh no, wait, is not that the detective that was like 500 days on a stand that was friends with Proctor? Think so. Auntie Pep is always late. A ham sandwich, Hank will need a sidebar. You already know need it, Stephanie. They have already been, and they Spanky have already asked for one. So is already asked for one. So I don't know where he's at. I don't know what's actually because they literally came in, and he was like, "Oh, unfortunately, we needed a sidebar." They went on sidebar and never came back.
You are unmuted.
Awesome now. Hey Lois, welcome in. Well, here we go. You came in exactly right time.
Troy,
I got something.
you set this up.
Thank you.
Plug it in here. I need to see that flash drive.
Now
Oh,
opening the
here, I
AC.
need my mouse too. All right, so why don't I see counsel over here at sidebar? I've got my computer up.
Again. They literally they literally went on sidebar, they broke and they came back again. And now another sidebar. Sherry, another sidebar, 268 sidebars. Oh, it's like, are you absolutely that hey, not too bad, Lois. It's Friday. We hear I know, what the heck? I was like, I know, again. I know you told me, but they've already had one. I cannot understand. They literally just had one. They came in, they talked. Spanky asked for sidebar. They went on a sidebar, and then Judge Beth left the bench. And now that they are back, we have another fucking sidebar. Oh my days! I good thing we did not follow this case that much, because I would have gone bananas. Um, yeah, no, your counting days are not over. Sherry is still carrying on very much so. 268. Um, I was like, are you kidding me? Are you absolutely freaking kidding me? That is like, my days. It's can't believe they come on my days. Hey, William is saying good morning to Lois, Sherry, Stephanie, Binny, Hannah, and me. He's already said it. You volunteered Binny for the spanking. I think you too. I mean, it's that is funny. Only you to make me laugh. William will always say hello. It's good to see you. Happy Friday the 13th. Sorry, it's Friday. It's the happy Friday the 13th. Crazy things has been happening all day. So and hopefully today we can manage to do everything that we need to do. I mean, it's a very, very busy day today in the world of true crime. And yeah, hopefully we can get all done before 5 o'clock. We're gonna have to probably well, we're gonna be able to zoom throughout most of the things because the only thing we are actually watching live is Karen Reed because it's closings. So the rest, oh, it does. I don't blame them. I mean, after all, it's the son is gone. Nothing of this craziness is gonna bring their his son back, and it's sad, absolutely crazy. And I hope one day they get justice for their son. To be fair, but not this way. I did learn last night that after 30, it probably is not an appendicite. That was my fear. Oh, that's in court. I know. Glad it could be there for his family. And is that not often there? Um, is Mr. O'Keefe not there very often? I know mom has been there most of the days, and I think only one day she missed, I believe. Um, yeah, I definitely. Was it Paul O'Keefe is his name that testified in Turtle Boy's you know Turtle Boy's trial. So oh, the dad isn't always there. Oh, okay, got you. Thank you. Sorry, I know who most players are because thanks to you, you guys have explained to me that. But obviously, there's still little things. Yeah, it did. That's what I thought. We were gonna watch that, but then StreamYard, the thing that we used to stream, went kaput. You went bananas. So we couldn't do that. We just barely finished our trial yesterday. Um, and then yeah, that was a crazy side. I think was Lori follow. I think that was her fault yesterday that everything went kaput. That everything stopped working and everywhere everything went crazy. But anyway, we are here. We are here. We are here today. We are about to hopefully finishing this. Yeah, definitely. And we still blame Laurie for the course. Absolutely. She curses the mall. I know. I mean, I don't want to say that it was a right at the time that I turned on the camera for to watch the to watch the verdict to celebrate it, but I don't want to say anything, but it was at right the time that, but we'll blame Laurie. It's not my fault, that is for sure. Absolutely. um oh wow, really? Sorry, I needed a bit of a drink because my throat was getting dry. Because Bev, come on, why isn't it the last day, right? They're having the longest sidebar. Well, it's not the longest sidebar on men's history because this trial got to the longest sidebar ever of about an hour. One of the days that we covered, but why such a long sidebar? I cannot understand. You know, Oh yeah, that is a great part. I think that's a great question for everybody. Where was your the favorite part of this trial that you remember the best, or the favorite part, or whatever? You must. I must have turned off for that for them. Yeah, I get it. That is crazy. I think I don't know. I don't not watch much the trial. Every time you see Hank, oh Benny, you have a crush. That is awesome. I like that. That is really good. Um, I don't know what best part of the trial. I don't know. All the spiciness was good that we saw, and then I saw on over the YouTube's world and the X world. That was the best parts. Um, I don't know what else could have been that is so good. All I know is that Laurie finished two trials while Karen Reed was ongoing. That's a good statistic for Sherry. There was two trials of Laurie Vallow while Karen was ongoing. It's a hundred song, but he's a handsome man. Well, yeah, my favorite part was listening and watching Dr. I am not going to try to say that name. And Dr. Russell list their accomplishments. Very impressive, and they have held their own. Oh, that is awesome. That is good. Defense experts hammering in that John was not hit by the SUV. I'm sure that part was very good, and the reconstructions and everything. That must be a very good part as well. That's good. My favorite part was it's gonna be when this is all over and there's a verdict and everyone can move on and Karen Reid is not a thing anymore. Um, Seeing Karen Reid showing her speaking about colliding into John. Diddy Donald's wait, you're not the pink. She's a good morning, Case One. Hello, good morning. I think Court is waiting for you. I think Bev was waiting for Lois to get here. They got here. They went on the second cyber for the day already. And I think they must have been waiting for you to come in. But good morning. Happy Friday, my friend. Happy Friday the 13th is definitely so. But yeah, it is so good to see you, everybody here. It is so awesome. Hopefully, fingers crossed, there's no issues today. Let's just hope so. Fingers crossed for that. If we have our backup ready to go. Just make sure that you have the notifications turned on. So if we have to teletransport ourselves to a new place, you guys can find us, and that would be easier and better. So make sure that is on. I was gonna say there's someone on the floor. That's Karen Raid on the floor. Well, she was not on the floor. She was bending on the floor to grab a pad or something. Oh, interesting. She is there, but the attorneys are not there. That is odd. That is really, really weird. I want to know what they are saying at the sidebar. I know. I want to know as well. You know that what they saying. I mean, but I get it. And Judge Beth never wants anything to come out too much, but yeah. But I still don't think, but there's gonna. What do you guys think? Do you think there is gonna be a verdict today, or do you think it's gonna be at some point next week? It is gonna be the Monday, Tuesday. I'm more inclined for Tuesday. I don't know why. I am very inclined for a Tuesday verdict, um, or a verdict or a hang jury. I don't know which one of the ideas. She talks who. Oh, I'm lost, but okay. Um, did not show or say it. Yeah. So I think I don't know. I want today, but I think Monday. Yeah, I think so too. I don't think this gonna be today, even though Judge Bev wants a verdict today because she's very inclined for it. Because then she can just party all weekend or do something. Oh yeah, it would be epic, and it would be a not guilty verdict today. Um, can you imagine if the verdict would come today? I think it would definitely be a not guilty, in my opinion. And that's just I don't know. So, but a verdict today based on how the public is so divided. I think the jury will be as well. Oh yeah, absolutely agree as well, Becky. That's what it's like. If I say if it is a verdict today, definitely not guilty. But yeah, I think it's. I don't know why it's gonna be a hung jury again. I think I'm more inclined for a hung jury than actually a verdict per se. Um, I don't know. It's crazy. The public is so divided on this thing. I think the jury have had enough so quick. Yeah, I do not blame for them to have enough. Absolutely. Um, Hanky was asked if he was ready. He said no. Miss Little handed the judge a flash drive, and the judge left the bench. Yeah, exactly. That's what happened in the morning. Like, how come he not cannot be ready? He had most of the day yesterday to be ready. It was a fake jury instructions yesterday. Oh yeah, this record definitely will be Monday. Absolutely, case one. I agree with you. That's crazy, but. Like, how can someone, an attorney, right, he had so much time to be ready to do this stuff? How can he not be ready? Just thought, wonder if the first gun win of a CW mole on jury. Could be, but oof, my days, can you imagine on the last day? Like, not it's not like Bev is gonna get a mistrial. It's not gonna declare a mistrial on this. That's absolutely not. There's no chance in that. But that would have been crazy. Can you imagine? How would they even prove there was a mole on the jury? That would be that would be rather interesting to find out how they found a mole in there. So not hung. The jury is extremely young and have been scolded by Beth to stop showing expression. They laughed at the solo cups and rolling their eyes at state experts. I'm confused. I'm confused. Sorry. I'm confident it will be not guilty. Oof. Can you imagine how yeah Oh yeah, no worries. Case one. I'll see you very soon, my friend. Thank you for being here. I really, really appreciate it. I kind of see that, but you never know with jurors. You know, it's just crazy how unpredictable they are. I was super confident as well on a Nicole Rice case, for example, and Colin Griffith, and here we are, and they both out here as well, not get both not guilty. So it's just sometimes they are unpredictable. It is true there was all of those evidence, but I don't want to get like super confident and then like it's like, oh okay, then it's no, they're moving the podium. Where's the podium gonna go? So oh, I know. That's I'm still mad at that verdict and Colin Griffith. I still cannot believe that on that one. And when was doing the new intro for the channel, uh, of course I had to include that verdict because I was doing based on every single trial we have covered, and yeah, I was just like, oh no, I have to relive this memory. And Nicole Rice as well, because especially the celebration the lawyers did. Do you remember that? The unprofessional celebration of the Nicole Rice's attorneys jumping around the courtroom like they just had won the Super Bowl or something. So that to me it was very, very inappropriate. But you know, we don't speak English. Oh, they're back. Hang on, let me put headphones back on. Uh, yeah, exactly. You can't just have a half of the truth or half of the lie or anything. I absolutely, yeah, I agree. Finally, here we go. Hopefully.
All rise for the court, please.
What the heck is she going? Are you kidding me? Where is she going? Are you absolutely kidding? Where is she going? Oh my days. When Bevan were arguing about the jury forms being confused, so who knows how these forms will be awarded. Yeah, exactly. They did that yesterday, the jury instructions. Well, bringing home eventually. Oh, jury coming in. No, she went out of the bench. And he says that the live court is on a break. Oh gosh. Oh, this trial. I no, I'm sorry. It's only been what 7 minutes. We've been covering this trial today, and I'm already sick of it. Oh my days, what is going on there? So, oh, oh, we're gonna go back to that trial. Don't worry, Zizi. We are as soon as this finishes, we're going back to the Megan trial. Or we're gonna go back now and come back when Karen is back. Um, she need to touch grass. I think she does. I agree, Sherry. I have the same feeling. I know it's almost all gone. I haven't even started. It's happy Friday the 13th. She's trying to make this very the trial. I think we all need to touch cars. I think I need to smoke some. Our trial is, I think, is going on already. Hang on, let me have a look. Where is Core TV there? Um, yeah, our court hasn't even started. Our trial hasn't even started today, and yeah, so they haven't even started yet either. So that's good. We are not losing anything. Donna has been going in the way, but we can recatch on that one eventually, uh, whenever this finishes. I mean, he wants this to all be finished, right? Bev wants this all be done and gone with the wind and everything, but you know, oh, oh, you did coffee, um, William. I appreciate if that's coffee that you did for all of us. I appreciate it. Got my seal button on for today, definitely, and your passport. But this is crazy. It's like, oh, my days. I think like we could check out our trial, but I don't want to start our trial having to pause our trial, going back to Karen Reid. It's too much of a trouble. We already in this one, so we'll see. We definitely need, because now we, who knows how long we are going to be on a break from this charade, from this trial. And yeah, let me have a look if there's anything on X, because um you know, see if anyone is supposed to that knows what's going on. um but this is absolutely ridiculous, that y- it's. Oh, have you guys seen that Air India flight 171? That's wow, that was crazy. That one. On a better subject, how is sweet Anya? Anya is great. She's absolutely gorgeous. She's not here today, sadly. She is with her mom. But she's absolutely gorgeous. She's laughing. She knows how to laugh now, and she's recognizing voices in people, and I think it's just starting to recognize Portuguese as well, which is awesome. So hey, good morning. Happy Fridays. Happy Friday the 13th. Yes, there was a one survivor, a British guy. Yeah, on that plane accident. He was 611A, absolutely. Um yeah, yeah, exactly. I know this trial is awful. Our trial hasn't started yet, Susie. We are gonna go there. Do not worry. But our trial hasn't started either, so we are waiting on whatever. Because I don't know what is happening in Karen Reid. I don't know what's happening by our um jurors as well. But we are gonna catch up on that one. We've been having. I want to follow that one because we started, and I am invested on that one. Absolutely, we are gonna be there. Absolutely. So Satan did have not had their finest moment in this trial, but then they did. It definitely has been a roller coaster for sure. Um, you know, in closings. Exactly, and that's the thing. Closings wraps everything up, and it gives you an overview of the case and what was said and what wasn't, and what the evidence show. And it is easier to listen to closings than actually, you can kind of cheat and just hear the closings and have a better opinion and a better, and you can be reminded of testimony, because we've been like Cameron has been what going on 33 days, so it's kind of a recap of 33 days of testimony. It is not evidence, but it can remind of what the jurors heard and what they didn't hear. um you know unless you are Laurie Vallow, obviously, unless you are Laurie Vallow. Exactly, 33 days is a long time, so they need a recap on what happened and what didn't happen. For example, they probably don't know uh what's her name, Jennifer McCabe said 500 million days ago, with all this craziness and half days and sidebars and objections and going home early and half days. They probably don't remember what I ate yesterday. So it is a good opportunity to have a good wrap up on the case. And sometimes it's good to just catch up that last few days. Sue O'Connor said 5 minutes ago that KR teams seems jubilant. Yeah, I would be too, seeing this crazy probably coming to an end. Absolutely. And apparently Hank is not prepared, because he was saying they was not prepared. So if George got paid for, wow, that is not bad for sit there all day, sometimes half days, not having to work weekends, finishing at 4 o'clock, sometimes not even finishing until 10 a.m. because we did all the sidebars and everything. That is not bad, considering the craziness. That's not bad at all. Made $1,320 for being in the court, having food, probably having to put up with Bev and yeah, I know that is a very nice jury pay. Can I sign up for the next case? For the next time that this thing goes to trial? I want to be there. Absolutely. Um, we might jump on temporarily on our. Do you guys want to temporarily jump on our trial? Wait out until Karen Reid starts, because we don't know what time it starts. Shall we do that? Just watch our trial for a little bit and then come back to Karen Reid, instead of me Wow, for 18 jurors, that's $23,760. That is absolutely crazy. Wow. Mm, that is absolutely insane. That how much money has that they've spent on this whole charade business. Um, it is insane. Wow. Lois coming in hard with all the math, absolutely, and you with the statistics, which I absolutely love it. All this weeks without media or social media, not me. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely, I was like, not me either. I think I did that like half a day and I need my phone. I mean, the other day when I was swapping phones, I was fine, but then I was at one point I was like, I need to check my statistics on YouTube and all that stuff. I completely understand that. Um, but oh my days. So it's just still waiting. I was gonna say, I don't know if you guys have an opinion, but what you um would like to do to wait out until Karen Reid starts. I know on my days. Oh, Lois, look, we have a sticker now that says holidays. I know. Crazy. It says on my days. It is amazing. I could do no social media, but I have a hard time with not keeping up with news source. Yes, definitely. I think that is the hardest thing to do. Sissy, okay. I'm thinking of going to South Carolina trial for a little bit until Karen Reid actually starts. Because we don't know how long they're gonna be. They haven't said anything. They can be half an hour, they can be an hour, they can be 4 hours until Spanky's actually ready for it. I'm giving them a couple more minutes to see if anything is said. But if not, we might go to do a bit of trial until we get back. So, because otherwise, I don't know what else to say. I've been talking for almost an hour, so you know, it's crazy. It might be something else happening. I don't know, but we're gonna play a little bit of our trial just to have something, so I don't have to talk a little bit more. I'm gonna keep a very very close eye, and as soon as there is a movement on that fan, we are gonna head back to trial to Karen Reid closings and do that. Okay, is that so? O'Connell says this. Oh, okay, all right. Well, hang on then. Who's Sue O'Connell? Is that on Twitter? Let me find who she is, because I'm gonna need a lot of sources for this verdict. So, how was it? O'Connell. I forgot. Oh, but Boston. Okay, I found it. Okay, the is turbulent. Okay, front re-enters. Okay, all right, that's good. That's good. Thank you very much, Sherry. I do need to follow her, and I think I'm gonna be having her. Oh, that was gonna sound very weird. I was gonna say, oh, that is awesome. I was gonna say I'm gonna have her open. That did not sound good out loud. Sounded better in my head saying that, but so thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate that. So I'm gonna be refreshing every 5 seconds. I know we're gonna go there very very soon. To South Carolina whenever this this finishes. We are going to go to South Carolina as soon as we can. We're going to be catching up on that trial. Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, Garden Bot just handed me a drink with ice, which is amazing because it's a scorcher in the UK right now. It is very warm, and I don't want to go outside right now because I would go up in flames, and that is not good. That is not the pretend. So, hopefully, this will actually start in a minute. It's okay. That was just Garden Bot dropping something. Is fine. So yeah. So let's hope that this. Oh, okay. Sue O'Connell says that everything I know, you know. We will soon see what this is about. I did not see mechanic in the hall outside the courtroom. Yanetti just left the courtroom. Okay. So something is definitely happening. That Yanetti has left the courtroom. Buchanan is not in the hall anymore. and everything she knows, we'll know as soon as she knows. Do you know? I need another drink. Hang on. I need to keep hydrated because being talking for almost an hour has I think I need to make an insurance on my vocal cords because can you imagine if I can't speak one day and then it's just I can't work. Oh, it did it move? That was just me. My imaginary source of thinkingness that moved. Never mind. So what else has been going on? What are we gonna do after Karen Reid? Is there a life after Karen Reid? No, of course there is. We do have a trial ongoing that we're gonna follow because it's gonna go until next week. Because from what we've heard, um, that the our trial Megan Jackson is gonna go until next week. So it means that s- sorry, 1 second. It's in a post box. So sorry, I was just telling Garden about that his parcel was here and it was in a letterbox. But we have Megan Jackson that is my go until next week. I have a couple of ones that is in my head that might start as well next week for after this current one. So oh, here we go. I know it is very horrible, Sherry, but it's also a very good one. I've been invested a lot and I want to finish it so bad, and we will finish. But today might be a little bit behind. Like yesterday, we were behind. But apparently, we are gonna go into Karen Reid because I can hear noise. So I think there you go.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and before the country before. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. So I have started far too many mornings by saying to you folks, I apologize for the inconvenience, having you wait around so long. I appreciate your patience. I didn't want to do that today, but I had to do that today. Everybody has worked so hard on this trial, the jurors, the lawyers, the witnesses, that everything has to be right before you hear it. So I needed to do that this morning. So I apologize. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? So as you know, it's time for closing arguments. And when I was a trial lawyer, I never liked it when just before closing arguments, just before I stood up, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. Closing arguments are not evidence. The lawyers aren't witnesses. And because they're not evidence, I need you to put away your notebooks because you can't take notes on them. But the reason it used to bother me is because I sensed that it made it sound like they're less important than anything else in the trial, and they're not. They're certainly a very important part of the case. And we've all noticed that you've paid very close attention to this case, and we know that you'll do the same to closing arguments. A couple of things I want to say, and you'll hear more about this in greater detail when I give you the charge. First is, you folks are the fact finders. So it's what you find from the testimony, your memory of the testimony. This has been a long trial, but your memory of the testimony, not the lawyers and not mine. So if the lawyers or I say anything that doesn't square with your memory, it's your memory that serves. Secondly, there are very important constitutional rights that I hope that you understand, or constitutional concepts that you need to understand. First, again, the burden of proof in this case is proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And the Commonwealth bears the burden of proof. Right? The burden of proof is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And because of that, in Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, the Commonwealth goes last in closing argument. I've given each lawyer an hour and 15 minutes, and I'm not going to stop them. So we'll start with the defendant's closing argument. So, Mr. Jackson.
There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. I want to take a minute to start off with thanking you. I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for your diligence. This is not an easy undertaking. Most of all, I want to thank you for your courage, because courage is what this moment demands. Not just to listen, but to stare directly at injustice and say, not here, not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do. Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth. You folks, not us, nobody else in the courtroom, you folks are the last line of defense. The last line of defense between an innocent woman and a system that has tried to break her, that falsely accused her, that tried mightily to bury the truth. This case was corrupted from the start. It was corrupted by biases and conflicts and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to the bottom. In our opening comments to you a few weeks ago, we told you what to watch for. We warned you what to watch for. We begged you what to watch for. Watch for the physical evidence. Pay attention to the medical facts. Pay attention to the science and the physics. But also pay attention to the integrity, the very essence, the integrity of the investigation. But you also saw something during the course of the trial that none of us might have expected, something that should sadden us, something that maybe would anger us. On full display, you saw the lengths to which some police officers will go to protect their own at the expense of the rest of us, at the expense of Karen Reed, an innocent woman. Before we examine the evidence in the case, which we will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt. This isn't just a technicality, and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. As I said, those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Karen Reed sits here today, presumed innocent, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge or a badge or a theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. That means at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your vote is not guilty. It's because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable that you could go home, you would go home, look your loved ones in the eye and say, I am certain. Not probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all human affairs. Think about that. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this case, you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere near, nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw through video evidence and eyewitnesses that they were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, and eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there, and they were already drinking. The Albert family, it's been established as a very well-known family in Canton. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert, who was a Canton board selectman, he was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you met, and her husband, Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the Waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend, Brian Higgins. We know that he had a romantic design on Karen. That becomes an incredibly important fact as we discuss the facts of this case. As the bar was closing around midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason. Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen, John with Karen, not him. Recall that ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away. Well, he got no response. And then we see this. That's what Brian Higgins was confronted with following his well text. What of all things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind? Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this? He shows you. And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look. Sparring, practicing, fighting techniques. Where was Brian Higgins' mind? What was he thinking about? And then what happens? Before you look at the next video, think about what you're going to see. This next video is after he sees John kiss Karen on the forehead, after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see. This is what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely ignored. Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him. He tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm. You'll see that in the video that you're about to watch. It appears that Chris is trying to calm him down from something. Brian Albert's standing right there with the other two men, but Brian Higgins is having none of it. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only, John O'Keefe. In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John, a gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Let's go outside. But John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look. Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this case, had all this footage, but he did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes later, Higgins then texts John directly. You coming here? 3 question marks. It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house, about 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time. So what happened inside that house, or that basement, or that garage? What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You coming here? Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car, out in the cold in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home and her Wi-Fi connected to her car or phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails. She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back out of the house and he wasn't responding. But Karen did not know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators should have known. She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. When he didn't come home at about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn. At 6 a.m., when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam. The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn just under Brian Albert's bedroom window. And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house. Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer who was laying on his own property. never came out. And you learn through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house. The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. They cannot and they will not ever be able to prove that John was struck by a vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove a collision. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. So let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, it's an old saying, is known as the silent witness. It doesn't lie, it doesn't forget, and notably, it doesn't take sides. If there was no collision, what are we doing here? In order for there to be a collision, there has to have been an impact site. The vehicle had to have struck John, period. I want to remind you of some of the most important testimony in the entire case, and it comes from the Commonwealth's own medical expert, Dr. Irini Scortibello, the Commonwealth's medical examiner, someone governed by law to make these decisions. We know that a person struck by a vehicle suffers massive trauma, broken bones, fractures, soft tissue damage, torn ligaments, contusions, soft tissue injury, severe tissue injury, crushing blows. None of that was present with John. None of it. Not anywhere on his body, including his right arm. Not one bruise. Nothing. The fact is, the injuries are not from a vehicle impact. Not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds. Not a single medical expert. Think about this. Not a single medical expert called by the defense or called by the Commonwealth has testified that John was hit by a car. Not one. Think about the irony. Not one. That's not just significant. It's literally the most important point in the entire trial. Listen again to Dr. Scortibello's words. Question. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you? Answer. No, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote. She was talking about John's body. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, performed the autopsy. She did it personally. She's the only one to have personally examined John's body, and she found no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own experts said there is no evidence of a collision, no evidence of an impact. If you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this. This is what a body looks like after being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person at 25 miles an hour. These are exhibits from Dr. Welcher, the Commonwealth's expert. John didn't even have a bruise. Make no mistake, Dr. Scortibello was presented with the Commonwealth's theory of the case, the same case that you've been presented with, and she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide. She flatly refused to conclude that there was a collision. And you know who agrees with that? That silent witness, the science, the physics, the data. Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, you just met them recently. They explained they were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth, completely independent. They looked at the damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. They looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin. Both PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision. I'm not saying it. The science says it. That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Period. Full stop. Dr. Dan Wolf did the testing on the taillight. Actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project. He did lab testing. He did field testing. He did data testing. Actual impact force analyses. In every single test at every single speed, the taillight damage was inconsistent with striking an arm. In every test, the taillight damage was inconsistent with damaging the shirt, the sweatshirt. Remember that severe internal damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Not just the outer lens. The internal diffusers were completely smashed, completely shattered. ARCA testing established that all the internal components of every single test taillight, especially the diffusers, remained completely intact. Conversely, on Karen's taillight, the diffusers were almost completely gone. Folks, understand something. If any part of that diffuser portion of the taillight is broken, there is no light. It doesn't illuminate at all. It's just black. Let's take a look at a couple of photos. At 5:07 a.m. at One Meadows, that's the photograph on the left. What do you notice about the right taillight? It's completely illuminated. Later, at 4:12 in the afternoon, photograph on the right, it's lit up. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that those diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered all over 34 Fairview? That's their theory. But don't believe your lying eyes. The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible. Dr. Andrew Rinchler, a PhD, a biomechanist, explained that at those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints and bones, fractured, broken, and shattered. But as you know, John's arm was pristine, save those dog and claw bites. He didn't even have a bruise. Think about this. Think about that photo of those x-rays as you deliberate. You can manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, then it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent nearly $400,000 of taxpayer money to hire someone to dress up and look like John and paint his arm blue, which told you exactly nothing. The ARCA testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight. The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt and through John's arm. I have three questions. Number one, John's arm had about 36 abrasions. How did 36 shards of acrylic go through 9 tiny little puncture holes? How'd that happen? Somebody needs to answer that. Number two, why are there no slices or cuts in the hoodie? All the defects are punctures. Punctures that you might get from, say, I don't know, canine teeth. And number three, if the shards cut bloody gouges into John's arm, that's their theory, why is there no blood, no skin, no tissue on a single shard of taillight that they claim came in contact with John's arm? The Commonwealth cannot answer a single one of those questions because John's arm was not impacted by the taillight. It doesn't make sense simply because it didn't happen. Compare and contrast the ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow. That's it. And even in that basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it, to get the results that he wanted. Dr. Welcher then claimed that the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when there isn't enough evidence, in his words? You vote not guilty. That's what happens. That's out of his mouth, not mine. The Commonwealth also used the same company, Aperture, to try to establish a time of a collision that never occurred. The Commonwealth called Shannon Burgess, the supposed expert from Aperture. There is a cardinal sin for experts, folks, a cardinal sin. It's called confirmation bias. It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory. The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises to you. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again. They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welcher, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38. Note that time, 12:31:38. He was struck, he was immediately incapacitated, he was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge, huge problem with that. And somewhere in the middle of trial, somebody must have realized it. They must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12:31:38. Remember, the collision immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading texts on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it after 12:31:38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact. And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12:31:38 also. That's what their own data showed, and it devastated their case, and it devastated that false theory. There must have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess. Question: can you believe him? Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial. You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact? Would an expert shade the truth? You don't have to look any further than Shannon Burgess's CV to answer that question. That was a shame. Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claim he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report and told you that in 30 out of 30 scenarios of the possible time skews that Shannon Burgess identified, he came in the middle of trial and identified all these other time skews that he called it. In every single scenario, John was alive and walking after they said he was hit. And that's a problem for them because there was no collision. Just look at Mr. Whiffen's data, Ian Whiffen. John O'Keefe took 31 steps at a steady rate, about 83 feet. And then think about this, in a westerly direction. That would be right toward the house. Remember, it's 78 feet to that garage door. That's not a coincidence. The Commonwealth's witnesses, or the Commonwealth's witness, Mr. Ian Whiffen himself conceded that he has reasonable doubts about the accuracy of John's location data. Remember that question and answer on cross-examination by Mr. Alessi. Do you have doubts? I do. Are those doubts reasonable? They are. And remember, it's still the Commonwealth's burden. If their own cell phone expert has a reasonable doubt about John's location, so should you. John O'Keefe was inside, and the phone battery temperature further proves it. This is not speculation. This is science, and it's irrefutable. It tells us that he was not laying outside in the cold. He was inside somewhere a little bit warmer. Ian Whiffen told you that when the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, think about these numbers. When the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, it will drop from 81 to 21 degrees in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's a 60-degree drop in 15 minutes. Now look at John's phone. It was laying, according to the Commonwealth, it was laying directly on frozen ground. He arrived at 34 Fairview and his phone dropped only 20 degrees over the course of an hour. Then inexplicably, it stayed steady, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours. Never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, basically through the entire night. He was not outside. He was someplace warmer, like a basement or a garage. Dr. LaPosada confirmed that John O'Keefe did not have hypothermia. No telltale signs, no telltale Wisniewski spots, no frostbite on any extremity. He did not die of hypothermia because he wasn't outside. Dr. Isaac Wolf, Dan Wolf, Elizabeth LaPosada, Judson Welsher, Andrew Rinchler, all agreed. Every expert agreed. This is how John O'Keefe died. A rearward fall from a standing position. What could make you fall straight back like that? Let's just think about that for a second. What could make you fall from a standing position as Judd Welcher just showed us? Standing up, falling straight back. Add a laceration to the right eye consistent with a fist or a punch, and you've got your answer. He certainly didn't sustain that wound on the back of his head by falling backwards onto a lawn. Dr. LaPosada told you that the patterned injury on the back of John's head could only be produced by hitting a hard, ridged, or ledged surface, like a concrete stair or step. What's just through that garage door? Michael Proctor never stepped down in that garage to find out. What a shame. And look at the arm. Just look at John's arm. You don't need the top experts in the country, but you had them. You don't need the top medical minds on the planet on this issue, but you had them. These are dog bites and scratches. These are animal wounds. Not one witness has been called in their trial. Not one. 8 weeks and counting. Not one witness who actually disputes that John O'Keefe's arm injuries are from a dog. The Commonwealth could not find a single medical expert, a single medical witness who would come in here and tell you those are inconsistent with a dog bite or a scratch. And it's equally clear that there was no collision. Dr. LaPosada told you in probably the clearest voice in the entire trial. You remember her testimony. He didn't get hit by a car, in her words. He just didn't get hit by a car. You remember the question that was posed by Mr. Brennan, did you consider the speed of the vehicle? And she said, speed didn't matter because he didn't get hit by a car. She repeated it 3 times because it's true, not just because she says so, but because the medical evidence proves it. The medical science proves it. There was no collision. Dr. Rinchler told you unequivocally and just as firmly he didn't get hit by a car. The Commonwealth has not met their burden. They cannot meet their burden. The Commonwealth hasn't called a single medical professional, not one, to testify that John's wounds came from being hit by a car. Not Dr. Scorti-Bello, not Dr. Isaac Wolf. Contrast that with the caliber and the quality of the experts who came in here to tell you what is obvious to anyone with common sense. Those wounds on his right arm are from a dog. This was not an oversight by the Commonwealth. It's just that there is no one out there. No matter how big a check you write, there's not a medical expert who's going to disagree with that. The fact is, this is the central fact in the case. The only fact that matters is literally uncontested by every medical expert. Uncontested, undisputed. There is no evidence that John was hit by a car. None. How much more reasonable doubt could there be? This case should be over right now. Done. Because there was no collision. So given all that, how did Karen Reed end up sitting here? Why is she even here? Why is she in that chair? Why is she in this courtroom? There is a reason for that. And it's a reason they don't want to tell you, and it's a reality they don't want to admit to. The reason we're here is because the system, the very system that was meant to protect her, that was meant to protect all of us, that system has failed badly. So now let's discuss the facts that were and were not presented by the Commonwealth in this case. Over the next few minutes, I want to talk about the utter failure of the police to investigate this properly and to investigate this fully. And what you're going to see is that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator for the Commonwealth, did nothing to actually and properly investigate this case. Let's start with the house. That's the most logical place to start. I think you'd agree. Brian Albert's house, where John's body was discovered lifeless in the lawn. A man, a police officer, is found dead on the front lawn, and no one secures the scene. No tape, no preservation of evidence, no crime scene log, no search warrants, no consent searches, no photographs of the house interior. They didn't treat the house as a crime scene, and shamefully, they didn't even treat the yard as a crime scene. The lame excuse offered by retired Lieutenant Gallagher: it was really cold and windy, and I didn't know if there was a crime that had been committed. What? You didn't know that a crime had potentially been committed? You have a man laying dead in the yard, and here are the undisputed facts that those officers were confronted with. Black eyes. Obviously, black eyes are consistent with a fight. Bloody nose, also consistent with a fight. Bleeding from the face, consistent with a physical altercation. A cut over the right eye, consistent with a punch. No coat in the freezing cold, not dressed for outside, dressed for inside, and one shoe on. I wonder where the other shoe could be. I don't know, maybe in the house 30 feet away. And then you find a broken and shattered drinking glass next to him, the type of glass that you might find, I don't know, let me think about this, in a kitchen in a house 30 feet away. And John's phone was tucked neatly under his back shoulder. Lieutenant Gallagher actually claimed he did not know it was a potential crime that needed investigating. The neighbor across the street, Detective Lieutenant Kelleher, had a ring camera that was pointed at the exact direction where John O'Keefe would have been hit, and nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody even bothered to look at it. Of course this was a potential crime scene. Of course it was. Let's not forget, this was Brian Albert's house, and that comes with privileges. Quote, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Nope. He's a Boston cop too, end quote. That quote starts to make a little more sense now, doesn't it? Michael Proctor wrote those words just hours after John's body was found. He sent this in a private chat, in a private text he never, ever believed would ever be revealed. He sent that text in a series of messages that now belong to you. You weren't given the opportunity to hear from Michael Proctor, but you can read his thoughts for yourself. And I urge you, go read them. They're in Exhibit 209, in case you're wondering. But here are the highlights. Proctor starts the conversation, quote, all the powers that be, one answers ASAP. He's getting pressure, obviously. Get this done. His friend then asks what Proctor's probably thinking at the time, quote, I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops. Something stinks. And Proctor responds, yeah, to the something stinks. And then he goes on, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Think about that. Hours into this investigation, there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. She's a whack job cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. No ass bitch. She's got a leaky balloon knot. Leaks poo. 0 chance she skates. She's fucked. And up to this point, Michael Proctor had done 0 investigation. Nothing. Save talk to a grand total of 3 people, all of whom were named Albert or McCabe. That's it. And this was his mindset. This is the same lead investigator who sent the group chats that you heard about with Sergeant Butnick. Late night, sitting at his office, rifling through Karen's phone, bragging about looking for naked pictures of her. That text wasn't sent to his buddies or his friends. That text was sent to his supervisors at the Massachusetts State Police, for God's sake. And what was their response? Sergeant Buchanan liked this conduct with a big old thumbs up. He encouraged it. Ladies and gentlemen, a lead investigator is every investigator is supposed to be objective, an objective fact finder. No bias, no agenda. Michael Proctor went far beyond just insulting Karen Reed. He dehumanized this woman. He betrayed her as a human being. He was fired for this blatant bias. If the Massachusetts State Police can't trust him, how can you trust him with this investigation and with your verdict? And with Karen Reed's life. The lead investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that. That should stop you in your tracks. Wouldn't you want to hear from Michael Proctor? Wouldn't you want to hear from the lead investigator in the case? Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation. Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive, and the Commonwealth stayed away from it. Michael Proctor is no longer a Massachusetts State Police officer. He wasn't transferred. He didn't go on sabbatical. He didn't retire. He didn't resign. He was fired. He was terminated for cause. The Massachusetts State Police investigated him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just for those text messages, folks, for sharing confidential information with witnesses, and for bias. Not just any bias, bias in this case. Fired. This is the man who touched every single piece of important evidence in this case. All the evidence that was brought before you in this trial went through his hands one way or another. The shirts, the shards. Remember that when Mr. Brennan gets up and gives his closing argument. The shirts, the shards, all in Michael Proctor's possession. Mr. Brennan and the Commonwealth, I think, have pinned their hopes on some microscopic pieces of, or close to microscopic pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been scraped from the hoodie several months after the fact. What he failed to ask every single witness is who had access to that shirt and who had access to those taillight fragments. And the answer is it was Michael Proctor. Not for days, not for weeks, for months on end, for months unaccounted for, before they were submitted to the crime lab, before they were ever scraped. Just go look at the chain of custody documents. You've got them. Why didn't Michael Proctor give those clothes to Maureen Hartnett with the crime lab when she was at Canton PD just days after the fact to receive those solo cups? Remember that? Just a few days later, she was there. She drove up. She did the driving to take the solo cups in the grocery bag, which has a ridiculous aspect to it in and of itself as well. Why not just give her the shirts as well? Give her the taillight fragments if any were found at that point. Why hold on to them? What could possibly be a reason? Why wait until March to book those into evidence? Now let's talk about some of the other problems with the Commonwealth's evidence. As I indicated, there was no blood, no skin, no tissue, no DNA found on a single piece or shard of the taillight that the Commonwealth claims cut and sliced into John O'Keefe's arm. Where is that trace evidence? Where is that biological evidence? The DNA. Where is it? They've got nothing. Not a single piece that the Commonwealth wants you to believe cut up John's arm. How is that possible? It's not possible. The only way it's possible is if those shards never touched his arm, because it was a dog. Oh, and the one sample of DNA that they did find, by the way, was found on the outer smooth part of the housing. Not any shard. It was the outer smooth part of the housing. Nothing that they claim actually came in contact with John O'Keefe. Number two, that sample had DNA of two other men, two other unidentified males. That tells you that that DNA had nothing to do with a car strike. That DNA would be expected to be, John's DNA would be expected to be all over that car. Inside, outside, he had access to that car for months and months and months. He was in and out of it all the time. Show me some blood, then we'll talk. They can't, and they won't because it doesn't exist. That SUV never hit John. The hair found on the bumper. The Commonwealth really stretched its own credibility on this one. That magic little hair on the SUV supposedly survived a 37-mile drive in 47-mile-an-hour winds. But that little magic hair just clung there, just hung on. That same hair that moved in between photos in the Sally Port. Remember that? There were two photos taken, and it was either the breath of the photographer or just the movement of walking by the hair. It literally moved between the two photographs. But that hair is supposed to have hung on in a 37-mile drive in a blizzard. The only thing that hair proves that the Commonwealth is embarrassingly grasping at straws. That hair has nothing to do with anything. But it doesn't stop there. There was another revelation at trial, a big one, a huge one, and it came from a very unlikely source. Christina Hanley, the quiet, reserved criminalist who told you something the Commonwealth likely did not want revealed because it's devastating to their case. Absolutely devastating. And it's this. The glass on the bumper didn't match the cocktail glass. None of it. Remember, February 11th, Michael Proctor, without any other person with him, no witness, no supervisor, no other person with him, claims to have found a single piece of glass at the scene. February 11th, single piece of glass, Michael Proctor. Keep that in mind. Interestingly, the glass on the bumper that didn't match the cocktail glass, one piece did match one other thing. The Proctor glass. Those two go together. The only two things that go together from that bumper are the Proctor glass. We know that there's no glass in the taillight. We know that nothing else was shattered on the vehicle. Therefore, that glass had to be placed there. Didn't come from a crash. Didn't come from a cocktail glass. So how did it get sprinkled on the back of the bumper? Whose proverbial fingerprints are on that glass on the bumper? The only thing it matched was Michael Proctor. What about the Ford Edge and that snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? He observed that Ford Edge parked outside Brian Albert's house at 3:30 a.m. That vehicle was moved directly in front of where John's body was found sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. The only person connected to a car of that make and model, Brian Albert. Michael Proctor did nothing to investigate that point. Did nothing to investigate whose Ford Edge was parked in a spot specifically to block the line of sight in the exact position where John's body would be later found by Karen Reed. No one, not Michael Proctor or anybody else, checked it for evidence. No one even asked any questions about it. That Ford Edge, Brian Albert's Ford Edge, completely ignored. Michael Proctor failed to interview obvious witnesses in this case. Why? Why didn't he want to speak to the snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? Why did he falsely claim that no one plowed the roadway that morning? When police dash cam video, you saw the dash cam, it shows plows going back and forth all morning. Why did he wait so long, years even, to interview Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel, individuals who were literally outside 34 Fairview at the exact same time John and Karen arrived at Brian Albert's house that night? Brian Loughran, had he been investigated or interviewed, would have told Michael Proctor that he drove past the lawn multiple times on January 29th, and there was no body on the lawn. He would have had a perfect view. Remember, the weatherman told you there was only enough snow at that time. I think he said, in a very charming phrase, only enough snow to track a cat. I think that was it. There was no body there. Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel would have told him that they arrived at 34 Fairview shortly after Karen and John pulled up behind them, and they would have told Michael Proctor, at least Heather would have told Michael Proctor, that when she left 10 minutes later, she drove past the SUV and observed Karen Reed in the driver's side, dome light on, passenger seat empty. So where was John? He wasn't outside, wasn't sitting down, wasn't laying down. There's only one place he could be. We could all say it together if you could talk with me. He was in the house. But Michael Proctor did not want to have those answers. He did not want to have to disclose those answers. He didn't want the truth. The Commonwealth has presented a shred of evidence of when Karen Reed consumed her last drink that night. Think about that. It's critical information that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. They have to prove when her last drink was that night. They have to prove it. We don't have to prove or disprove anything. Every single witness who was asked and who had an opportunity to observe Karen that night said the same thing. She wasn't drunk. She wasn't stumbling. She wasn't slurring her words. She was, in the words of Ms. Kolakithis, completely normal. Even Jennifer McCabe, grudgingly, had to admit that fact. It's on video. Instead, they used Yuri Buchanan to try to come into court and count sips of alcohol, which he admittedly got wrong. According to Ian Whiffen, the Commonwealth's own expert, the location data, using location data on John's phone, showed Karen driving lawfully. She was driving safely. She was under the speed limit. She was slowing and stopping at stop signs, slowing around corners. And Ryan Nagel corroborated that when he saw her make that left-hand turn onto Fairview. The Commonwealth has an incredibly high burden to prove that Karen was driving under the influence. They have failed to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because it depends on when she had her last drink. What happened after she got home and she was upset with John for not coming back out of the house? That would answer that question. As you well know, no one searched the house for signs of a struggle. Not that night, not the next day. I'm talking about 34 Fairview. Not ever, not once. Not with a warrant, not with consent. They never went into the basement, the stairwells. They didn't look at the walls. They didn't look in the garage. Nothing was ever examined. Nothing was checked for blood. Nothing was checked for DNA. They didn't look for a ledged or ridged surface. Zero. You'll remember how surprised Jennifer McCabe was to recall that there was a garage door even on the house. Except this was her sister's house. She's been going to that house since she was 5. She's seen that house. She's been in and out of that house hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. She's been going to that house her entire life, and yet she acted surprised when I asked her about it. Remember Jennifer McCabe's answer when I asked her whether there was a door at the garage? I was asking her about the front door, the side door, and the garage door, and her answer was, oh, actually there is a garage door right there. Investigators never opened that door. Let's change the scenario. What if it wasn't the house of a Boston cop? What if it wasn't the house of Brian Albert? We can be certain that investigators would have torn that house apart to get answers about why a fellow police officer was laying dead on the homeowner's lawn. You can betcha. But because this was Brian Albert's house, a Boston cop, nope. And because he was a fellow cop, an insider, They didn't even open the door. That is not justice, folks. That's just pure favoritism. Each of these facts is more than a question mark. They're failures of duty. They're blank spots on a map where justice is supposed to live. And every single one is a reason why you cannot convict Karen Read. Reasonable doubt abounds. If the Commonwealth failed to investigate every reasonable alternative, how dare they come in here and ask you for a verdict? They didn't investigate the case fully, and yet they're asking you to take the easy road and do their job for them. These facts do not represent reasonable doubt. Nothing does. Every one of these facts that you're seeing that we're talking about represents reasonable doubt. Every one. The police and the prosecution are in a position to take people's liberty. It's the most dire and consequential act a civilized government can take against one of its citizens. Their obligation is not just to try to get it right. They have to convince you to the highest degree of certainty known in human affairs. They have to do it all, every bit of it, beyond any and all reasonable doubt. And they have not done that here. And how about the homeowner himself? The host, the first responder, the Boston cop, Brian Albert, who was sparring and practice fighting with Brian Higgins just minutes before John O'Keefe appeared at his house, 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, who was watching Chloe that night, the German Shepherd. Brian Albert, whose phone and his wife's phone were never secured. Brian Albert, who never came out of the house. But that doesn't mean he wasn't awake. It doesn't mean that he wasn't on his phone. Think about this. Jennifer McCabe claimed that her sister and Brian Albert both slept through this complete chaos right outside their bedroom window. But Jennifer McCabe's phone records tell a different story, and they tell the truth. She spoke with them for the better part of a minute, 38 seconds to be detailed about it, at 5:07 a.m. And then she lied about that call. Remember that? What was the reason for that call at 5:07? Was it panic? Was it a warning? We know that conversation took place at the precise time Karen left her house to go search for John, 5:07. We could answer those questions if we just had access to their phones. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. But Michael Proctor wasn't interested in their phones. Not only did he not secure their phones, he never even asked. And what about Brian Albert's dog, Chloe? A dog with a history. A dog that is, quote, not good with strangers. Dr. Russell confirmed that John's patterned injuries were from a dog, just like the dog Brian Albert owned. And then Chloe just disappeared. Not there the next morning. None of the officers that you heard from said that there was a dog in the house. They didn't see her. She was just gone. And then ultimately gotten rid of altogether. Who gets rid of their family pet? Unless they had something to hide. Michael Proctor wasn't interested in that either. And recall the group chat with the Alberts and the McCabes. They were getting their story straight. Matt McCabe, whom the Commonwealth did not call in this trial, instructed the group in that group chat, you'll recall, tell him to say the guy never came in the house. Think about that exact quote. Tell him to say the guy never came in the house. And Brian Albert, the patriarch of the family, exactly, exclamation point. He blessed it. With the truth, as we all know, you don't need to get your story straight. You don't need to tell someone what to say. It's just the truth. And what about the Google search? A Google search that Jennifer McCabe admitted having made. A Google search that was time-stamped by Celebrite at 2:27 a.m. A Google search that read, Hoslong to die in cold. It is uncontested and undisputed that that search was deleted. If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why does Jennifer McCabe have to lie about it? Why delete it? If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why create a false story about Karen screaming Google hypothermia? That's just a fabrication. That's just a made-up fact. And by the way, if someone does tell you Google hypothermia, Why would you Google how long it takes to die in cold? Wouldn't you just Google hypothermia? Jennifer McCabe enlisted Carrie Roberts to help shift the blame to Karen. Why go to that much effort unless you're trying to cover for something? Keep in mind the entire foundation of her claim that Karen said Google hypothermia is this fantasy about Karen screaming it at the location, at the scene. That's her entire excuse. But that story went completely off the rails when Carrie Roberts admitted that she perjured herself to back up Jennifer McCabe's false story. That was a dramatic moment in court. It's an admission of perjury, and you don't see that very often in a courtroom. That tells you everything you need to know about the character and quality of the prosecution's case and their witnesses. Lying and perjury and admitting to it. A fundamental tenet of any investigation is to ensure that witnesses are independent and not influenced by other witnesses. You start by separating the witnesses. Michael Proctor did none of that in this case, and we see the results. Think back to Jennifer McCabe's own text messages with Carrie Roberts. About Carrie Roberts, not with Carrie Roberts, notably. What Carrie Roberts didn't know was at the time she was being interviewed by the police, Jennifer McCabe was in real time. She was bragging about having influenced Carrie's testimony or her statements to the Alberts and the McCabes. Quote, she's telling them everything, all the stuff. Remember that timeline that we talked about with Jennifer McCabe? That's what she was referring to. She's telling him everything that Jennifer McCabe had put in Carrie Roberts' timeline. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that Karen Reed made a statement at the location, at the scene. I hit him. I'm sure you'll hear that from the prosecution in their final arguments. But their own witnesses contradict that. Jennifer McCabe admitted on cross-examination that her very first statement to law enforcement, confirmed that Karen didn't say anything. She asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? The physics and the science answer that question. Could you have hit him? No, you couldn't have. Sergeant Buchanan also testified that the only statements Karen Reed made at the scene, according to his conversations with the first responders, was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It wasn't a confession. It was confusion. And Dr. Russell explained that confusion. She told you why Karen Reed or anybody in that position might ask those questions. She was suffering from extreme grief reaction, which according to the evidence can last for years. Even her medical records confirm that diagnosis. It's common to ask those questions in grief. It's common to ask those types of questions in shock. You're trying to make sense out of the nonsensical in the moment. And the Commonwealth has tried to twist those words into a confession. There is no evidence that any officer at the scene ever heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. Not a single police officer at the scene came in to support the Commonwealth's claim. It's not on video. It's not on audio. It's not in a single police report. It's not in a single EMT or EMS report. Nowhere. The fact is, Karen never said, I hit him. You saw the video. Multiple officers were right there. She simply never said it. What did Jennifer McCabe do and not do when she got to 34 Fairview? She would have you believe, I want to set the scene for you, that she's confronted out of the blue with John O'Keefe's lifeless body. Her friend, John O'Keefe. He's bruised and battered. He's bleeding. His eyelid is cut. His nose is bleeding. Karen is screaming at the top of her lungs. Carrie is screaming back to Karen, shut up! Both women begin crying. Both women are giving CPR. There's chaos everywhere. It's building in the yard, just feet from Brian Albert's house. Brian Albert's window. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:07 with all this chaos going on. No answer. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:08 with all this chaos and bedlam going on. Still no answer. No lights come on in the house. In the midst of all this screaming and this chaos, Brian Albert doesn't come outside. Nicole Albert doesn't come outside during this maelstrom. And yet, Jennifer McCabe never goes inside to check on her sister. There's literally no signs of life inside the house. And Jennifer McCabe doesn't take a step inside that house to check on her family. Why is that? Does that make any sense? Everyone would sprint inside the house to make sure that there's no one in there that was hurt or injured or, God forbid, dead. Everyone would do that. But not Jennifer McCabe. The only way that makes sense is if Jennifer McCabe already knew that Brian and Nicole were just fine. That's the only reasonable explanation. And the only way she would know that they were fine is if she knew what happened. But Michael Proctor never explored this incredibly suspicious behavior. Don't you have questions? This would give anyone reasonable doubt. And don't you have questions also about Brian Higgins? Michael Proctor certainly didn't. Higgins had been sending flirtatious and romantic texts to John's girlfriend, Karen Reed. You'll remember I asked Sergeant Buchanan a simple question. Were those texts flirtatious in nature? He refused to answer that simple question. Do you remember that? Quote, I'm not comfortable putting a label on that, end quote. We read the texts. It's not a secret. Of course they were flirtatious. Of course they were romantic in nature. The reason he refused to answer that simple question is telling. It's because these flirtatious texts establish a motive for Brian Higgins. Sergeant Buchanan could not bring himself to tell the truth. His bias was on full display. He was covering for another cop. Investigators also ignored Higgins' suspicious late-night visit to the Canton Police Department. That was after a night of drinking, by the way. Why didn't they investigate this? What was so important that Higgins needed to go to the police station at that time, 1:30 in the morning, while drunk, by the way? Why weren't they interested in those facts? Remember, he's an ATF agent. He's a cop, a member of the Blue Wall, and best friends with Brian Albert. He would know that the CPD would be the first to get the call when someone reported John missing or injured. He would know what to look for, what to listen for, to determine if a report had been made and when and what the response was going to be. You saw the skulking through the hallways with his hood up, moving bags between cars, and of course, that late night mysterious phone call on his cell phone, a phone that you don't have and that you'll never see. All of that, and Michael Proctor never gave him a second look. All of that, and the Commonwealth, who's supposed to be after the truth, didn't call him to the stand. If you have any unanswered questions about Brian Higgins, that's reasonable doubt. The police didn't interview Brian Higgins on January 29th, 2022, but he was at the police station, as we've just seen. You heard evidence that Higgins and Chief of Police Kenny Berkowitz, also good friends, were in the Sallyport together with the SUV for a, quote, wildly long time. Kelly Dever, another Boston cop, told you that. She also told law enforcement agents that she found it, quote, weird that Higgins could have access to that very sensitive evidence, the SUV. Folks, there is never a situation in which a witness, a potential suspect even, should be given access to the evidence in a case. But that's exactly what happened here. Higgins was given unfettered access to that SUV and its taillight nearly immediately, according to Kelly Dever's statement to law enforcement. And it was at that exact time, the exact moment that Higgins would be in that Sallyport, that the 42 minutes of the Sallyport video is just missing. It's just gone, vanished. Well, that's convenient. Now put in context the condition of that taillight when it was actually seized in Dighton. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. I ask you to compare and contrast Officer Kelly Dever, her attitude, her demeanor. That's all for you to judge. Her attitude, her demeanor, her truthfulness, her motives from the witness stand. Compare and contrast that to Sergeant Nick Barrows. Who's more believable? Officer Barrows is unattached to any of the players in this grand play directed by Michael Proctor. He's truly independent. And what did he tell you? Was the taillight, he was asked, was the taillight in this condition when Michael Proctor picked up that SUV at 412? His answer? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It was cracked, but not completely damaged, not smashed out like that. So how did the taillight get cracked? How did it end up in the condition where it was cracked, as Officer Barrows saw it, but not completely damaged? Well, you don't have to guess. There's a video. Just watch. That's how it got cracked. And Judson Welcher's own recreation confirms it. Look at the contact. That's from the Commonwealth's expert. And that further is confirmed by the fact that there were no taillight pieces found in any of the initial searches conducted at the scene. 2 searches, 50-foot area searched. Not a single fragment was found until after Michael Proctor had access to and control of that SUV and its taillight. What does that say about the character and quality of this case? It's revealing what happened here at trial. One of the most dramatic moments probably of the trial, Kelly Dever. How can you trust this investigation when you saw how far a police officer will go? You had a front row seat to the power of police manipulation and police corruption, a front row seat. Kelly Dever was interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency, not a friendly department, not Boston Police Department, not Michael Proctor's MSP, a different independent agency. She told those law enforcement agents in a formal interview that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Kenneth Berkowitz alone in the Sallyport with the SUV. She was detailed, she was clear, she was unequivocal, she remembered the specifics, she recalled how it made her feel, quote, weird. She recalled how long Higgins spent, a quote, wildly long time, as she described. These are all incredible details to tell law enforcement. She couldn't have been clearer, she couldn't have been more specific. But then she's put on a witness list and she's subpoenaed by the defense. Oh boy. Then this rookie cop was called up to the police commissioner's office, the same commissioner that was the boss of Brian Albert. They have a meeting, a private meeting, and he says, wink, wink, nod, nod, we support you, Officer Dever. What else was said in that meeting? What else is reasonable to believe was said in that meeting? She claimed she couldn't remember. She claimed not to remember if he instructed her to do the right thing. But the commissioner of the Boston Police Department certainly said something to this rookie cop, and all of a sudden, that detailed, unambiguous, unequivocal statement to law enforcement became, what did she say? A false memory. Not I didn't say it. She admitted she said it. She admitted she detailed the entire story. She just said, it's a false memory. What? So she's called to the commissioner's office to make sure that she would do the right thing. That's why she was called. And now we know what that means. In her words, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. I'll quote that again. Quote, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. You bet it does. That's how it works. And that's how we got here. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you trust the Commonwealth's case? Can you trust their witnesses? Can you trust their evidence? And here are a few of the highlights. A video that was played in a courtroom and sold as accurate. Turns out it was completely inverted, flipped backward, completely false. The test that formed the basis of their entire theory of the case. Watch closely as Dr. Welcher stands as a surrogate. Is that a righteous test, or is that a manipulation? Dr. Welcher tried to deceive and fool you by leaning into the car, manipulating the results of his own test. When the truth was revealed by Dr. Rentschler, the Commonwealth spent the next hour cross-examining him about how that test was meaningless. It actually didn't mean anything. Well, that's convenient now that we realize that it was a manipulated test, and it actually does mean nothing. It didn't represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. That's what was suggested. That test does not represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. Really? Then why was Dr. Welcher playing dress-up in John O'Keefe's clothes, or identical clothes to John O'Keefe, when he was holding a glass? Why was he holding the glass right behind the vehicle? And why was he standing with his right arm oriented to the right rear taillight if he wasn't trying to recreate the circumstance that is the Commonwealth's entire theory? The Commonwealth stood up here with a straight face and told you they weren't trying to suggest that that's how John was hit by the car. Of course they were trying to suggest that's their theory of the case. They only abandoned it 2 days ago when it was revealed by our experts that it's physically impossible. That silent witness, that science, that physics has become very pesky to the Commonwealth because there was no collision. Dr. Welcher also told you under oath that there were no x-rays taken of John's arm. He tried to deceive you into believing that John's arm might have been broken. I don't know. I didn't see any x-rays, so I can't tell you what the damage was inside the arm. Really? The Commonwealth has had those x-rays in their possession for 3 years. And again, it took the defense to bring out the truth. The x-rays do not fit the Commonwealth's theory, so you weren't shown. And Dr. Welcher wasn't going to admit it. And my goodness, then we get to the sweatshirt. That was a moment. Mr. Brennan stood here in front of you and dramatically held up John's sweatshirt, not just to the witness, but to you, and asked Dr. Wolf about it multiple times. Specifically, while it was in that plexiglass, asked Dr. Wolf about the multiple holes in the back of the sweatshirt. He interrupted Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Wolf started to look at the sweatshirt and say, well, and he said, how about here? Here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, dramatically tapping on that plexiglass. It was clear what the suggestion was, that the holes in the back of John's sweatshirt were from January 29th. That's the impression that was expected to be left with you. That's the impression that he wanted to leave with you. And that's false. The truth is, the Commonwealth created those holes. They aren't holes from road rash. They weren't made on January 29th. Those are cuttings from the Commonwealth's own crime lab, folks. That's what those holes are. And even with 3 prosecutors, all 3 of them, sitting right there in the room at the time, it had to be the defense to correct that record, to bring out the truth. If we hadn't done that, what impression would you folks have been left with? That's more than negligence. That's dangerous. It's dangerous. I'm going to guess that Mr. Brennan's not going to say much about this, about the fraud that was attempted on you. And if he doesn't, that speaks louder than any concocted excuse that the Commonwealth might come up with. It's shameful. It's shameful. We are after the truth in this courtroom. You're entitled to it. Demand it. Why would the Commonwealth stoop to a stunt like that? It's desperation. They know what you now know, what their experts know. There was no collision. So now we've reached the final moments of the trial, and you've seen the facts and you've seen the evidence, and we've just talked about dozens and dozens and dozens of facts that are reasonable doubt. Each one of them are reasonable doubts. These facts, these note cards that you're looking at, piled high, one on top of another, literally stacks and stacks of them covering the table. As you mentally sift through those cards, realize that every one of them is a massive hole in the Commonwealth's case. Every single one of the note cards represents a hole in the Commonwealth's case. If you're holding mentally even one of those cards, you're holding reasonable doubt, folks. You're holding a not guilty verdict. Reasonable doubt is not a sliding scale. It's a wall. If the Commonwealth cannot get over every one of these dozens of walls, you have to acquit Karen Read. The truth is, Karen Read is not guilty. Not because of technicalities, but because the facts, the law, the science, the physics, the data, they all say so. They demand it. The Commonwealth does not have a theory about how John was hit by the car. They haven't even shown you that it's possible that he was hit by a car. And the reason they haven't is because it's not possible that he was hit by a car. There was no collision. Your job is not to do their job, their burden entirely. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist. All you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with a truthful representation. They failed to prove the essence of their case, that John was even hit by a car to begin with. They failed to prove any intent on the part of Karen Read because she has none. They failed to investigate the actual suspects in this case. They failed to present the lead investigator to you. They failed to justify the perjured testimony that you heard discussed in this case. They failed to hold accountable an officer who came in here and lied to you and claimed false memories so she could do the right thing to cover for a fellow cop or cops. They failed to maintain a fair and unbiased and honest investigation. They failed to present you with the truth. And this is what you get. An investigation that's riddled with errors and omissions and a rush to judgment and conflicted and corrupted from the start. Every part of it. That is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. How can they ask you to be morally certain based on this evidence? It's a tragedy. When the government fails so completely, so catastrophically, when there are dozens and dozens of points of reasonable doubt on the table, your duty, your oath is clear. Your sworn obligation under the law is to acquit Karen Read, not just because you can, because you must. Justice demands it. Do not let the Commonwealth get away with this. Don't let them get away with this. Do not endorse and sanction an investigation that is broken and corrupted top to bottom. But just as importantly, do not let Michael Proctor get away with it. And make no mistake about it, folks. If you convict Karen Read of anything, if you convict her of anything, science, the physics, the data, they lose. But tragically, Michael Proctor wins. Remember his texts. Something stinks. Yeah, but serious charges will be brought on the girl. She's fucked. Could you ever say to yourself, this is justice? The fact is there was no collision. A car did not kill John O'Keefe. So I ask you, let your voice be heard, not in whispers, but in truth. Let the community feel through your verdict that justice cannot be bent and that it will not be buried. Find Karen Read not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. John O'Keefe was 46 years old. 46 years old. He spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community. Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man. He helped people. When his niece and nephew had nobody, he took them in. He took them in. John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 29th, 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. He needed help from somebody else. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Reed in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying, and he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously. Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world, but to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Reed. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard, she made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. Before I go through and detail the evidence, let's talk a little bit about the evidence as a whole. She was drunk. She was drinking that night. She was drinking McCarthy's with John. She was drinking at the waterfall. Her blood was taken with samples of a retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk. She hit him. The timeline in this case is beyond dispute. You can accuse, assault, characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data is data. The black box, the forensics from the SD card, we know exactly step by step where they were. We know in that window, she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data, the temperature on the battery of the cell phone, the physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. And then she left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture, counter coup. You heard all about it when the back of your head hits the ground and the brain comes forward. Dr. Wolf told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have this care. That's why they have these hospitals. But you gotta get help. You gotta get help. And if you don't, you develop symptoms, ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, your brain swells, and you die. She was drunk. And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get to the drinking, in some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night, because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And you heard a little bit about what that relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece, told you, when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described to you one time, to get away from the scene, he walked into his bedroom. But the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of the fight. Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outward appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages, not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over. The tensions are simmering beneath the surface. They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You will read them, you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end. And so fast forward that night. That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And they drink a lot. So Keefe drinks a lot and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen the McCarthy videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the mixed drinks, more shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Could we have slide 1, please? At the waterfall bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting him. That's him and Mr. Higgins. Barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe. In the celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and said, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
My alcohol intake's probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest at the time. It tasted just like all soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet, the roads were very quiet, you can see on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I had to during this driveway, I always very extra slow, so I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving.
Thank you. Do you think she drank when she got home? When they leave the Waterfall Bar at 12:12, you see a video, you have it in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Albert's home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian in the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher, took the data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, you don't like what he says, don't attack the data, attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key, critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found it recently. And it was that SD card. The SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Ms. Reed is driving drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said it at the beginning, it is a historian. It doesn't suffer from bias, it doesn't suffer from prejudice, it doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has data on it. And he puts on Waze, high location data, as Ian Whiff would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship. And then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost. And when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Could I have slide 4, please?
Very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And so as they travel to 34 Fairview, under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication, we have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that a little, please. And it shows you with the healthcare data, it registers as flights climbed, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, if you could move down to this film. And then the bottom left, that's 34 Fairview. You can see second by second the circles of their route, even the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is, that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. Is a 3-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the 3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We can have all the arguments we want. They're there, they're together. The data matches up perfectly, perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for 2 reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection before it goes down to the right, they meet. They let Karen Reed go first. They follow behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Miss Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. They didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Ms. Mason and Ms. Nagel said they're there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes, they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because Ms. Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down. She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car, and we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, or on the other side, the dome light is on. And then you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. and he moves to 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high frequency data because waves are shut off. Now it's more random, it's low frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone, at that point, you can tell exactly where John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he was always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles and come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole. But that in itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves to 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact, could he even get to the door in 75 feet? Could he get there? Because when the investigator for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. He never stopped at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data. 20 seconds of his life, and he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing, it could be a straight line, it could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail and every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, Jen McCabe. And he looks at the text message and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassioned, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas after banging it into reverse. Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here. I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Cannone will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple of things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the facts of this case with the charges against Miss Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous. It is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Miss Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove and what we have proven from the evidence in this case of second-degree murder is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes, did her conduct create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death? Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse, and that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she is guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about this. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, impulsive, is on a bridge and they see cars going by and they have a boulder and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break, the thrill. And when they throw that boulder off the bridge and it comes down and lands on the car, and there's somebody, passenger, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car, did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you that is second-degree murder. The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she operate her Lexus wantonly and recklessly in a way that would very likely result in serious injury? When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton, it is reckless. And any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene, knowingly causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34 Fairview Road where we left. We know from the text stream data that you drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet. 80 feet. Over 80 feet. Now, nobody has ever suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when she collided with them. This data doesn't tell you collision. It's a 6,000-pound Lexus. It's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that 10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever Mr. DeSorgo wants, he stops moving. John O'Keefe stops moving forever. Forever. Have slide 6, please. You'll get to see this more closely, and you can't probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie, and you will see acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night. Anger, although not necessary in any of these charges, anger can be inferred for somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless, that obvious, likely to create a plain and strong likelihood of death. That data tells a story that can't be changed, can't be attacked. ARCA, they did some crash tests on me. Do you know what else they do? Text stream data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing. Take that down, please. When Miss Reed hits John O'Keefe, collides with John O'Keefe, we don't know if he went in the air a foot. We don't know if it was how much of a clip it was. We don't know if he stumbled back, but we know there's a collision. There's no doubt there's a collision because her taillight's all over the yard. It's all over the yard. And when he falls back and he hits the back of his head, his basal fracture, he's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her taillight all over the yard. All over the yard. It's called the debris field. And you've seen videos. You can't replicate the exact contact. You can't because you need where the person was hit, how fast the person was going, but you know what happened because when you look at the debris field, when a light is broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard. It's no different. She leaves him behind. She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home. And on her way home, you know she's still angry. You know she's still angry because she starts leaving him voicemails. Slide 7, please. Healthcare starts at 12:31:56. 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 is the data which is adjusted when you reconcile the clocks in the Lexus. 12:32:09 is when Mr. O'Keefe closes his phone after looking at Jen McCabe's text. 12:32:16 is his last steps. Mr. DeSorgo says that red range should move a little bit, 2 or 3 seconds. They can move it 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It doesn't matter. It's all in the same window. It doesn't change. We could have slide 10, please. Could you play that, please? Thank you. Each one of those pegs represents 10 feet. You can't place that car where it was in front of Fairview. You just can't. The data doesn't tell you that, but that tells you the movements of that car. Now, as John O'Keefe sadly lays on the ground, abandoned, you're going to have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, leaving scene knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness. There was a guide. And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. And that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself. She tells you that she knew. Could we have slide 8, please?
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been? I mean,
I don't know what that could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo, and I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come up and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone and I ran over his foot and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
When she left Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded. But she knew she'd hit him. She knew she'd hit him. And so when she made her way back home, not only did she leave debris field all over the front lawn, but she took evidence with her too. Hair, DNA on the taillight, and she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33, just a minute and a half later. And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. 53 phone calls that night. 53 phone calls. Not one to 911. Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls. Slide 12, please. Can you play voice no one, please? The calls keep coming. Cell phone temperature, 72 degrees. He's been outside now, not moving, on that cold, hard ground with his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body, the cold ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so is John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees at 12:45. It is plummeting. Ian Whiffen's taking a phone and putting it in a freezer, not a same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe was in the house, absurd. 66 turns to 61 is 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in at a party. He's not wrestling with Brian Higgins. He's not in a fight. If he's in a fight, his cell phone would be moving. There would be healthcare data. There'd be steps. If he got into the house in 20 seconds and his cell phone is found under his body the next day, then how would he get back outside? There would be more steps because this phone is working. The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it. It's registering everything. The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house. His phone never moves again. Voicemail number 3, please. Listen to this.
John, I'm the only fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
Did you hear that? Nobody knows where you are. It is 12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information. Nobody's called her. You'll see her phone records. And she says, nobody knows where you are? She knows. She knows. Nobody does know where he is. Except her. Except her. Why is she asking nobody knows who you are? She is starting to get panicked because she knows she hit him. Not suggesting she meant to kill him. for him to die, but she knows she hit him, and now he's not responding, and she's getting nervous, and she's getting anxious, and she's leaving call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting, she could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move for a while. But she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. Take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, "Where's John?" She doesn't call Brian Higgins, has his number, has been texting with him. "Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight?" She knows exactly where she is, and she's frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee, that young girl at the time, and she says, she's panicked, she can't understand what she's saying. "Call Jen McCabe. Call Jen McCabe." Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? "When did he leave the house? What happened last night?" No. She calls and says, "I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall." See, now it's gone from panic to self-preservation. "I left him at the waterfall." And Jen says, "Left him at the waterfall? He saw you in front of the house." Click. Hangs up. Hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Carrie Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see. But someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, "Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow." Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words? Because she knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle, and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus for another big vehicle. "I think he got hit by a plow." And so now we have the introduction of Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that for what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night in a blizzard out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe. And when she calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out, this soccer mom with a perfectly normal life gets drawn into this whole farce, and she answers that call. She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself in that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Carrie Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Carrie Roberts, separately at that time, answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help, because they have a common denominator, a common bond, John O'Keefe. And so you hear and see at 5:07, the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves. And Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welch just showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump, you can see the pieces missing, no taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the taillight has already been broken, because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light, the brakes are. You take a look, you'll be able to slow it down. You'll see the exact same piece is missing, because it's back at Fairview. That's why it's missing. It's not there, it's back at Fairview. And then she leaves at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's about, 5:35. 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where does she go in 28 minutes? Where does she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, out of her mind, screaming, waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down, can't understand her, going out to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out and had a drink and fell asleep on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere on the way by? Did she just see death? Kerry Roberts comes, take charge kind of person. She pulls him behind. She sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway, and she decides she's going to commandeer this. We're going to the back to Meadows. You're going to follow me, leave the car, I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Kerry don't know each other. They've only met once. And they go back to Meadows. They obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview. And then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking. And you heard from Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, they're looking out the window. They can't see a thing. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview, and this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way past towards 34 Fairview, they get close. And when they get close, they can see nothing. But the defendant screams, "Stop, let me out." And they look around and they say, "What? Let me out, let me out." She does not see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find them because she knows where she left him. She tells us. Slide 13, please.
Driving Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you probably know this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
Thank you. A weird shaped lump in a blizzard, and you equate that to John O'Keefe? A weird shaped lump, not like a bush, and that is John O'Keefe? She tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to Mr. O'Keefe, Kerry and Karen, and she's upset, there's no doubt. I am not for a second trying to deprive her of the unrest and the trauma that is happening at this scene. Doesn't change what happened before, but I appreciate the trauma. And they're trying to help him. And guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian with him, data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data, he has not moved since that 22nd, hasn't moved. They start shaking him. You're going to see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. All night. Nobody else. Her. And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of glass stuck in his nose. And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. But remember that. Piece of glass, pulls it out, blood spurts out. That's what she says. As they try to help John, Jen is calling 911. They would like you to believe there's a conspiracy. That the glass that's found in Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the Albert House. The glass, well, you will hear in the clips. If we don't play it, you'll have all the clips with you. She talks about the fact that he took her walker. He took the glass. She says it. So the Albert House, they don't need to give the glass. He already has the glass with the straw that's later found on the street, by the way. That's what happens on an impact. Things move. The glass comes with him, lands near his body. Debris field moves past him. Shoe, hat, straw. Jen McKay makes a call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a cell-right record is not the same as a call detail record. There's no evidence. It was a conversation. No lights go on. There's no conspiracy. You can call somebody. It can ring. It can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there's a conversation between Jen McCabe, the person who was ripped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe see their best friend prone, lifeless, frozen on the ground. And they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this. When they're trying to help John, there is not one suggestion from anybody that John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time does anybody say, what time did he leave? I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it because it never, ever happened. When they find their friend John, he's not 20 feet off the side of the road like Mr. Rentschler or Mr. Wolf thinks. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb. Could we have slide 14, please? You can see there's Kerry Roberts' vehicle, and then on the left, you can see where they're working. Right off the road, that's not 20 feet. That is a clip, a stumble, and a fall. And remember when John fell, there wasn't snow. It was just the beginning of a dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. And remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? Causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the glass in the nose? The glass in the nose. See on the bottom left, that's where the Canton Police Department found the glass that he took from the car, from the waterfall. And then exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass, the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe, was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8-10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw I asked you to take a look at that picture when we're leaving the waterfall at 12:12, the black straw in the drink on the street. Collision, glass, nose, straw, back, hits his head. You play the clip on the left, please. 59.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
169, please.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And it just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you've heard from some of them, they were born to help people. That's what their life is about. The detail on all their mechanics, getting to work 2 hours early below the blizzard so that you're there on time so you can help people. These are the core of our community. Mr. Nuttall, this is what he does. He rushes to go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody, but to him, it's another human being. This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder, this is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. Do you think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back? And so they tell you what happens at the scene. Some things, hard to remember, some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident, sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy Nuttall remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. She is now coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him. She clipped him. She didn't think he was mortally wounded. She panicked. She can't come to terms with it, so she has to bring people with her to face it. And now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. Not did I hit him, could I hit him, perhaps I hit him. That was earlier. Now she's recognizing what she did. I hit him. And these people are making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer or in on a conspiracy. Or is it that these good people who went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help happen to remember that she admitted what she had done? I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece of that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is you have independent core people who hear her say, I hit him. And the attempt is to portray everybody as a liar. But you don't have to rely just on these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
So I must have said was, did I hit him? I always said I hit him, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement explaining I said it?
Thank you. I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself. She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself she hit him. It's undeniable, it's unmistakable, it's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall and Miss McLaughlin hear exactly that. She tells you. And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Miss McLaughlin, she tells you that she saw or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her in the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into a storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity to say that? And now we know that the defendant herself said the same thing. And the funny thing, the ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Miss McLaughlin, firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Miss McCabe was next to her. Miss McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things. The villain of the story was trying to help the defendant from incriminating herself. The irony. Can we have slide 9, please? This is the battery temperature. You're going to have a chance to look at it. If it wasn't so tragic, it is interesting. It is interesting if you like data. The 29, 12, 13, they're leaving the waterfall, 82 degrees, 12:22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12:37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe, it started to go down to 72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61, and you see it drop and steady off at 12 or 136. Remember, cell phone battery under him. John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed. And the blood's still warm either way under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06. It drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him. The cold air is hitting the battery. What happens at 6:15? You're going to see the video. You've seen it. Still photos. Kerry Roberts goes over, picks up the phone. Not only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next reading, the temperature rises. That's not convenient. That's not a coincidence. That's fact. That's data. And then the phone is passed, put in a warm environment, and it raises up. 6:15. How can someone conspire to pick up a phone on the side of the yard that was under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then going to rise? Not only did the battery temperature rise, when you look at the healthcare data, at 6:15 when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data. So, while they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in a cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS. Her hands aren't working. She's trying to type in what's happening during that time. It's a frantic scene. She tells you that. The defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her, never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for her friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that is being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified as a murderer, a soccer mom who came to help. It took Ian Whiffen 5 minutes to show you a live demonstration on how simple that works. That she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions over time. You user can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolfram Archer knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this. As they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:27. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 2:27, look the other way. Don't look at what she did. Former Trooper Proctor, look the other way. Don't look at her. Every time they make those, oh, she got the glass from inside the Alberts, maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the data. And it all leads to one person. There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her herself. Let's talk about Mr. Proctor. You were invoked with this emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word. Try to evoke that primal reaction, disgust. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the data. He was terminated. He paid a penalty. He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't get a free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Remember, Trooper McKennick was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't. But that does not change, doesn't create a conspiracy, doesn't invent a dog. It doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's unfair. And if there was a penalty more than being fired, well, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with the justice in this case. It just doesn't. There's not one piece of evidence, not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted. This was distorted. Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce 3 of the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. Understanding those text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments. Not that there was any evidence of tampering, not that there was any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't put that evidence before you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case. We don't need Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I didn't introduce that evidence to you. Now, there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper Buchanan and Mr. Proctor did not go down to Dighton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house inadvertently, they didn't even know it, the dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper Proctor's still in his pajamas. He's not even on the case. He's not even on the scene. He hasn't been near the car. And then the Dighton videos themselves, when you close it, you can take it at an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing. It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please? .507. You can play any angle you want, but if you look at this angle, it's gone. You know, plant is already gone. You know where it is? 34 Fairview Road, on the refield. January 29, 2022, Portugal House, E23. Look at the right-hand side. Look at the left-hand side. It's packed with snow. It's gone. It's gone. And the same thing when you do the videos, it's a different angle, a little smaller. If you play that and watch the lights go up and down and slow it down, you'll see it expands. It's gone. So when you have Dighton Officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw in the salad bar, couldn't have been it. You got to ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case? A lot of attention on this case, a lot of people watching. Comes in after, of course, driving all the way out to the defense attorney's hotel to meet in a conference room so he can get a subpoena. He spends 2 hours driving up and back so that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail. And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely not. And then he claims at the last time he testified, he had made the same statement. I showed him his transcript. And did you see the redness creep over his face? He never said this before. In fact, he testified to the opposite. And so he sits on the stand with a new story after a meeting. We don't know why, but then I show him that bottom right photo with the snow, with it missing. And I say, is this the way it looked? That's, of course, before the snow melts out in the salad port so that you can see it unexposed. And he says, yes, he had to agree. This taillight was gone. There's no boogeyman. There's no plant. There's no Higgins at the salad port. There's no one tearing out pieces. In fact, remember I played you a clip and you'll have it where the defendant says, I was picking out pieces, it was crashed in, the bulb was showing, when I was showing Kerry and Jen, when they went back to Meadows. If you don't remember, listen to that clip, you'll hear it. Unfortunately, there's no ring video when they go back to Meadows. There's a ring video when she leaves. There's no ring video when she gets back. And so now when we're trying to look the other way, we want to find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell, according to her, nice woman, nice doctor, very accomplished. I respect that. She's the only dog expert in the world. The thing is, we know no idea what that expertise means. She volunteers for the job. She wants to be here, her profile, but she can't explain the methodology. What are you looking for in a dog bite? She can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth, and then it's claws, then it's teeth, then it's I don't know. And then when you look at each of the different parts of the abrasions, she says, well, I can't tell if I look at each one of them, but all together it's a dog bite. It's a dog attack. That is the masterful expertise that the defense has bragged about bringing in. Dr. Russell telling you, because she says this is a dog bite. She has never been in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time she's ever done it. And what she says is these are not punctures. Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. There's no punctures. And she's sure because she's an expert, so you should rely on her because she's coming in saying she's an expert and she's being presented. Yet, after saying there's no punctures, Dr. LaPosada comes in and she sees punctures everywhere. It's an animal attack. It's a dog. Oh, is it? No method, no methodology, no history of this, no prior testimony that we know of other than arbitrarily what she says. And she says the exact opposite of Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen? So obviously, there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail. They give us nothing that we should rely on. They contradict each other. It's just to get you to look the other way. And so we have now the issue of the defense has said over and over again, there's no collision. There's no collision. There's no collision. And they had a number of witnesses come in to try to say that. And they point to Dr. Scotty Bello, who works at the medical examiner's office. She tells you that she doesn't see injuries consistent with a collision. She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop. It continued for 2 years. She knows nothing about the data, nothing about the black box, nothing about the interviews of Miss Reed. She doesn't know about the DNA. She doesn't know about the shards in the arm or in the clothes. Strike that in the clothes. She knows nothing about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body injuries. She didn't see any lower extremity injuries, which are very common in car collisions. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen because she, in 90 days, saw a fraction of the information. A fraction. And we know now, argument back and forth for days about lower body injuries, the suggestion is a car accident can affect everybody differently depending on the angle, the scope, the speed. Some people can get plowed over by a car and have no injuries. Some people can get touched lightly and have more injuries. And there was the debate about no lower body injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that in their dummy test that you can have a collision with no lower body injuries. They did that for us. Thank you. And so the idea that at the time in 90 days that she doesn't have enough information to say consistent with a car accident doesn't mean there's no car accident. Let me talk a little bit about ARCA. I don't want to waste too much time with them. What expert who's supposed to come to you, they're not the arbiter of truth. Their opinions weigh no more than yours. Your common sense has more value than an expert's opinion. Their job is to assist you to explain what their expertise is so that it's a tool for you so that you can make a decision. That's objectivity. We've heard words like confirmation bias, objectivity. Mr. Wolf got on the stand, and before we even started, you have to ask yourself, what expert has a court order for text messages and then deletes the text messages? What expert, what objective expert uses Signal, an encrypted app, to communicate about the case? Never used it before, hasn't used it since. And so when he did his tests, he used a lower weight arm. Wasn't trying to bash him, wasn't trying to insult him, tried to get him just to recognize that a 9.38 pound arm is less weight than John O'Keefe's metric, which would be 11.8. That's all. And because it's a lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic. It's basic. And he fought me over and over again. Did he seem objective that he was trying to help you? Because Dr. Renshaw came in the next day and said, well, you have to adjust for that. That's all I asked him for an hour about adjusting, just like Judge Welcher adjusted. Do you adjust it? And he tried to talk to me like I was making something up. His own colleague had to admit it. Now, it's funny, he admitted it before he got through his credentials. No sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell on her limo ride over? If Brendan asks you a question, make sure you ask for a transcript. Impede the progress. Slow down the questioning. Interfere. Sequestration orders is so there's fundamental fairness for all witnesses, not just some. And so what happens with Dr. Renshaw, we don't know, but we do know he comes in here and he tells you that he was not getting information that was helping him the last time he testified. He insisted. I asked him 5 times, was he getting information that would help him in his testimony? Not from the defense, from his former employer. He said, no, no, no. And at the end of the examination, he reads his transcript and it's yes, yes, yes. And he tells us that he's independent and objective. I asked him about a luncheon, not a big deal, just ask him about it. And he says, I have a sandwich and I stand in the corner until I remind him that we got video footage from a documentarian and he's in one of the scenes. And then things change. So when you talk about objectivity and who to trust, they can come in and say, Judge Welcher said this and that. It doesn't make it so. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never in any report, in any presentation, in any testimony to you, ever suggested this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his feet was. He was trying to show whether or not the orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all that test was. It was no more. But what they do is they reposture it, repackage it, and say it means this when it doesn't, and we're going to show you why it's not that, therefore we win. That's all that is. It's semantics. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never suggested that. And his work on text stream data, unassailable. And so what we have, inevitably, is we have a timeline that never moves, data that never changes, physical evidence that can't be put in that spot without a collision. We have, inevitably, proof, without any doubt, that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed was with Mr. O'Keefe and she got drunk. She drank. She was 2 to 3 times over the legal limit. And they went to a party, an after party, and they were fighting. It was a relationship in decline, and he got out of the car, and he had a brief window of life left. And when he got out, and she drove away, she couldn't let it go. She got drunk, she hit him, she left him to die. It's that simple. We don't know exactly how this collision happened, but we have a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it happened. Can someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Could I have slide 19, please? You bet they can. We don't know if this is the body position. We don't know if this is the exact speed, but what it tells us, this is viable. Look at the debris field. Look at his turn. Remember his sneaker on that curve that got lodged against the sneaker? Mr. O'Keefe then falls back, hits his head, counter coup, left to die. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt what happened that night. There is no doubt who did it. You have a very difficult task ahead of you when you consider the evidence and you consider the law. Very difficult. There are 3 charges. There is second-degree murder. Ms. Reed, when she chose to drive back at Mr. O'Keefe in that night with a 6,000-pound Lexus, in that anger, 75%, Whether she meant to hit him or not, didn't mean to kill him, she hit him. Strengths, it is a plain and strong likelihood of death. You would never get back down your driveway if your kids were at the end of the driveway. You'd say, what, are you going to kill somebody? You would never do it because you would expect, if you drove at them at that speed, that someone would die. That's second-degree murder. OUI manslaughter, she's drunk, she was reckless. She doesn't have to know she hit him. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. But she did. She did. And she left a man who was kind and generous and thoughtful. She left him alone. She left him alone to die. Could I have slide 22, please? He is not an it. John O'Keefe is not a body. John O'Keefe was not a buffalo on a prairie. John O'Keefe was a person, and he was murdered by Karen Reed.
Take that. Thank you.
All right, jurors, the next up is my instructions to you on the law. I'm not going to do that right now. You've been sitting for a long time. So I do have to tell you, even though you've just heard the closing argument, you cannot discuss this case even with each other. All right, so we'll send you back for lunch. It's going to be a shorter lunch. My instructions are long, and we want you to be able to get this case to start deliberations today. So I'm going to send you back maybe about a half an hour. Is that enough time for you folks? All right, so we'll give you a half an hour for lunch, and then we'll come back. I'll give you my instructions on the law, and then the jurors will go out to deliberate. I know there are 18 of you. We seat only 12 deliberating jurors, so 6 of you are going to be alternates. I can just tell you that you know the odds, right? And I can tell you it's Mr. McDermott's least favorite part of his job is skill testing. So we'll do that this afternoon. Do not discuss this case to see about it.
All right, finally. Finally, we are done. Jeremy, thank you very much. We are going to go there right now. We're just going to talk a little bit about this closings, and we are going to go there, and we're going to stay there until there's a verdict or they break up for the because I don't think jury instructions are the greatest. Let's just see if they have anything. But yeah,
Counsel, can I see you just a second?
Oh, hang on. Oh, sidebar again, obviously. Of course there's a sidebar, because why should she talk on an open court where when they don't have anyone there? But anyway, I know this is crazy. Oh yeah, no, thank you very much. Definitely we want to watch, and we are going to be watching. Oh, was it? There was a juror. Oh, just back on Tuesday? Because, oh, wow, that is crazy. Oh, please don't. Oh, no, sorry, hang on. No verdict today on Megan. Yeah, planning on coming back on Tuesday, the judge says. So no Monday thing. We'll go back and we'll listen and see what he says. But that's great. So no Monday trial. Well, we'll go back, not spoil. But yeah. I know I don't care listening to her. She's gonna confuse the jury no matter what, and there's the alternate. So that is a bit of a boring. Good morning, Robert. Hi, how are you? Good morning, my friend. I just wanted to thank some people. Lois, first of all, for that. Thank you very much. Maria, no, it's not here anymore, but thank you for the super stick. And change your name. I vamos. Wow, 50 memberships. Thank you very much for that. Thank you so much for the support, you guys. You guys are the best. I appreciate you guys so much. But before I start, well, I don't know if they're gonna come back or not. I don't know how long they are gonna be even on the sidebar. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to ditch and go to South Carolina while we're still watching? I'll have Karen read on my phone. If anything, happens, we'll definitely move back. But probably the next time we're gonna go back is for a verdict, because I don't think there's gonna be a verdict today on this. In this case, in the Karen Reid case, I absolutely don't think so. I think definitely we're gonna go over to either Monday or Tuesday on a verdict for for this case. I'm not seeing that happening, sadly, which sucks. But oh, I was gonna see if Third Boy is there, but I think I missed him. Or is he there? I don't know. I don't see. I don't see. Oh no, he's there. Yeah, he's there in the back. Sorry, just looking if TV was there, and he is. He's in the back of the guy with the black laptop. But yeah, so let's just. Thank you. Yeah. How come so specific, Sunday? Um, I'm intrigued. Why is 2 hours and 27 minutes exactly? Is that the time that is left on the day after the jury instructions, or is just um? Like I'm quite intrigued. It's nice to see you too, my friend. Yeah, I know he's there. I didn't notice him after. Um, oh, Jen's Google search. Right, I get it. Oh my days, don't. StreamYard is kind of lagging again. Um, so, man, we are doing verdict in time. Yes, we are gonna be doing verdict in time for Karen Reid. It is open. You can just say it whatever, whenever. Um, I just need paper to write, but absolutely, you can say. I already know Sandy's. Sandy is gonna be guilty. 2 hours and 27 minutes. And yeah, if you want to say your verdict, you can just put it in the chat and I'll write it down, and then we'll see who is closer, because I will be tracking the time for the for the verdict, because sadly I did not do a form, I don't think, on time. So we just use the chat at this moment. So, but definitely you can do it. I know most it is guilty. I already know. I just need kind of guilty, not guilty. Sorry. Oh, my days. I'm so sorry. Um, so not guilty for Monday. Okay, we can do a day as well. We can do a day. Um, no worries. It's fine. Don't worry. Absolutely fine, Robert. You do what you gotta do. I know. I know. I wanted this well today, but I don't see that happening. Sadly, absolutely do not see that happening at all. So we can talk still about Karen Reid on chat and everything, but I want to get started on Megan, because. I don't know. I don't know if they're even gonna say anything after the sidebar, because and who knows? We can like hang out a bit, I guess. But I wonder, because we've already lost the. Uh, oh, I know, case one, and that is such a great thought of it. But I mean, I don't know. It's like, what's the time there right now? It's what, 12, nearly 20 to 1. 20 to 1 p.m. She started talking and not start talking. She's gonna go to 2. And then 2 to 4, I think she's gonna, you know. Oh, okay. No worries. I'll see you very soon, Sherry. They're gonna read the instructions. The jurors, yeah, I know, yeah. 4 to 6 hours not guilty for Stephanie. Not guilty. Uh, 4 to 6. Oh my days, I can't write today. Um, but yeah, so it's just interesting. So 5 or 5:30, she wanted them to stay. Oh, she wants them to stay until late. Wow, is this even Bev? She doesn't want to go at 4 o'clock like she normally wants. Bev said they wanted to close court by 5:30. Sorry, I choked myself. I'm fine. Um, I'm surprised that even she wants to stay until late on a Friday. Um, oh, that's what she said yesterday. Well, sometimes she says things on one day, and I'm thinking it's gonna go roll over. Uh, that only gives them maybe 2 hours. Yeah. Well, I was gonna say that will give them time to choose with the four-person, but apparently Bev chooses the four-person, so they don't even have to do that. So maybe just I know. They are deleting happy hour for sure. I think definitely they are delaying happy hour just for Beth on a Friday the 13th. After all, it's she's gonna delay that for half an hour. Wow, that is incredible. No, but I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be today. It's hard to, yeah, to get the grasp that is gonna be today. Okay, now guilty 5 to 6. Thank you very much, case one. I've got that. Um, so yeah, I don't know. The closings from Alan Jackson was absolutely brilliant. He did a great, very powerful job in terms of delivering it. Just going point by point, explaining everything, and it's just amazing job. I think Spunky was all over the place. He was on one place and then he was in another one and then he went back and then he went back again. I just was all over the place, and walking backwards and forwards that did not help. I would strain my neck. It's like watching tennis. It was like kind of backwards and forwards all the time. So I think that was not the greatest of it all. But talking about trials, we are gonna go move to let me just remove that for a second. um we'll remove that, and then we're gonna go back to South Carolina, where we are carrying on the Megan Jackson trial. um so we are going to be watching at 1.3. I think that would work best, so we can catch up rather quickly on that. Oh, okay, hang on. I need to reshare the screen. Hang on 1 second. So we're gonna be watching on 1.3, so we can catch up quite quickly because they've already gone for lunch. So see if we can catch up before the craziness starts. But you never know. They could be. I hope they do talk rather quick, and I'm sure that they will. Dawn has already been. Dawn has already happened, so we'll catch up Dawn at some point, as well. But I'm hoping we can finish everything today. If not, we're gonna have to do Donna another day. The sound in Donna was absolutely horrible. Donna was at 9 a.m. Eastern, so it's already happened. It's already finished. The sound was so bad that I don't know. It's gonna be hard to to listen to that one. They won't be able to Stephanie of a jury. Oh yeah, so they're still gonna be on thing. Oh wow. So let's just watch then the Megan. Let's. Oh, I better put sound on.
There's a flash drive that was marked and identified to be exhibit. My understanding that it contains the cell phone extraction from Megan Jackson's phone. And just confirm, I think the intention is she intends to put it in the evidence warrant. That it is complete with incredibly insightful character evidence, pictures of guns, emails going to Megan Jackson, showing pictures of guns. It violates every court order you've made thus far, every ruling. Guns, videos of guns, clients shooting, client shooting a gun, information about the abuse and neglect case, pictures of dead people's bodies, graphic images of my client and others, racist dialogue, pictures of a miscarriage, and any other disturbing thing you can think. It is the most comprehensive character. It would be like a case study on improper character evidence. So before, if that's an argument I can make from the jury, I want to bring the court's attention. If you move to introduce that, I'll be objecting under Rule 403. And I can't, I still have an issue with even typically going.
Your Honor, the defense will agree that I can admit excerpts from that extraction report. Then I am happy to introduce that thumb drive as I need them. Because I have had Lieutenant Wells extract portions of that report that are relevant to this case.
Okay.
Yeah, because the extraction is quite voluminous. So I can have Lieutenant Wells identify that is the extraction he did if defense agrees to the different excerpts from the report.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, I think that would be appropriate. Obviously, I would, take a chance to look at those are, but yeah, that'd be fine.
All right, we'll follow that procedure. All right, anything else from the defense before we bring the jury?
Yes, sir. Other than this, obviously, I can't wait. I don't know until I see it, but yes, otherwise, we're good.
There's got to be a relevancy issue to the case. All right, let's bring the jury in.
best part of this court is going to be we can zoom through everything. So this part, this not no one is talking. We can zoom.
Gentlemen, welcome back. I hope everyone had a good evening. You're ready to present the trial of the case. Make sure you have your own notepads and no one else's notepads. All right, state and call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Lieutenant Ben Wells.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence trying to give the court in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
I'm Benjamin A. Wells, W-E-L-L-S.
Mayor, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant Wells, where do you work?
I work for the Horry County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you worked there?
24 years.
What is your current position there?
I'm a lieutenant over electronic crimes.
What types of things does the electronic crimes unit do?
We take cell phones, computers, and digital evidence and analyze it to identify anything of evidentiary value.
How long have you been concentrating on electronic crimes?
Since 2010.
Did you receive any special training in order to work in electronic crimes or deal with electronic devices?
I have.
Can you describe what you've done?
I have been to the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia, and seized computer evidence recovery and digital evidence acquisition specialist. I'm a member of the Secret Service Cyber Crime Task Force. I've been to the Secret Service has trained me at National Computer Forensics Institute in Hoover, Alabama. I have various vendor trainings and certifications.
What's your educational background?
I have an associate's degree in information technology. I have a bachelor's degree in computer forensics and digital investigations, and I'm currently pursuing my master's in digital forensics.
How much longer do you have in your master's?
Hopefully December.
Okay. Do you teach any seminars or courses in digital forensics?
I do. I'm a subcontractor, and I teach Celebrate.
Teach what?
Celebrate certifications.
Thank you. Are you also a member of this Attorney General's IPAC task force?
I am. I do computer forensics for the Attorney General's Office for Internet Crimes Against Children and Human Trafficking.
So because you teach it, I am assuming you are familiar with the Celebrate software.
I am.
And can you tell us what it is?
The software works in a way to forensically pull the evidence or information off of a device and put it in a readable format, so it's easier to go through and find stuff.
Is that readable format a report, like a Celebrate report?
It is. It's a UFED reader report that we generate with software.
What do you mean UFED reader report? And is that UFED?
It's Universal Forensic Evidence Device. It's used for there's two separate programs. There's one for the extraction, and then there's one once the extraction is off the device, it is parsed and analyzed and put into that readable format.
Is that readable format searchable by any user?
Yes, the Celebrate reader, Celebrate's proprietary, which you have to pay for a license, but the reader is a solution for the software to be able to give for free, so you can still go through it and look at the contents of the device.
Can you search by, for instance, a keyword or look for a photo?
There's lots of different search criteria. You can search through words, hash values, and different other categories, and many different.
Has Celebrate been accepted as a forensic tool in courts across the country?
It has.
And again, you teach it, so I'm assuming that you've been trained in Celebrate.
I have.
Okay. How long specifically have you been using it?
I've been using Celebrate close to 13 years, 14 years.
And you mentioned that you have certain vendor certifications. Do you have any certifications from Celebrate?
I do.
Can you tell us what they are?
I have a CCO, which is a certified Celebrate operator, certified Celebrate physical analyst. I'm a CASA, which is a advanced Celebrate course for parsing and analyzation. And I also have what's called the CCME, the certified Celebrate mobile examiner, which is the highest certification that you can get within the company.
What is required to obtain those certifications?
You have to take the classes and pass a graded test.
Are you also familiar with a tool called GradeKey?
I am.
And what is that?
GradeKey is another extraction tool. it is used to get the data from the device, the same as Cellbrite.
Have you been trained on using that tool?
I have.
And have you received any certifications in that?
Yes, I have the Grade Key certified operator.
Approximately how many electronic devices have you examined using either Cellbrite and or Grade Key?
I would venture into the thousands.
Okay. What do you, when you've said, talk about data on a phone, what do you mean?
Well, of course, when somebody uses a device and it's, it has to have those records in ones and zeros. So it's anything that the user will interact with the device, system interacts with the device, and to be able to see exactly what's on it. It kind of paints the picture of the data on the device.
And when you say extraction, what do you mean?
Well, in order, because we can't do, you don't want to search a device on the device because then you're altering evidence. What we do is we forensically acquire that copy in order so we can manipulate and work with that, and then we validate it and verify it against them.
Well, when you say manipulated, are you changing, does the extraction, are you changing any data in the extraction?
No, that was actually a very poor choice of words, but it's not manipulated, but it's to be able to go through it and, you know, be able to see the different categories and see what is exactly there.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in the field of digital forensics in South Carolina?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
Twice.
And were you asked to extract data from phones in this case?
I was.
Are you always able to extract data from a phone?
I'm not.
What affects whether you can extract data from a phone?
Well, there's a lot of different things. It just depends. It could be encryption. It could be passcodes, hardware, newer versions. We're always trying to fight. We all know that our cell phones, they come up with security updates all the time. And there's just a plethora of things that can keep us from getting in the device.
Are there different types of extractions?
There are.
What are they?
Well, a lot of, there are three basic ones, which is your physical extraction, which is a complete extraction, physical extraction of the ones and zeros, which has what's called unallocated space. That unallocated space is deleted material. Then there's file system extraction. And that's basically all the files that are in the file system and the user file system. And then there's what it's called an advanced logical or logical. And it is basically what you see on the device.
Now, when you talk about unallocated space for deleted items, does that unallocated, and I may not be using the right terminology, but does that unallocated space ever like get written over? So it would be potentially, you would be losing deleted advice?
In a physical, yes, in a physical extraction, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer Lieutenant Wells as an expert in digital forensics.
All right, any challenges or questions?
Yes, sir, a few questions. So, it's my understanding, I kind of get a feel for this. Which kind of extraction did y'all do? Physical or logical? What was the,
Whatever we can get.
which extraction did you do? Which type, the category?
It depends on which device we're talking about.
Okay. Which devices did you extract in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. I haven't even gotten to the extractions in this case. This is just about whether or not Lieutenant Wells is an expert.
All right. I sustain the objection.
All right, let me ask you this. In terms of, what I think I heard you say was you did some physical in this case and some logical, is that right?
It just,
Again, Your Honor.
I'm gonna allow that. Okay.
it depends on the device. If it's got, there's some devices with file-based encryption that you can't do a physical.
Okay. All right, let's talk about your training. So you're still in the process of completing your training, is that right, in digital forensics? You're looking to get your master's?
Completing my master's, yes.
Okay. And in 2000, we're let's see, 4 years removed. So in 2020, where were you in your educational journey?
Completing my bachelor's.
You started it in, when did it take a while?
Well, maybe my associates, and it could be, I'm not exactly sure when.
Okay.
But before that, I'd received trainings throughout from the Secret Service and throughout the Department of Homeland Security in order to further solidify everything. I wanted to put a official degree behind it.
Sorry, I didn't understand that response.
I had a lot of training beforehand.
Okay. All right, that's fair. And remind me what that training beforehand was specifically in.
Specifically, and I've done trainings in advanced cell phone forensic acquisitions, advanced cell phone analyzation, network intrusion, cyber intrusion.
Okay, and those things sound more to me like, it's just what I'm trying to understand. That training sounds like it is more related to finding out if somebody has committed like a cyber crime. Is that fair to say?
There are trainings within that do that, yes, but this is what we call dead box forensics or mobile forensics.
Okay. What what specific training do you have related to extracting data from the phone?
From extracting, I have the CCO, CCPAs, which were week-long courses with the extraction. I did a 5-week course at the National Computer Forensics Institute in Hoover, Alabama, with the Secret Service to extract devices, and also teach it.
Are you intending to offer any opinions in this case related to digital forensics?
If necessary.
Okay. Are you here to give us an opinion about the extraction itself, to just confirm the extraction, or are you going to give some other opinion beyond the extraction?
I got to be asked the questions first, right?
I don't know. I imagine you've got prepared for this, and you have an idea of what you're here to testify to, sir?
I do.
Okay. Because I don't have any kind of report from you or anything, or any kind of, that I'm aware of, any kind of specific report.
Objection, Your Honor. The extraction report is the report, and that was provided years ago.
Okay, that's all right. If that's the basis, that leads me in the right direction. Okay, so now let's talk about the report itself. You, in your studies, are familiar with some of the issues of Cellbrite, right? Some of the public criticisms of Cellbrite.
Elaborate.
Are you familiar with any of the criticisms of Cellbrite and its use in criminal investigations?
Oh, there's criticisms on a lot of things. I mean, people have opinions on things. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Are you familiar with any of those criticisms?
I'm familiar with, people, sometimes it's too slow and it takes a long time to open. And
are you familiar with the criticisms related to its reliability, sir?
I'm not familiar with them.
Are you familiar with criticisms related to the inability to to recover certain deleted items?
Am I familiar with
the criticisms related to the fact that there can be deleted material from a phone that Cellbrite program will not allow to be recovered?
That's not necessarily would be an accurate statement, because it's not necessarily the Cellbrite that's not able to recover it. There's too many variables within that would consist in not being able to recover data.
Okay. You'd agree with me, wouldn't you, that in terms of, there is one of the other criticisms is that Cellbrite can be manipulated, right? You can manipulate the extraction. Agree with that?
Anything can be manipulated, but it's forensically sound through hash values and matching values to be able to ensure that data is not manipulated or changed at all.
So when a piece of evidence gets into a digital forensics expert's hands, they have an opportunity, they could manipulate that evidence before it's extracted.
It would take a lot of, it would be extremely geekified and able to do it.
Okay. But an expert would have that geekified intelligence.
Possible, but not probable.
Okay. Okay. All right. How about this cross-validation? Did you do anything in this case to cross-validate the extraction that you performed?
I validated the information by going into databases and looking at the actual information and being able to look in other softwares too.
Okay, now I want to make sure I understand this. Are you telling me that you looked at every image on these phones?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. What did you review?
I reviewed different things that were evidentiary value that were brought to me from the detectives.
Okay, so you looked at cherry-picked portions of the extraction, is that what you're telling me?
I validated it.
Okay, so just want to understand what was going on here. They give you a portion of an extraction, and then you would go validate that? Is that what you're telling me?
It's impossible for me to know exactly every detail of an investigation. That's what the reader is. It's a force multiplier. So in an event where there are massive amounts of data in a cell phone, and being one person being able to go through that, it's not just, you can't do that. It's designed to be a force multiplier so many people can collaborate and be able to come up with the evidence that is needed in the case, and then it is validated by me.
Okay, so we're in agreement that in terms of whatever evidence, if this evidence is in its pure original form, it is too voluminous to even be studied to completeness.
Objection. What evidence? I'm not really sure.
The extraction. Did you get that?
That's why it's categorized and used into the Cellbrite reader, so it's able to be viewed.
Okay.
If you're looking at it on a computer with a folder and you're trying to go through it by looking at folders, you will never be able to get through everything. Apps are sandboxed, so everything is, within its own app. So that's where the Cellbrite software is able to parse it, categorize it, and make it where you can read it, and you're able to search.
And do you have any? Is Cellbrite software something you have any control over?
Control as.
I'm sorry. Do you know the methodology? Have you been involved in any way, shape, or form with the software Cellbrite, other than using it in terms of like its creation?
No.
Any of its algorithms? Cellbrite has not shared that. Isn't that correct?
It's proprietary.
And so you're having to put your confidence in the actual software and program, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't independently verify that the program itself is not flawed.
That's not true.
Okay, that's not true. I'm asking.
Yeah, you can I can validate the information. I can go into the databases and make sure that it's reporting the correct information.
Okay. But you can't validate the software itself, right?
That is validating that the software is doing what it's supposed to do.
Okay. Well, the software gives you a product, right? An extraction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How can you validate it?
I can look at the device.
Sorry?
You can look at the device, but I mean, it's large. Yeah.
Okay. So it is extremely difficult, would you agree, to cross-validate the device?
No.
You can cross-validate it in small portions. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I can generate a hash for the entire extraction. And that's what Cellbrite does, is it'll generate.
Objection, Your Honor. I'd like him to allow the witness to answer the question. I believe Lieutenant Wells was still talking.
Finish your answer.
Well, hash values are a fingerprint. What this does is an algorithm. There's certain ones, MD5, SHA-1, SHA-256, and these are basically fingerprints of the entire extraction. And they are generated, and as long as they are any type of manipulation, any type of change whatsoever to that, will completely change the hash value of the extraction. So that's how we ensure that evidence hasn't been manipulated, and that what we're working with is correct.
Okay. But the body that might be potentially manipulating it, the agency or department, is you guys are the ones who extracted this. This wasn't sent to a third party to verify the extraction. You were doing it in-house, correct?
I don't understand what you mean third party. Technically, I am a third party. I mean, I'm with the sheriff's office. This was a county police investigation.
Okay. So I'm not saying you're not SLED, right? Like, DNA samples, we send those over to SLED. Is that
Correct.
now you've been qualified how many times?
Twice so far.
Okay. And what were you qualified as in those two cases?
I was qualified as an expert in digital forensics, and I was qualified as digital extractions. I think it was digital extractions.
Okay. And so those are two different subsets of qualifications that they're still.
The digital extraction would be part of digital forensics. So the first time I was qualified would have been digital extractions, and then the digital forensics encompasses all of that.
Let's just understand. Digital extractions and digital forensics. Which one's the big umbrella?
Forensics.
Forensics. Okay. And you've been qualified as an expert in digital forensics one time?
And one time for that, yes.
And then a second, and then one time for the smaller category of digital extraction?
Yes, sir.
In the case where you were qualified as an expert in digital extraction, what program was used in that case for extraction?
Somewhere.
Have you ever been denied? Have you ever testified in federal court?
No.
Were you qualified in the 15th Circuit as an expert?
I was.
And in those two instances, what was how many phones were you asked to extract in those cases?
I don't recall.
Your Honor, I believe, based on his experience, I would move that I move strikes witness as an expert.
All right. I find this witness to be an expert in skilled digital forensics, so we become.
Did you extract data from at least one device in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that, well, actually, let me just. Your Honor, if I may approach with admitted exhibit 19. And actually, let me give you the extraction also. approaching with State's Exhibit 92, which I would ask to be marked for identification only. Admitted for identification only.
May I refer to my notes?
Your Honor, may the witness refer to his notes to verify that that is the phone.
Yes, this is the phone.
Okay, just make sure you keep your voice up, please.
Yes, this is the phone.
Okay.
The device.
And how are you verifying that?
Well, first of all, each device has a unique identifier, which is IMEI, National Mobile Equipment Identifier. Our identity.
Slow down a little bit. We're trying to type everything down.
Sorry. And that's basically a unique identifier for the device, which I cross-reference that with the report that's in front of me, or the pictures that are in front of me with the device. I have documented pictures of when I did the extraction, and I verified that the IMEI number is the same.
And so is 92 the extraction of data that you performed from State's Exhibit 19?
Yes. And yes, it is.
And how are you verifying that that is the extraction that you performed?
I validated for court initial this.
Thank you. Do you need to keep this in front of you just so you're sure what we're talking about?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is there a phone number associated with that phone?
Yes, ma'am, there is. 1513-252-4742.
Okay. So the area code is 513, you put the one in front of them?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any unique personal identifiers associated with the phone? So not the IMEI, but other identifiers?
The owner's name is Mouse, and I believe this was also backed up to a MacBook Pro with a user of Megan Jackson.
Where did you get that phone?
It was given to me by Horry County evidence.
Did they also give you the password to the phone?
Yes, they did.
Were you able to extract data from the phone? Well, obviously, you were able to extract data because you've identified that already. When you performed the extraction, did you add, change, or delete any information?
I did not.
What did you do once you performed that extraction?
Once I performed the extraction, I took the extraction and I parsed the data in the physical analyzer, which is the program to categorize it to make it more easy to search.
Did you then provide that to the solicitor's office for disclosure and discovery?
I did.
Were you asked, I'm going to jump ahead one second, were you asked to examine that extraction and another extraction for specific content?
I was.
Was that other extraction that you were asked to review done by Sergeant Marcus?
Yes, one of them was.
I'm approaching with admitted exhibit 95. Is that the extraction of Erica Dontel's phone that you reviewed?
It is.
How are you recognizing it?
I recognized my signature or initials on the jump drive before or after I reviewed the content.
Now, I think Mr. Britton covered that those extractions are fairly voluminous. So for the items that you were asked to examine, did you prepare excerpts of those voluminous reports?
Yes, I did.
So were you asked to examine, let's start with Exhibit 95, the extraction from Erica Dontel's phone. Were you asked to examine that extraction for any information on her phone of someone trying to expose the affair between the defendant and Christopher Dontel?
I was.
Did you find any?
I did.
And before I get to your first excerpt, does Celebrite categorize data in much the same manner as your actual phone? So it would separate, say, photos, calls, messages?
It does.
on this. What is this identity?
Exhibit 98, Your Honor, is an excerpt of an already admitted extraction.
And I think what's happening, I think we can we skip this part? Let's skip it.
Court's indulgence, I'm just trying to make sure that the redaction is done. Okay. And, sorry. Can you describe what Exhibit 98 is?
This is a excerpt from an instant message conversation.
Your Honor, I have verified the extraction. May we publish Exhibit 98?
Yes.
And so what, are you able to tell what program was used to send these messages?
From the from party, it's registering as contact@textforfree.net.
Are you familiar with Text for Free?
I am.
Can you describe to the jury what it is?
Text for Free is it's a texting application that you can use if you don't have cellular service. It's used to be send text anonymously to where it can't be brought back to you.
Does that show when the first text was received?
Yes, the direction was incoming, so it came at 9/27/2020 at 3:35:27 p.m.
And what is that first text?
Your number is posted on the special ed curriculum. I thought you should know. I found out your husband has someone else pregnant.
And what's the next text?
The girl that is pregnant is Megan. Ask her. Then redacted.
Let me go back to the first text that was sent at 3:35 p.m. And I'm going to show you. Your Honor, I'm approaching the State's Exhibit 156. Is that an excerpt of the extraction from Erica Donatel's phone showing a reaction to the first text for free message?
Yes.
Remember at the time I was going to admit State's Exhibit 156 and help
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
You say yes?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Section 156, admitted the items without objection.
So, and this again was from Erica Donatel's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a date and time stamp for that first text message? This needs to move as fast as possible. We have an emergency.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it?
I'm sorry.
What is the date and timestamp?
9/27/2020 at 3:40.
So about 5 minutes after that first text for free text?
That's correct.
Let me go back to the video. After that, first text at 3:35, did text continue to come in from the text for free app?
After the 3:35, yes.
When was the next one?
5:45, 23 p.m.
And what does that text say?
The girl that is pregnant is Megan. Ask her, question mark.
When did the next text come in?
The next text would have been at 7:25 on 9/27.
What does that say?
Megan Jackson, Chris Dontel, Savannah Rice, Josephina Nakawatsa, flight 4652 Myrtle Beach, September 24th, 7:01 a.m. Flight 1944, Jacksonville, 10.
What was the next text?
Next one was 7:25 on 9/27. Ask her neighbors how often his. It's cut off on this one.
And why would the text message be cut off like that? Why weren't you able to recover all of that?
Well, this is in a timeline, so it would have cut it off. It could have. There's a lot of different reasons that it couldn't pull it.
What's the next text?
It's a link for https://ibb.co/BQHR82R.
Okay, and what is IBB?
IBB is a image hosting site. Well, if you want to share an image or without directly sending the image, you can upload it to the site. It'll create a link for you, and then you can just send that hyperlink.
Did you, in fact, follow that link or type that link into a browser and try and pull it up?
I did.
Have you identified this?
I'm trying to admit it.
No matter what time reading it, it's just difficult for me to see the principle small. No, I mean it's outside the jury to decipher this. I can't read it. Give up.
Let me see it.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach also 90B, which is
Jury box and not necessity.
All right, and we're gonna skippity doo because we can, and this is great. I love being able to skip.
It is.
just have to say that out loud. And then, were you able to find that same text conversation in the defendant's phone?
I was.
Is that what's depicted in 98B?
It is.
And how are you able to tell that it is the same text conversation?
Well, I can actually kind of turning over B. I can read it. I make it a point of spending time with you, and I love spending time with you. I like to have sex with you. I make it a point of avoiding Erica, and she makes me sick. And I don't have sex with her. There isn't a comparison. So I can actually identify the first text message, and then when I come to the report,
And Your Honor, if I may, can we pull up the digital version of 98A? Ms. Waller has it on her computer, and it appears more legible than the printed version.
Well, I mean, how do I know that that's? that. I mean, 98A, I'm looking at it, and I can see the first thing, the dark blue, that's printed in light blue, I can't.
Well, you'll be able to tell it.
Your Honor, we'd be able to,
Hold for a second. You're gonna have, I mean, I don't have any problem with the way proper testimony.
Actually, the only problem I'm having with proper testimony is I don't really understand, and maybe it's just me, where he's claiming that message, whatever he was just reading involved sex, where it came from. Because that sounds like it's not part of the extraction, which is what he was qualified to testify about.
Well, I understand the second one, 98B, came off the first vote.
Right,
That's
so,
first.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. So Exhibit 98 was the text port-free texts that were sent to Erica Dontel. One of those texts contained an IDB link. So in order to show that that text conversation existed in the defendant's phone, Lieutenant Wells just typed in that link, like anyone can do. Like this is what you would get if you typed in that link, and it pulled up that photo of the text conversation. Then he looked for that text conversation on the defendant's phone. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So that's sort of what we're trying to prove.
I understand.
I don't be disrespectful, but I thought he should be excused during this conversation.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and allow it.
No, just be heard on. I think what they're trying to do, as I'm hearing on now, and I think it's extremely prejudicial and very misleading. They're attempting to say that Megan Jackson sent the anonymous message to Greg Rice through this conversation, which is about sex, which is unrelated. And that is extremely misleading and improper.
Well,
I'm gonna overrule it. I'll allow it.
Okay,
thank you.
could I have some time to try to read that myself?
We're also trying to reprint it, but if you wanted to load on these computers. You can definitely reprint it.
And John, just while I'm having a chance here, sort of in the break, this isn't anything in terms of a confrontation clause issue. This is not a position. Nowhere in their report have we ever been provided any kind of summary or conclusion or idea that was sent by Megan Jackson, that the anonymous message was the imagination of Megan Jackson. That is a new position they have taken at the start of this trial. And now they come in and qualify an expert to try to link that without her having any opportunity to confront that. It's completely improper.
Overruled. I'll allow it.
Okay, thank you, Ron. May I go approach this computer for a second?
Do we need to take a break or anything before we bring the jury back in?
Yes, we're just trying to print it downstairs so that it's in color and perhaps unreadable.
It's just a better printer. I think it'll come out clearer, Your Honor.
How long will the break be?
10 to be safe, I would say.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back. Dr. Wells, you cannot discuss your testimony. Okay?
yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll break for 10 minutes.
And another break, which we can zoom throughout. So I think it was more than 10 minutes. But I love this. Look at that. They took a long time of a break. Look at that. What the heck? Look at that. That was a long 10-minute break. Jeez.
98, 98A, and 98B on a flash drive. I'm going to duplicate to the defense because it's easier to read on there. So this one will be for the jury.
All right. Anything from the defense before we bring the jury in? All right, let's bring the jury in.
Do you have one or not? Yeah, otherwise I can bring this up. Your Honor, would you like me to replace the, well, I'll label this also as exhibits 98 A and B, or I'm not sure how to. Well, I mean, I guess we can figure that out later because we'll be projecting the digital version, which I think is more clear. And that's what's on here.
And we need to skip again. Wow.
So long.
We're gonna be on catch up soon.
I apologize for keeping you in the jury room so long, but we did have some matters we needed to address. All right, State, can continue with your direct examination.
We'll bring up 98 down. So this line 8, this, because we did take a long break, can you explain IBB.co again to the jury?
IBB.co, it's imgbd.com. It's it's a web hosting for images. You can upload an image, it'll create a link to be able to share it.
Do you know whether those links are ever duplicated? In other words, would two, okay, your answer. So there would not be, say someone uploaded BQ8R82R, and then do they have the ability to take it down?
Yes, they can. I believe it can be taken down.
And then if someone else uploaded an image, would that file name ever be reused?
No.
So looking at line 8, did you go to that link, IBB.co, with that file name?
I did.
And is that what's depicted in 98A?
It is.
Your Honor, I would ask that 98A be admitted.
All right, you object. Yes, sir, Your Honor. State Exhibit 98A, admitted into evidence without objection.
And may be published, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay. And so down here where it says image link, what is that?
Image link. Image link is the address, basically the same as the web address. It's the web address for that image
So
and
that's
page.
the link that was contained in the text for free text?
Yes, that is.
Okay. Can you show the text itself? And then zoom in a little bit. You're making your Were you able to find this same text conversation on the defendant's phone?
I was.
Is that what's depicted in 98B that you have in front of you?
It is.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that 98B be admitted and published.
You object. Yes, sir, Your Honor. 98B, State Exhibit 98B, admitted into evidence without objection.
We'll go page by page, just so, all right, so what is this first page of 98B showing you?
This first page is, there's multiple extractions for multiple devices. This is just identifying the device that the information came from.
And so which device did this come from?
This would come from the phone number 513-252-4742 and the IMEI last 5862.
Is that, and there's no snag, so is that the defendant's phone?
It is.
Yes?
It is.
Okay. And just the first couple roles. So, and is this, are you able to print out text conversations sort of in different formats for themselves, right? So like this is, I always call it bubbles.
Yeah.
Because I like bubbles stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you compare this text conversation in 98B with the one in 98A?
I did.
And they appear to be the same?
They are.
And what is the date of this text conversation?
9/15/2020.
I can. That's just a thing. Your Honor, if I may approach with State's Exhibit 100. Did you look through the extraction from the defendant's phone to see if there was any, I'll call it IDD or IMDDD activity on her phone?
I did.
Did you see any evidence of such activity on her phone?
I did.
Is that what's depicted in Exhibit 100?
It is.
Is that an excerpt from the full extraction?
It is.
Your Honor, that's the Exhibit 100 being admitted.
Mr. Your Honor.
It states exhibit 100 admitted in evidence without objection.
May be published, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, can you just explain to the jury what they're looking at?
In the readable format, it puts it, you'll see where types is, that it came from the notes application. And I'm sorry?
I was just showing you, because some jurors are looking over here. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the event is that is the contents within the notes, and this is a list of different IBB.co web pages and web addresses.
Okay, did you then, does this tell you when that list was created?
9/27/2020, 7/01/56.
And what does the modified date and time mean?
It's whenever the created date was whenever the actual file was created, but the modified could be when it was changed or deleted.
Did you then go to each individual IBD.co link to see what was there?
I did.
Right, Your Honor, quite a few links. When you went to those individual links, did you create exhibits of each link?
I did.
Your Honor, you see I can hand pretty decent number of exhibits. I'll take a message in there, I just want to keep everybody awake.
But these are simply those links that were provided many years ago, just plugged into a search engine.
Your Honor, just my initial, without going through each one of these is, there's no date on these documents. I don't know what date this is pretending to have been from.
How are we identifying those?
Your Honor, so that would be 100 A through S, I believe it is. And each exhibit corresponds in order to the IBD.co files that are listed in that notepad.
I just want to make sure I'm saying, is it testimony that says created on 9/27/2020, that all of these were created on that date? Is that, anybody? Yeah.
She's just showing you what she's getting ready to show the witness and have them testify to.
Yeah, Your Honor, some unfortunately, there's some things we need to take up outside of the jury based on here. I pay it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll shoot you back to the jury room with your notepads in the box.
Oh wow, well, I'm so distracted and by the thing that I forgot what was happening. I think we're gonna skip something again. Hang on.
It appears that from that the testimony is going to be either all paid on 9/27. I don't know if that's accurate or not. Two, as I'm looking through this, there's some pretty grotesque stuff in here. For instance, ultrasound images, the way those things are discussed related to abortion. And again, I hadn't gone through them all yet, Judge, so.
We'll go through all of them and let me know what the objections are.
Thank you.
Just bring me the ones that you object to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, they're still my exhibit, so I can be able to see what they're up to.
Wow, I mean, in a second we are gonna be live with this trial, and there was barely any testimony. Like we are literally about what, an hour, 2 hours almost behind.
You take credit from the state before we bring the jury.
Hang on, and we are about 2 hours behind, and we still have an hour of break on top of that, roughly about things. So I think we are gonna be live in a second in this trial, and it's crazy.
All right, let's bring the jury.
Screen is extended, so if it shows up and it looks like it's not showing up on these screens, just connect to the web.
Not that one.
Okay, let me get it. So, yeah.
Oh, the opposite. This ought to be.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Make sure you have your note cards. All right, you can continue with direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me just go back to this. So you went over that this shows that it was created on September 27th, modified on 10/2. First of all, what is the significance of the date of October 2nd in this case?
That'd be after the crime.
Pardon?
Be after the crime.
The date.
The day of the crime.
And then the modified date and the fact that it's showing deleted and trash, what does that mean?
That's most likely, that's when it was modified and the file was moved to the trash.
Now, when in the course of your analysis, review of these items, did you go to each individual IBB.co link?
I did.
Did you create printouts of what you found at each link?
I did.
If someone went to that link today, in all likelihood, would that image still be there?
It will.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to approach with exhibits 100A through 100S. If you can review those, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the printouts that you created from each of those links?
They are.
If we can start with 100A.
Wait a minute, I thought we did that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Your Honor, I move for addition of exhibits 100A through 100S. I apologize.
All right, states exhibits 100A through 100S submitted in the evidence of independence.
Your Honor, may I just take one more objection? I haven't had a chance to say yet. I want to refer to Tech Chancellor Foundation. This is created on 9/27. This witness cannot and has not testified to the date those images were actually created. That is not an accurate date from the creation of those documents. And they can't, it's impossible for that to be true.
100A through 100S submitted in the evidence of independence.
And just to clarify, the created date, is that for the notepad entry?
Yes, that would be the date that the note was created, not the links.
Okay. So let's, may I publish them, Your Honor?
Yes.
100A, please. So can you just explain what we're seeing here, and especially the bottom part, if you need us to scroll down, I guess we can do that. And you can use your pointer, and I'll show you all the TVs. I think you have to use, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you use that one, it might be easier for you, and it'll show up on all the screens.
All right. This right here is from the link. If you can, you're on my stand up on the screen.
All right, you gotta be near my phone with what you pick up the testimony.
This right here is the image link. This is the same as the link that is in the notepad. And this would be the file name. And the embedded code, this is the link in the HTML where you would represent the web page or when you would share the document.
Sorry, I just need to, if I can for German or something, different information. Okay. There is, next to the embed codes, well, I'll point over here. You point there. There's something that says about. Does that have the potential to give you more information about that image?
It does.
Okay, so we're the page of this. Is this the information that comes up when you click that about link?
It is. This is exit data, which is.
Can you spell out quick words?
Exit is EXIF.
And what does that mean?
It's actually data that is about the image. It's basically data about data. It contains things from the date, time, the original, the manufacturer of the camera, GPS coordinate location. So when you get that information, you can also go back and you can tell even up to the exposures, whether the flash was on, and just a lot of information about the image itself.
So for 100A, does it first tell you, let's start with the date and time of the original.
The date and time of the original was 9/29/17/01/21.
So September 29th at 5:01, sorry, I did subtract 12.
That's correct.
Okay. Does this tell you what type of camera took that phone?
It does.
What kind?
The manufacturer was Apple, and it was a model iPhone XS Max.
What is the model of the defendant's phone that you extracted?
iPhone XS Max.
Well, I'll go through all these instruments first, and then we'll just go through the next set. Where applicable, because you have the hard copies, if there is that extra data, just.
I go first, right, see that? Is it okay if I stand up here? So I can see your receipt? I'm not talking to you. All right, go ahead.
So you can go to 100B. And as I said, if you were able to get that extra day, it was then.
I was.
Okay. And what can you tell us about this image?
This image is also one of the the image link was included in the notes. I can also say that it was the manufacturer of the camera that took this picture was an Apple iPhone XS Max, and the date and time of the original is 9/29 at 17:01:27.
And if you can just, sorry, can you say September 29th in the time? Otherwise, it's like a
September.
lot of numbers, and I want to make sure we're getting the date and the time separate.
September 29th.
Just roll up to the 30 so they can see. Okay. And that's where you were getting that date created in that camera?
That is
information?
correct.
Okay. 100C. What can you tell us about this image?
Again, the same, this is image link. The image was from the notepad on the device. And again, the manufacturer was an Apple. The model was an iPhone XS Max. And the date and time of the original is September 29th, 17:01:2020.
And just to save time, when you are giving us that information, that means that that third page is there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 100D.
Also in the notes, this was an Apple iPhone XS Max. This was created on September 29th, 17:01:2020.
I have a lot of demand. I'm going to ask that you wait until the exhibit goes up first. Sorry. E. What can you tell us about this?
It's also from the notepad and the link. This was also created with an Apple iPhone XS Max, and it was created on September 29th, 2020 at 17:02.
100F.
Again, this is from the notepad, and this was also created with an Apple iPhone XS Max, and this was created 9/29/17:02/2020, or September 29th, 17:02.
100G.
Again, from the notepad, this is an Apple iPhone XS Max, and this was created 17:03, September 29th, 2020. Again, from the notepad, notes app, Apple iPhone XS Max, created on 17:03 on September 29th, 2020.
100I.
Again, from the notes app. It's a manufacturer's Apple iPhone XS Max. Date and time is September 29th, 2020 at 17:03.
Jay?
Again, from the Notes app. Again, it was a Apple iPhone XS Max, September 29th at 17:03, 2020.
Yeah, let me just pause it for a second. At the top of this photo or text message, there appears to be a phone number, correct?
Yes, ma'am. It'll
Do
be,
you know who that phone number belongs to?
I'm not sure, no.
100K.
$100K. That is also a link from the Notepad app or Notes app. And this also came from an iPhone XS Max on September 29th, 2020 at 17:03.
L.
Again, from the Notes app, and it's also an Apple iPhone XS Max. The date and time is September 29th, 2020, 17:03. Again, from the Notes app, Apple iPhone XS Max. This was at September 29th, 2020 at 17:04.
N.
Again, from the Notes app. It's also from an Apple iPhone XS Max. This was 9/29 or September 29th, 2020 at 17:04.
So far, pretty much all on the same day around the same time?
Yes, ma'am.
O.
Again, this is also from the Apple iPhone XS Max. This was September 29th, 2020 at 17:06. All right, again, from the Notes app, this is the Apple iPhone. It's from Apple iPhone XS Max. And date and time original was September 29th, 2020 at 17:06. Q is also from the Notes app. It was also an Apple iPhone XS Max. And the date and time original is September 29th, 2020 at 17:06. R is also from the Notes app. And it also came from an Apple iPhone XS Max on September 29th, 2020 at 17:07:11.
And last for this set, S.
Okay, this also came from the Notes app. And it also came from an Apple iPhone XS Max. date and time, September 29th, 2020 at 17:08.
Now approaching the 100 A2 through S2. Were you able to find each of those images on the defendant's phone, which was an iPhone SX?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could just look through those and tell me if those, I'll do it. Okay. Tell me if those are the excerpts of your,
Please.
you need those?
Go on to you.
Start with those.
Yes, these are the excerpts from my report.
And where on the phone did you find those images?
They were in a temporary file that was associated with Safari.
Can you explain what that means?
A temporary file it's where an application will store a file temporarily for it to use. It could be temporarily there until it's downloaded. It could be temporarily there when it's uploaded, but it's just a temporary holding spot for a file.
I think we can go through these a little bit more quickly. I'm sorry, actually, Your Honor, I would ask that 100 A2 through 100 S2 be admitted and published.
Your Honor, you can take a look at it. Told the board to do it.
Pretty much around the same time. I mean, that's been probably better to ask about how we were all about the same time.
I'm going to check that just in terms of, I don't know if there's a foundation laid for the timing of these creation of these documents. I don't, so I'll make an objection on it. Otherwise, you can, I'm going to object to on that basis for the record.
All right, State's Exhibits 100A2 for 100S2 or admitted evidence of defendant's objection.
And let me clarify one thing before we go through those. These photos are just the photos from the IBD.co links that were in the notepad, correct? Not from any sort of
Correct.
communication. Okay, so we'll try and go through this a little bit more quickly. And does each exhibit show when the particular image was created?
So far, yes.
This is not.
Yes.
Yeah, so what I'm asking is, can we just fast forward to the third page of each exhibit? Okay. So 100 page 2, please.
This will be 5:01 p.m. on September 29th, 2020.
And so can you just describe to the jury sort of like the layout of the screen and where you're finding created?
Okay. Right here, under images is where it was, is the timestamp for capture time. It shows that this right here, this application ID right here, this long 7FE79950. If you will scroll up, please. It shows that that's the mobile application ID for Safari. Okay, scroll back down, please. So it's found in that Safari folder, in a temp folder, and the name is actually the same on the device as it is on the IMGBB website, with the format that IMDb uses does throw in a couple extra hashes, but all the digits are the same and the hash mark.
Okay, and are these, when was this created?
This was created on 9/29/2020 at 1701.
September 29th?
September 29th, 1701.
Okay. B2. And if, just to kind of make this more efficient, if there is one where it's not in a temporary file, so I think you said they all were, but if we can just
Yes.
jump to the created date.
Again, this one was in the same temporary folder, and it was created on September 29th, 2020 at 1701.
See? No, C2, sorry. When was it created?
Again, September 29th, 2020, 1701, 41.
Also stored in the temporary?
Also stored in the temporary. The name is the same as the IMDb.
B?
Right.
B2.
Again, same camera make, camera model, created on September 29th, 2020, 1701, and 50 seconds. Created September 29th, 2020 at 1702:01.
F. F is the record room.
Again, camera make Apple iPhone XS Max, September 29th, 2020 at 1702.
G2.
September 29th, 1703, 2020.
H.
September 29th, 2020 at 1703.
I. 2.
Created on September 29th, 2020 at 1703:29.
J2.
Again, this is created on September 29th, 2020 at 1703:36.
Okay. 2. K2.
September 29th, 2020 at 1703:46.
L2.
September 29th, 2020 at 1703:55.
N2.
September 29th, 2020 at 1704:19.
N2.
September 29th, 1707:29.
O2. So far, these are all being created within the span of 5 to 10 minutes, right?
Yes, ma'am. Created September 29th, 2020 at 1706:01.
G2.
Created September 29th, 2020 at 5:06:31 p.m. created September 29th, 2020 at 5:06:51 p.m.
R2.
Created September 29th, 2020 at 5:07:10 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to another topic. I wasn't sure if you wanted to break for lunch.
Yeah, let me go ahead right now.
Oh, I can do S? I'm sorry, one more S too. I apologize.
September 29th, 2020, 5:08:11 p.m.
Sorry, now I'm moving on to another topic.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go ahead and break for lunch. We can go ahead and jury box. We do have lunch in before we move into that. We'll come back about 2 o'clock and resume this. Don't discuss the case, you can among yourselves. Have a good lunch. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Rob, that was a long lunch that they had. It was more than an hour and a half. But we can jump all the way back. And guess what? We are going to be very, very close to live stream because they literally just came back. Literally, we are going to be about a few minutes behind. So we did not lose. Absolutely nothing with this. I don't know where did they arrest it, but yeah. Today's day 4, right? Yes, today's day 4. I'm doing correct. But yeah, exactly, they had also a lot of breaks, so it's absolutely crazy that we are almost there, almost on the live. So let's just watch. Garden Mutt needs my help, so I'll be right back. Under about 3 minutes I'll be gone, but we can watch this while.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope everyone had your lunch. We're ready to resume the trial of the case. Make sure you have your own notepads and no one else's notepads. Ms. Walker, you can continue with the direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you asked to examine the defendant's phone for other evidence that she sent proof of the affair with Christopher Dontel to anyone?
I was.
Your Honor, I'm approaching with State's Exhibit 135. Lieutenant Wells, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
Is that an extract or an excerpt of the extraction report from the defendant's then?
It is.
And, Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibit 135 be admitted.
Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 135, and then you're going to without objection.
And Your Honor, may we publish it?
Yes.
Let me know if you need more of the page shown, but can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this extract from the report shows?
This shows an account that was accessed, a Google account that's hgabe2210. And it's under the passwords where it is kept in a keychain where it doesn't necessarily show the passwords. It shows the encrypted version of a key. But this was created on 9/27/2020 at, September 27th, 2020 at 6:56:47 p.m.
Okay, and so is this showing the creation of the account or the password?
This is just showing that it was accessed, the account was accessed on this device. It doesn't show the creation time of the actual account.
Okay, and you're saying, did you say that the password is stored in the keychain?
Yes, keychains, not necessarily the actual legible key password, but it's in the keychain, P.P list.
Is that like now, it saves the password so that you don't have to fill it in every time, or what's the password keychain?
That's Apple's secure place to store passwords. And if you own an Apple device, you'll see that you get the option to store things to your keychain, but the keychain P list still logs those entries.
So when was that account accessed with the stored password?
September 27th, 2020 at 6:56:47.
Okay, and then. I'll go looking at that, I'm just going to show you. Admitted 95, so remember the extraction. I'm approaching with admitted exhibit 95. That would be previously identified as the extraction from Erica Gonzalez.
Normally the 40 years just seeing what's in the attachments.
If we're going to get that, that's 99. I can't blow that up at all.
Okay. If I can't identify what it is, can't read to it.
I mean, that's already in it.
No, 95 is that I showed them. That's the extraction. These are just excerpts from the extraction.
Okay. So how does that identify?
This is 99. All of the exhibits that Lieutenant Wells is testifying to are portions of the extractions that were turned over to the defense 3 or 4 years ago.
So you say that's part of it.
99 comes from 95. 95
is already in it.
Yes, 95 is the extraction from Erica Gonzalez.
I don't have 95. 95 is not in it.
I have those entered through Sergeant Marcus.
Do it.
Okay.
All right.
So 99 is simply a portion of 95.
Well, State's Exhibit 99, minutes of that.
You're on.
Yes.
And so then, Your Honor, maybe we also publish it.
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 99?
I do.
Is that, as we have been saying, a portion of the extraction from Erica Gonzalez?
It is.
Okay, so can you tell me what we're seeing here?
What we're looking at here is an email. The subject is Chris Dontel affair. And in the body of the email, it is proof that Chris Dontel is having an affair with Megan Jackson. Megan is pregnant, attached is text and pictures the two have shared. And then under the attachments, there are 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 images.
Okay, and then what is the date and timestamp on that email?
October 1st, 2020 at 7:30.
Can you tell who the email was sent to?
There's a glare on the screen, sorry.
Read it from the exhibit.
It's Erica D'Angelo at gmail.com, Miss Dontel at gmail.com, Miss Dontel at gmail.com, Colton's mom at gmail.com, D'Angelo2 at Colton's mommy coupon, and Aaron.
And you said that that email contains a number of attachments.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you then go through and create or print out each of those photo attachments?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I ask you what email account sent that message?
No, ma'am. But it came from.
What email sent that message?
Hey,
Is that the one that the defendant's computer showed had been accessed with the password from the key?
the mobile phone, yes. Yes, these are the larger images of the images that are in the email, contain the attachments.
Did you, as you accessed those photos, did you then look to see if you could find those same photos on the defendant's phone?
I did.
Did you find them on the defendant's phone?
I did.
Did you create exhibits that are portions of the extraction report from the defendant's phone showing where they were located?
I did.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm adding to my order.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witnesses 99A2 through 99J2. Do you recognize those as the excerpts of the extraction report from the defendant's phone? Did you print that?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that 99A2 through 99J2 be admitted in public.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
State exhibits 99A2 to 99A2.
Okay, Lieutenant Wells, I'm going to do it a little bit differently this time, so I'll talk about 99A and then 99A2, so we're on the same image. Does that make sense? So can you start with 99A? On the screen. Is that the first attachment from the HDA 2210 email?
It is.
And then going to 99A2. Does this page show where you were able to find that photo on the defendant's phone?
It does.
And does it show what date and time that image was created?
Yes, October 1st, 2020 at 7:26:51 p.m.
Going to B2. Okay. Is that the second image? I'll be.
That's me.
Okay, I'm sorry. 99B. Is that the second attachment from the email?
It is.
And going to 99B2. Does that say what date and time it was created on the defendant's phone?
Yes, it was created on October 1st, 2020 at 7:27:11.
Is that before or after the HCA email was sent?
This is right before. Yes.
You still have Exhibit 99 record, right?
No, that's a.
You should still have it.
Let me get it back to you. 92.
There it is on the screen.
Yes, it was before the timestamp for the email being sent was 7:30:24. Same date, October 1st.
Okay. We see C, 99C. Is that an attachment from that HCA email?
It is.
And C2? At what date and time was that image created on the defendant's phone?
Again, it was created on October 1st, 2020, 7:27.
Still before the email was sent?
Roughly 3 minutes before the email was sent.
D. Is that an attachment from the HCA email?
It is.
And D2? When was that photo created on the defendant's phone?
October 1st, 2020 at 7:27:42 p.m.
99E? Is that another attachment from the email?
It is.
E2? What date and time is that image created on the defendant's phone?
October 1st, 2020 at 7:28:06.
F? 99F? Is that an attachment from the phone that you printed out?
It is.
I mean, excuse me, from the email. And then F2? What date and time was that image created on the defendant's phone?
October 1st, 2020 at 7:28.
Again, still before the email was sent.
Yes, ma'am. 2 minutes before the email.
B. 99B. Is that an attachment from the HBA email?
It is.
G2. What date and time was that image created on the defendant's phone?
That would have been created on October 1st, 2020 at 7:28:53.
You may have to start speaking up a little bit because I think the sky's opened up.
Uh,
99H. Is that an attachment from that email?
It is.
H2. When was that image created on the defendant's phone?
That would be October 1st, 2020 at 7:29.
99I. Is that another attachment from the email?
It is.
99I2. When was that image created on the defendant's phone?
This would have been on October 1st, 2020 at 7:01.
701?
Yes.
I didn't get it. This is the last one. Is that the last attachment from that HK 2210 email?
It is.
Phase 2. When was that image created on the defendant's phone?
It was created on October 1st, 2020 at 7:29:47.
So essentially all those attachments to the HK 2210 email, would you find having been created on the defendant's phone prior to the date and time that the email was sent?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll give it back. I'll put it in order. And there's the 99 I was looking for. Did you also examine the defendant's phone for relevant text conversations between the defendant and Christopher Don Bell?
I did.
So the jury heard testimony about a package that Dontel intercepted and gave to the defendant. Did you find any text messages that seemed relevant to that?
I did.
I'm approaching with State's Exhibit 155, and if you can look at that and tell me if it is an excerpt of the extraction report from the defendant's phone relating to the fact.
It is.
Your Honor, this time I would ask that Exhibit 155 be admitted and published.
Yes, sir. It states exhibit 155 and dated evidence.
Can you read those texts, please? The text is a little small. And if you can say who the speaker is.
Okay. From the owner of the device, which is listed in the contacts as HMMMMMM. Go home, watch your mail, meaning your mailbox. I remember this one time he was, David Colson knows this. Do you want me to?
There's a curse. That's what he's just.
You're asking the question.
You can read it. I mean, you're not person at the court, you're reading the text.
I remember this one time he was fucking with his ex-wife. He wouldn't hesitate to put something in your mailbox.
What's the next text?
From the same. Plus, he texted me, which means he's off work. He should have had enough time to get to your house. I would watch it for the next couple of days.
And then who is the response? Is there a response to that?
There's a response from the contact 333-81 or 1844, which is Chris Dontel, that says, okay.
What does the next level say?
Also, I'd be careful with you not being home. He might stop by if he sees just her and knows for sure I'm out with you. If it is him, chances are he'll have the balls to confront her if he's that pissed off.
Okay, and what is the date and time range of that text conversation?
This was on 9/28 or September 28th, 2020, from 3:53 p.m. to 3:58.
After seeing that text message about the package, did you find any relevant location data on the defendant's phone?
I did.
I'm approaching the State's Exhibit 101. Is that a portion of the extraction from the defendant's phone with relevant location data?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Exhibit 101 be admitted and published.
You need that.
Yes, sir.
So you did it 101, you never did that one? Okay.
Let me just scroll down so you can see. Yeah, like that. So can you tell me what lines 1 and 2 show?
This shows a location from her device in the native locations. It's in the SQLite database right ahead log, and it has GPS coordinates of where the device was, and it was where the device was, and it was visited, and it gives a time it was there until.
I'm just going to start over here. So that's indicating that it was visited,
Correct.
and then it is the time range of September 30th from 1:34 to September 30th of 2009. That's right.
Correct.
In the position column, what does that indicate?
That is the latitude and longitude of where the device is.
You can scroll down to the next page. What does this line 3 show?
This is a location data that comes from a search in Google Docs, or I'm sorry, Google Maps, that searched the name FedEx Office Print and Ship Center, and it returned back the GPS coordinates.
What is in the last column? And I'll have Riley scroll back up so we can see what the heading is.
That is whether it has been deleted or not.
So does the yes indicate that it was or was not deleted?
It indicates that that record was deleted.
Did you then run those GPS coordinates just through Google to try and find what was there?
I did.
I'm approaching with 101A and 101B. Did you create printouts from the internet of WhatsApp application, those locations?
I did.
Are those copies of what you found on web?
They are.
Your Honor, this time I would ask that exhibits 101A and B be admitted and published.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
I said exhibits 101A and 101B.
All right, so what does 101A show?
101A shows the GPS, the latitude and longitude, and a pin of where that, when searched, that latitude and longitude came up.
What was that location?
This one is a FedEx office over off Seaboard Street.
Perfect. Can we go to the second page of that? Just scroll. Is that also just from the Google Street View?
It is.
Okay. We can go to 101. So is this from the second set of coordinates?
It is.
What's at that location?
The UPS store package ship.
Did you examine the defendant's phone for any text conversations where she might have suggested that Greg Price revealed the affair?
I did.
I should say, did you find anything that seemed to suggest that Greg revealed the affair?
I did.
Did you create an excerpt of the report showing what you found?
I did.
I'm approaching State's Exhibit 153. Is that the excerpt that you prepared?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that State's Exhibit 153 be admitted as published.
Just under the rule of completeness, Your Honor, we're getting excerpts here, and that's okay to some extent, but if we'd like to have the complete conversation from these dates included for the jury's consideration.
On cross-examination, you can put in the entire conversation.
Thank you.
All right, State's Exhibit 153 admitted into evidence over defendant's objection.
And can be published, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you read this text conversation, please, including who it's to and from?
This is from the same HMMM, the owner of the device. Just talked to Greg. You busy? Then next, he goes, okay, well, she goes, okay, well, Greg does know I'm knocked up. And he said he would tell Erica to her face and would have a long time ago if he got the chance, but he had said he hasn't yet. He also said it's not him texting, and then just tried to make a cover for himself when he talked to Savannah. From the 1844 number, which is listed as Chris Dontel, double homicide, call you in a couple minutes. And then back the response from the owner, it's been more than a couple minutes, men, and I'm panicking. You're not going to be able to lie. He doesn't care, and he has enough proof.
And what is the date and time on that text conversation?
It would be September 28th, 2020, from 8:52:06 p.m. to 9:27:19 p.m. on the same date.
Did you also search the defendant's phone for text messages that indicated a potential plan to harm Greg?
I did.
Did you create an excerpt of the report of the relevant evidence that you found?
I created an excerpt, yes.
I'm approaching Your Honor, State's Exhibit. Go ahead, got it. State's Exhibit 151.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the
This is.
excerpt that you created? Your Honor, this time I would ask that Exhibit 151 be admitted and published.
I'm sorry, did you respond to this excerpt?
Keep your voice down.
Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, this is inadmissible character evidence, subjection to Rule 404.
Can you hand it up to the judge? Just show me the text.
And that takes his life, so we cannot skip anything else now. So now I have to talk during sidebars, and this has been the snooze fest. I mean, I'm sorry, but I was preferring. No, I was gonna say I prefer hearing Judge Beth, but no, I do not prefer hearing her at all. Uh, but it's it's been one of those days. This testimony, the state is taking more time. I don't think they're gonna rest today. It, and I'm gonna be quiet now.
This is a text excerpt from, including conversation from the owner of the device, and the number listed is Chris Dontel. From the owner, it goes, "The want and the doing is two different things. Hopefully it's slow for you again. Why don't you text me later when you want to eat? Greg Pub not getting kids today. He pissed at me." And this was sent on 9/28/2020 at 9:13 a.m. Still, but he being polite. I'm all for popping a tire on the highway or cutting a brake line on him. From Chris Dontel, his reply was, "Unfortunately, I am too now."
Thank you. We heard what's the motion for a moment? There had been some testimony about a text from the victim to the defendant about a storm coming. Did you search for that conversation?
I did.
Were you able to find a relevant text conversation?
I did.
Did you create an excerpt of the extraction from the defendant's phone showing that conversation?
I did.
Oh my days, this is so bad. It's like I'm sure that they've gone through all of this information before. This guy faces says it all. It's just like, oh, come on, he's been there all day, and he has testified almost to nothing because they're just putting evidence in. He's wasting time. Look at that attorney wasting time. I'm sorry, I'm getting really pissed right now. I know, isn't it so painlessly slow? It's like they had opportunity to watch this. They're just stalling. Yep, I agree. They are just absolutely stalling this at the moment to go over next week.
This is not being being admitted at this time, is that right? Or are you trying to admit it now?
I am going to try and admit it through Lieutenant Wells.
This is, at this point, identification, you're not submitting it in this email.
I'm showing it to you in this moment so that you can see it.
I'm
and
going
then
to have some
I'm
objections, is all I'm saying. I'm going to have some objections to this document going into evidence under the same rule we just discussed, and the under 404 drama.
Your Honor, I'll show you State's Exhibit 157. Again, this is an excerpt of the report that they've had for years.
Oh my days, honestly, if I was the witness, I would literally is like just quit life because I know you did told us, Jeremy. Yeah, that absolutely. He was looking something for objecting, so they can have another sidebar, so we can waste time because it's already 10 to 3 o'clock. We have already had so much time wasted with this thing, and is just trying to move it to next week, and I don't know why, or he doesn't has any case, so he's trying to prolong for some. uh, I wish I could go with you, Anna, but enjoy it for me. But this is absolutely ridiculous in my opinion, that it's just trying to. Yeah, exactly. But well, so it's we are in a trial that obviously you're of something your client did. Obviously, anything would make her look bad, but tough. It is gonna come in. Um, I think they put an E before the I, and it wasn't after a C. Yeah, I think it was something like that, Stephanie. I think you're right, and that is absolutely disgraceful. I don't think that should stand in a court of law. Oh my days, this is just crazy. I mean, how much longer are they gonna take? I'm sure they're still gonna have a break, right? Of the afternoon break, even though it's already 10 to 3, and we have what 2 hours of court. They're still gonna drag this out a lot. Oh my days! It's been a great day, but this court, like, we haven't lost anything. What they've been doing all day is putting evidence in, like messages, phone data, and everything. We haven't missed anything. That's all they've been doing today, and apparently looks like that's what they're gonna do for the rest of the day, and then we're gonna break out for the week winter. No, for the weekend on this. It's such a boring day, such a pointless, and that, like, because if they were reading it all, fair enough, but they're reading some of it but not all of them, so it's getting a little bit, oh, we'll move this one into evidence, we're moving this to evidence, and we're like, oh my days. And just, yeah, exactly, I agree. There, if you don't want, you don't want to look bad, don't do bad things, and don't hire, well, shady people will hire shady lawyers, so she definitely has them. uh but I just don't get it. Why they, like, she stipulated for so many things, Ali, this prosecutor, right? They could have just stipulated to put all of this into evidence. They just literally could have put everything of this into evidence, and then he could object, fair enough, maybe outside of the presence of the jury, doing a voir dire, going in through that, so we don't need to be there. But no, we have to painstaking go through this, and this trial was going very well. It was going very smoothly, very spicy. It's like go go go, but everything, he's worn the same jacket every day. She's worn the same clothes every day. That must smell. So it's like maybe him and her matching because they ain't changing clothes. If she shows up on Monday with the same clothes, really, they don't have anything else. either the family or the donation bins have anything else. Even Laurie Daybell was wearing different clothes, even though with the same jacket. Even her was wearing the same clothes. So she is in custody. She is in custody, Zizi. She was in custody. She was on bond before, but she broke a bond because they had contact with each other. The Megan and Don't Tell, they had contact with each other, and they got both sent back to prison or jail or whatever, waiting trial. So she is in custody right now. I know, donation bin. Where would they go? Like for prison. Yeah, must have, but it's okay. I mean, it's all right. It's all right. Don't worry. But it's like even in the nation bin in the child, I'm sure that they have another clothes for her, not just the same clothes over and over again. Uh, I think Arden Bot is looking for something. You just had it. Ugh. He lost his mouse of this computer. Okay. Yeah, I know, no Zapado, I know. So we went through two trials with Laurie Daybell, and we did not had any zappings. Ah man, that's sad. Do you think? Oh no, during the sentence she's gonna be shackled and handcuffed because she's not presumed innocent anymore. I think this expert wasn't going to be long until yesterday when the geolocation guy kept saying I didn't extract that or whatever. So I think they are going overboard with all this now. Yeah, they probably are, but they could just stipulate to that like she did with a bunch of them. She did like 6 stipulations in the first day or anything. So they were ahead of time. Because of this, of all this charade, I'm sure we're not ahead of time no more. Um, yeah, I think everyone was disappointed. Jet Set Jay, that Laurie did not get zapped at all. Um, it's just weird. It says weird how that not have she actually behaved. Oh, looks like we are back now.
I'm showing you State Exhibit 157. Is that the excerpt from the data extraction from the defendant's phone showing a text conversation that includes a reference to a storm is coming?
Trying to find what page it's on.
I think it's the last page.
Okay, yes.
Is that an excerpt that you created?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I'm double checking to make sure. But I would ask at this time that Exhibit 157 be admitted.
United States Exhibit 157 is admitted into evidence over the defendant's objection subject to the redactions that we discussed.
And Your Honor, just to be efficient, I can have him start reading this, but I want to just.
We had a bit of whispering going on there. We had a bit of whispering going on there. Wow.
Who is this text conversation between?
From 1-843-650-150. which is G, and
G,
the owner,
letter G.
and the owner of the device, which is the XS Max.
Okay, you're gonna have to speak up.
All right.
There you go. Can you start at the top of the conversation while we're waiting to complete the redactions and just say who is sending the message and who is responding?
From G, is it okay to come and get the kids? Reply, they are not home from school yet. G, okay, then I'll go home and take a shower. Thanks, just text me when they're ready, please. Hope your day is going well. The owner, kids home, just text when leaving.
Okay, and just for clarification purposes, the owner of the phone is Megan
Megan
Jackson.
Jackson, yes. Actually, to G, actually, they can stay today and tomorrow since no school tomorrow. From Greg, well, I haven't made it home yet, so I can just head that way. It'll be about a half an hour when I would arrive. She replied, okay, that's fine. Stay or wait till tomorrow. Either way is fine. Greg, I have no problem with them spending the night tonight and tomorrow if that's okay. Reply, that is fine. When can you, Greg, when can I pick up the kids? I hope your day is going well. She replied, I'm on my way back. I left this morning for a call in Ainer and haven't been home yet. They've been giving Savannah a hard time and trashing things. As soon as I go home and make them clean up their mess, they can go. Greg replied, he just texted me, hey, just text me, please. She replied back, okay. You do have a better or more cooperative dick when you're high. From Greg, WTF. From Ms. Jackson to Greg, that was not supposed to go to you, nor was it supposed to come out like that, so I'm glad you got it. It was supposed to say more of a dick and not a cooperative. From Ms. Jackson, if you can pick up kids by 5, I have a body in NC waiting for me to pick up. I need to leave by 6. Hello, is that okay for that time? Again, I have to let Chuck know.
Those were all independent?
They were. The replies were, sure, I'll be there at 5. So no one even had lunch. Ms. Jackson replied back, no, they refused to do anything today and I don't really care. Had you not got them today, they would have had dinner and straight to bed. Dakota took part 2. She pissed in cups and had the dogs drink it. He replied, well, where else is she supposed to piss when Savannah doesn't let her out? And it's quite apparent that you don't care. From Ms. Jackson again, excuse you. As soon as I walked in at 4:47 p.m., she asked, and I said, you're leaving in 10 minutes. Wait till you leave. This was when Savannah had her out with the other 2 cleaning the upstairs, so she wasn't even in her fucking room. She made her go back in the room after she went into Savannah's room and took her shit and messed stuff up. So go ahead and run your fucking mouth again. Greg replied back, okay. She also said, she texted back, also, Blake was told not to let Rocco out while you were here, and he could give 2 fucks less and let him out anyway. Greg replied, okay. From Ms. Jackson, you know it doesn't matter how many fucking days I take off and spend the day with them. The second that I actually have to work, they turn into little assholes. I don't know if that's because I let them go back and forth between my house and your house and things aren't the same, or if they are all just need to go to fucking boot camp. Just got to this again. This is Miss Jackson. Just got to reception. Just got to reception again. Me and Savannah broke down in Asheville. Chuck's sending us another driver. The van won't be fixed until tomorrow. From Miss Jackson, you can call Chuck if you need to, but we won't make it back till tomorrow and going to miss our flight today. So trying to figure out how I'm going to make it to court Friday. Greg replied, funny because the kids said you were leaving this morning. Once again, I don't heed people's warnings that warn me you were going to F me over again and do this asterisk. But I love my kids so much, I want to be with them all the time. From me, Miss Jackson, we were supposed to leave this morning. It was 12:50 we leave and wouldn't get there till 5:29. I just lost $2,000 in plane tickets. Thanks for being an ass about it. From Greg, okay. Oh, but I'm going to lose my F asterisk job because I have nobody to watch my kids. So no, thank you. Miss Jackson replied back, call Chuck. It was not planned. I'm losing $2K, like I said, and I still have to get to Ohio. From Greg, why would I call Chuck? Is he going to watch the kids for me? I'm right down there. It would have been a nice to get a call last night or whenever instead of night, right before I walk out the F asterisk door to take the kids to your house. How convenient. She replied, thought I would make it back, didn't know. I has to wait for van. Then fell asleep, about to lose reception. From Greg, when are you getting back? Weird, Chuck's not answering his phone either. Miss Jackson, that's because we had an autopsy this AM. So did I. He should answer when he's done. I'm not sure I still have a figure out Ohio. From Greg, when are you going to be home today? ETA. I need you to take the kids soon as you get home because I've got to look for a new job. Hello? I have bad service here. This is from Miss Jackson. I don't know. I have to make it to Ohio before Friday somehow. I'll also have to wait for van to be fixed. Chuck's driver coming to get Bodie. Your body. Sorry. From Greg, well, I hope you're home by today. Otherwise. According to Chuck, not till tomorrow now. I open cans of worms because I have nothing to lose now. Sorry, but I guess I'm just not cooperating. I should be happy I lost my job. From Miss Jackson, I told you first text car being fixed tomorrow and I still have to get to Ohio. I told you first text again. I told you first text car being fixed tomorrow and I still have to get to Ohio. From Greg, what court date do you have tomorrow? Meeting at Ms. Jackson replied back, meeting a judge, no hearing set yet. October 5th is court. Why? Greg asked, trying to figure out what is going on. I don't see any court dates from the last time you said you were there. Sorry, I don't trust a word you say. Everything is always riddled with half truths and half lies. So I'm going to start letting people know the truth. From Ms. Jackson. First of all, it's under a trust. We meet a lawyer, which mine quit. Papers are at home, asshole. I can show you when I get back. So fuck off. It won't come up by searching my name. From Greg. Well, the scheduled court for October does, but not just talking about court. Supposed to meet her tomorrow. From Greg. Sorry, wrong person. From Ms. Jackson. I'm not, and I didn't make it to Ohio. We are coming back, but won't be back till later. From Greg. Kay, be safe. Are you going to be home tonight so I can drop them off in the morning? From Ms. Jackson, I am taking my time coming back home. Won't be back till tomorrow evening. Stopping by a FH and sitting in Charlotte tonight. Awesome. You really did cost me my job. Thanks. You told me you'd be home later, so I told my boss I'd work tomorrow. Thank you. Trying to salvage my F* life. Unreal. All I can say is wait for the storm. From Ms. Jackson. I never said when, I said later. From Greg. God be with you in your travels. Enjoy yourself. From Ms. Jackson. Actually, I specifically said I am not coming back today, but we didn't make it to Ohio. If you read the first text I sent. From Greg. Tell it to God. Huh? Thank you.
And what is the date? Thank you. What is the date of that text conversation?
Scroll down a little bit. Beginning on 9/22/2020. Until 9/25/2020 at 6:43 p.m.
Okay, and now if we can go to admitted exhibit 98. I'm not gonna make you read that one.
Hope so.
On line 6, that entry that has some flight information. Can you read it? What date is the flight out of Myrtle Beach?
September 24th, 7:01 a.m.
So during the time period of the conversation you just read?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. If you just answer Mr. Burton's questions.
All right. Cross-examination.
Mr. Your Honor, did I have a couple minutes based on the information you just provided to me?
For the record, this was provided 3 or 4 years ago.
And of course, the defense has something and he needs a break because why not? They don't need a break. Oh, so it's cross the. I think the stage is done. This is the stage's last witness. Welcome back, Paula. But nice to see you. And now we're gonna get some very ridiculous questions. Be prepared, everybody, to the craziness from this defense, and we'll see what happens. Because this is wild. And by the way, we've been into deliberations for the last 35 minutes in the Karen Reed trial. Still no work, nothing is happening. So we're just sitting and watching trial and waiting. So they both.
Your Honor, could we let our potential witnesses go for the day? Yeah.
Ooh, they're asking for the defense witnesses to go home for the day. Ooh. It's only 3:15.
So were you asked to look at Chris Dontel's phone?
I was asked to look at several devices, but I can't remember if I did. I don't believe I did Mr. Dontel's phone.
So as we sit here today, there's information that you could or could not cross-validate related to where Megan Jackson was, location data wise, and Chris Dontel. You don't have that information.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Well,
that question.
Well, here's what I'm asking for. When, on 9/30, in September, on 9/30, when Megan Jackson goes to UPS and FedEx, Chris Dontel is with her. Are you aware of that?
I testified of the data on the device. That's on the device that's analyzed.
Okay. So you're not aware that the two of them were going there to try to put a stop to anything coming from that?
I'm the digital. I do digital evidence, sir. I'm not the investigator in the case, so.
On those dates you were showing us and times you were showing us, everything I got from y'all had two different kind of time periods. Sometimes it would be accurate, sometimes it would say UTC. On the ones that were shown here today, were those the time shown on the document, or were those not yet converted from UTC?
Which ones? What did
Y'all
you
showed.
show me? Which ones were
Yeah,
UTC?
I'll give you an example. Find one.
What exhibit are you showing?
I'm gonna show them 153 and 157. It says UTC is fine. Where? Right there. On that.
Right here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's UTC -5, New York. That's local time zone.
Okay, it's -5. So on some of mine, it said -5. I had to do the math myself, and on some, it was already done for me. So
Which ones did you have to do it for? Did you have to do the math on them?
We're talking about thousands
That's the question.
We're talking about thousands and thousands of documents. I guess what I'm asking you is there any way for us to know, see here, 155. Time zone settings, UTC. Let's see how it says that.
That's just the, yes, sir. That's just the summary. That's the name of the time zone at UTC that shows the setting right here again is UTC -5, New York, sir.
Okay, so does that mean that the UT, it has
It means-
been subtracted from it, or you have to do the subtraction? from it?
No, it's in the local time.
If that's converted time. So. One of the things I couldn't get a grasp on, isn't the time flow this way? Erica Dontel gets a message on the morning of 9/27, That's the first time she receives information about the affair between Chris Dontel and Megan Jackson. Is that your understanding?
I mean, I don't know what the first time what she knew. I know what the data that was on the device that I testified to, because I don't know what she would know.
The time of it's important is that morning, wasn't it? Sir?
I would have to see.
On the morning of September 27th. The morning of September 27th, Erica Dontel received the first indication that there was an affair going on between Megan Jackson and Chris Dontel.
Is this the email you're talking about, or are you talking?
Yes, sir.
I don't know, sir.
All right. Because right after that, what's sent to Megan Jackson is a message from Chris Dontel.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying.
All right, let's not testify. Okay, well, Your Honor, I'm having to explain to him the fact that he can, I'm asking the fact that he can deny it or he can respond to it because he likes. I don't think it's an improper question. I didn't get the question now.
Your Honor, if I may respond.
And it was getting a little bit spicy there, but obviously we can't hear because they decided to be now sad people, and we can't hear spiciness now. So we have to wonder what this is. So yeah. Honestly, these two are acting like two kids. Honestly, just move on and trying to get the UTC thing because of the time, because sometimes it's not always correct, the UTC information, but like what does that matter? That matters nothing. But anyway, it's just pointless. It's like it is a bit boring. Yes, I agree with y'all. I don't blame you. So it's, yeah, it is interesting. So we just have to see it through.
As we sit here today, do you have an understanding of the sequence of events in terms of the information Erica Dontel received related to the affair between Megan Jackson and Chris Dontel?
A basic understanding of the sequence of events, yes.
Okay. All right. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that the first information Erica Dontel received about the affair was on the morning of 9/27?
I cannot testify to what was the first information that she received, sir. I mean, I do digital forensics. I can testify to data that is on the device. I mean, I don't know what she knows or what she was sent, or I don't know any of that. I'm not the investigator on the case.
You are the Cellbrite. You've been put forward as the second digital forensic expert and Cellbrite analyst. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I just watched you testify, and every time I heard you testify, there were dates and times given in your testimony, what was there?
That is correct.
Okay. And so I'm trying to go back and rehash some of those dates and times with you, and I just want to see if you understand it. So
okay.
As we sit here today, can you clarify for us what time Erica Dontel received her message on 9/27?
On 9/27, when she did?
Yes, sir.
Without the exhibit in front of me, we've
Okay.
been through so many.
Okay. And then, as we sit here, do you have information about what Chris Dontel did with that information?
I wouldn't, that's beyond my scope.
Okay. But you were looking at Megan Jackson's phone.
Because it was provided, yes.
Okay. So you would then know that Chris Dontel sent her that information that Erica had received.
That Chris Dontel sent.
Chris Dontel sent that information to Megan Jackson and said, look what's been exposed.
If you could please show me, counsel.
You looked at Megan Jackson's phone, right, as part of your extraction.
I did.
At 9:27, on 9/27, September 27th, at 10:30 p.m., Chris Dontel sent Megan Jackson a couple of lengthy messages, which included the information related to Erica Dontel.
Objection, counsel is testifying.
Without the report, without an excerpt showing me exactly what you're talking about, that one phone extraction is so large, it's impossible for me to know all the data, the dates, times. I mean, with all due respect, I mean, that's a lot of information for me to recall off my head. So if you would please show me a portion of my report.
The marks for identification, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
My days, is this start competing with Karen Reed on sidebars now? Because this is what, the 4th of the 5th already today? I think if I did not know better, I think this your gifted memory? Did I almost give you a memory? No, I'm joking. Thank you very much, Ivams, for all the gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. I know membership, but see, you make us laugh, Anna. Thank you for that. But yeah. Oh, that was a quick sidebar.
Defendant's Exhibit 4, identification.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked. This is Exhibit 4 for identification only. Could you look at that and identify in the green bubbles if there appears to be information being sent to Megan Jackson?
I mean, this is a visual representation of what it would look like from the data in the device.
And it's a timestamp. Is there a little time signature on it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You share that time with us?
Which one, sir? All three?
Yeah, just the first one.
Oh, yeah, the evidence if he's going to testify.
Oh, yeah.
You can give it to him.
It's just
refresh
refreshing.
his memory.
Let me see it again.
What's on.
Yeah. Take a chance to look through.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to what information or that information in large fashion was sent to Megan Jackson from Chris Dontel on the evening hours of 9/27?
It does not.
Okay. Thank you. In reviewing Megan Jackson's phone, you would have seen other messages. Because I've seen you just testified to a number of messages. Isn't that right, sir?
That is correct.
And part of that was try to help you get context. Is it my understanding? Is that right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so it would have been important to you, I imagine, that on 9/27, that Megan Jackson reached out to Chris Dontel to let him know she would try to help him figure out.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's going to testify. Ask your question.
Are you aware that Megan Jackson contacted an IT professional to try to help her figure out, try to help Chantel figure out? Contacted an IT professional to try to help Chris Dontel and Erica Dontel figure out where the 927 message come from.
I'm not.
Are you aware that Megan Jackson tried to help Chris Dontel and Erica Dontel figure out what platform had been used to send the message that was sent on 927?
Repeat that, please.
Are you aware that Megan Jackson tried to help identify the platform that was utilized to send the anonymous 927 message?
No. No, sir.
All right. You read some messages between Megan Jackson and Greg Rice, is that correct?
I did.
Are you aware that Megan Jackson eventually confronted Greg Rice about the 927 message that was sent to Erica Dontel?
I don't recall right now.
Okay. All right. Beg 14 dollars, please. You're aware that on 9/28, Megan Jackson told Chris Dontel that she was not comfortable.
Objection, Your Honor.
You said you read messages. You read messages between on Megan Jackson's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you recall seeing any messages where Megan Jackson told Chris Dontel she didn't want to do this anymore?
Objection. And move to strike, Your Honor.
What's indulgent? So as we sit here today, just want to make sure it's clear, you agree with me that you've been presented with cherry-picked information from the text messages between Megan Jackson and Greg Rice. Is that?
When we do reports and we do extractions, the UFED reader report that's for a force multiplier, so everything, as I testified earlier today, that these extractions are extremely large, so the more eyes on it.
Okay. No questions, Your Honor.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right, give me a second. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long week. We're going to go ahead and break for the week. We're not going to be able to get this. We're not going to be able to get through this strong today. We still have a ways to go. We will not have court Monday. I'm asking that you please be back Tuesday at 9:15. Leave your notepads in the jury box. Do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't conduct any independent investigations. Don't watch any news reports. I hope you have a good Mother's Day, Father's Day. I hope you have a good weekend, and we'll see you back Tuesday morning at 9:15. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was eating. I was having a snack. Wow. Oh, sorry. Hang on. Let's see if there's anything outside of the presence of the jury, and then we can discuss whatever happened. Why is no court on Monday? Is it a bank holiday or a federal holiday in South Carolina? No court Monday? Hmm. South Carolina bank holidays. I don't know. I hear it's like, where's Monday? No.
All right, anything from the state?
Oh.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor, and I am going to reprint, I'll figure out which exhibit it was that's with the redactions.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess till 9:15. Well, I'll take a bench at 9:30 Tuesday morning. Yep.
Thank you, Your Honor, have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Oh wow. Right. No court Monday for Megan Jackson. That is rather interesting. Okay, so we're back on Tuesday, right? We're still not going anywhere, don't worry. We're back on Tuesday on this trial. Monday we'll figure out something to watch, or yeah, we'll figure out something. We might just do something small like a parole hearing or something. We might do that. No, Juneteenth, it's on the 19th of June. Monday is the 16th. No, but Monday is the 16th. So, yeah, Monday is the 16th. 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, 19 is Thursday, I think. So, I know Monday's at the beginning of the jury. So probably, yeah. So maybe they have a big jury selection that they need the courtroom. That could be it. Jeremy, thank you for that. Yeah, that could definitely be one of the reasons. Wow. I mean, that is interesting. That's rather interesting. So, what we could do, because we still have a bit of time, and we still have something else to watch because we've been watching, so we can go down to Florida and watch Donna Alderson hearing. Just be aware, we might not make it through because sound it's so horrible that you can barely understand anything. And I would like to watch it a little bit on speed because obviously we might not have time to watch it everything, but we can give it a try, see how it is. But if it's too bad, we might do something else until they release Karen Reid for the deliberations. But we will see because Karen Reid they are 57 minutes in from the deliberations, and obviously I don't um they haven't had anything, so they say they have a verdict, but I think that's trolls. I'm following Court TV and Law and Crime, and just just the major like Turtle Boiler and people like that for verdict. I don't believe in trolls on X, so unless they say there's a verdict, I'll believe there's a verdict. Otherwise, I don't. I do not speak that fast to hear. There are several courtrooms in this courtroom, so it won't be for this courtroom, particularly, especially if they leave the notepads. Yeah, I don't think they leave the notepads in the seats, but I think it's just yeah. But yeah, I get what you say. In terms, so yeah, if you were on if you were on speed, you would. Yes, obviously I would, definitely. So let's start then watching Donna Alderson. We'll see what happens with Donna, because I don't know if we were gonna watch it all because of the sound, because of how bad it is, but we'll see what happens and we'll go with the flow. Told them to lift their notepads in the seats. I don't think they stay in the seats. I think maybe a bailiff takes them. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. I have no clue, Jeremy. But that is true. They did say that they're to lift the notepads in their seat. But yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. I've never been on a jury, especially in the UK. It's probably never gonna happen, which makes me sad. But let's start watching Donna Alderson. So Donna had a hearing today. It took about around 3 hours for a change of venue. So she wants to move her trial from Tallahassee to no, yeah, Tallahassee. Oh, hang on. Where does she wants to go again? Oh my days! I had this in my mind. I knew it, and um, hang on. Let me have a look. 1 second. Give me 1 minute, and then I'll figure it out. Um. Okay, so Miami. Yes, that is true. She wants to go to back to Miami for her trial. So she's in Tallahassee right now, and she wants to yeah, move to her trial to Miami. So I want to watch that hearing because it's a case we've been following. I did a collaboration with Kathy not too long ago about hold this trial, and I want to see it. So who cares what she wants? Yeah, nobody cares. You're crazy, Laviela. Oh, let's just watch. Sound is gonna be horrible. By the way.
Morning, everyone can be seated. Morning, Ryan. F3226, the defense's motion to change the venue of the trial. Parties may make their appearances.
Georgia Kappelman for the state. Sir Catherine Dugan for the state. Jackie Fulford on behalf of Mrs. Adelson.
Joshua Zellman on behalf of Mrs. Adelson.
And I will note the defendant is present in the courtroom for the evidentiary hearing as well. Before we get started with taking of the testimony of witness Mr. Murphy, I believe he's going to be the only witness for the defense today. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. In reviewing the motion, the affidavits in support, and also the memorandum of law, I wanted to make sure the state had not filed a formal response. We're planning to make your argument today. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Very well. As to the affidavits in support, Mr. Zellman in particular, I saw that you had placed an affidavit concerning this matter, specifically for the court to consider this as it goes to both being advocate and witness in the same matter. How exactly is that to take place?
Your Honor, the rule requires an affidavit of 3 individuals, one being the defendant and 2 other individuals. Does not identify who they are, and also does not require that those individuals testify.
Again, you are the primary counsel for your client, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So as to your legal arguments and also your factual affidavit in support of, you believe the court can properly take notice of both?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the state have any arguments concerning those?
No, sir.
Very well. As to whether there's any issue with court accepting that as evidence, I will conduct my own research, but we will move forward at this point. I do see Mr. Murphy is already in the Zoom. Mr. Murphy, good morning, sir. I think you're muted right now.
I only do this 10 times a day. Good morning, Your Honor. My apologies.
Good morning. Good to see you. The technology helps it be more convenient, but at the same time, well, at least you're not like the lawyer who was, I believe, on the Zoom saying I'm not a cat.
The morning is young, so I'll try to avoid that.
We're doing much better in that regard. All right. I believe previously in preparing for the hearing today, the time allotted was going to be 2 hours to defense to make their presentation. The state would have a half hour to respond. I will go ahead and swear in Mr. Murphy, and defense's time will begin at that point. Mr. Murphy, please raise your right hand to be sworn, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today as a part of this proceeding will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may lower your hand. Mr. Zellman, you may examine the witness when you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a number of exhibits that we discussed the other day on flash drive. May I approach with that?
You may. This is a newer version of this binder.
Some of the information has been updated, yes, Your Honor.
Right. Is there any objection from the state as to the court considering this as admitted evidence for the defense for the hearing?
No, Your Honor.
The jump drive will be defense 1. You may continue.
So the way that I have the drive organized, Your Honor, there are 6 folders. Exhibit 1, Exhibit 2, and Exhibit 3 are materials from TrueScope. Can I have permission to share my screen so that Mr. Murphy can?
You may.
So the Exhibit 1 is TrueScope's raw data that we had previously submitted. Exhibit 2 is the original report from TrueScope. Exhibit 3 is the updated report that was finalized. We'll be going through those, and just by way of a brief opening, Your Honor, if I may.
Go ahead.
It goes without saying that the 6th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution, as well as Article 1, Sections 9, 16, and 22 of the Florida Constitution, guarantee and accuse a fair trial by an impartial jury. With that, Your Honor, I guess you've already sworn Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Yes, my full name is James Todd Murphy. I'm president of TrueScope in North America, Media Intelligence and Analysis Service.
And what is media intelligence and analysis?
Media intelligence is the overall term given to our industry that includes media monitoring, media analysis. It's kind of 2 components to the single industry. Media monitoring is the action of tracking and indexing and reporting media across or stories from media of all types. And then media analysis, sometimes called insights, is the analysis of that data, looking at both qualitative and quantitative information using a framework that is that can repeat valid results.
How does TrueScope gather that media?
We have 2 primary, or I would say two different methods. One is we use aggregators that pool content. So for like the broadcast data, we have a party that records all designated market areas, or those, maybe simpler to think of those as cities. There's 210 city markets in the United States that are monitored. For example, New York City is number 1, and it's based on the size of the market area. So from TV and radio, we aggregate all that, and it comes to us in a feed that has metadata attached, so we know the date, time, station, and then the video is indexed to a timestamp. We do the same thing with radio, podcasts. On the print side, we actually scan much of that, although we see feeds from partners of scanned and indexed data. Those generally are sent to us directly from the publishers as PDF images with the text layer behind it. So there's really no break in the chain coming from them for their printed media. We do the same thing with magazines. Social media, it's more of a feed from each social network. Facebook has a feed, Instagram has a feed, LinkedIn, etc. Online news, we use a system where a crawler crawls the web, pulls back anything that has changed, that then gets put into a feed. And these feeds all come into us via an API, which is basically just a conduit for communication. All that comes into our server or servers that are hosted on Amazon, where that data is then processed into topics and additional supplemental we call it metadata. Additional data is added to that. Who's named in here? What industries are mentioned? And all of that then is indexed, so we can run queries against that and report just specific topics. So if Judge Everett wanted a report each morning, for example, of anybody talking about him, he would get, at whatever specified time, a report of all media. Or if there's no media today, he would get a report saying there's no news about you. That's the media monitoring side. The media analysis side then takes all that data that we've captured for a specific topic, and we run some automated systems against that to generate media dashboards, charts, graphs. That's mostly for the quantitative side. Once the quantitative side has been developed, then we apply a methodology for the qualitative analysis. And stop me if I'm going too deep for this question.
No, this is perfect. Please continue.
Okay, so once we have the quantitative, we create the qualitative framework, even the methodology within our framework for the qualitative data. And that's currently based on the Barcelona principles, Barcelona 3.0 principles, as set out by the Global Measurement Association, Trade Association called AMEC, A-M-E-C. So we use the AMEC principles to make sure that we're using best practices in evaluating the media that we monitored.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your background and training. Can you tell the court about your background in media intelligence and analysis, please?
Without sounding, I guess, maybe too folksy, my family has been in the industry since before I was born. My father purchased a press clipping service, as they were called in the late 50s. I began broadcast monitoring when I was 15. He wanted to add the TV and radio side, so I technically set that up for him. And graduated from college in 1991, began full-time, and then developed additional services like competitive media analysis, qualitative media analysis, and others.
You said graduated from college. What is your degree in?
I have a degree in radio, television, and film, and a minor in psychology.
Beginning in 1991, can you advise the court exactly what it was that you developed through the company? It wasn't called TrueScope back then, was it?
No, it was initially it was called Universal Press Clipping Bureau, founded in 1908. In 1998, I changed the company into Universal Information Services, and then in January of 2023, I merged the company with a technology firm out of Australia by the name of TrueScope, taking on the name TrueScope in that month.
Can you tell the court a little bit about your other qualifications in the field of media intelligence and media analysis?
Sure. As you might imagine, a person who is born into it and grows up from a young age in it, I've held all the leadership roles in all of our trade associations, which includes IABM, which was the International Association of Broadcast Monitors, NDS, which was the News Data Services Cooperative, the NACPCS, National Press Clipping. It was the early Press Clipping Conference. I can't remember the exact acronym right now. There was a North American Conference of Press Clipping Services. There we go. My apologies, Your Honor. Let's see. After that, became a member of AMEC to have the measurement side, and have held North American leadership roles there, and currently president of FEBAC, which is the global trade association over all MMO, the entire media monitoring organization industry, which constitutes both media monitoring and media analysis companies.
Now, in addition to that, have you yourself also developed software that is now used in the industry?
Yeah, in the 90s, I had two primary developments. One, in 1995, developed the methodology for comparative media analysis, which was transparent, allowed you to see all the data behind the figures and the inferences, and allowed you to compare one entity against another. In the commercial realm, it might be a market, say Chicago, for example, that has a multitude of healthcare systems. It would allow one healthcare system to track how they're performing, both in terms of volume of media mentions, impact, reach, and then on the qualitative side, primary message points where they either are leading or trailing their competitors. I also developed the first software and database and hardware solution that allow you to track multiple TV stations. The closed captioning that's embedded in broadcast programming. I had a program written that could extract multiple channels, 4 channels simultaneously, all to a single database and that was the first instance of indexing broadcast media, which has come in handy when people try to trademark and patent that process. Having that prior art has helped me.
Have you previously testified as an expert in media intelligence and analysis?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
I think this will be my 5th formal testimony. We've done consulting for attorneys all along where they simply receive the data. But in terms of testimony similar to this would be my 5th time. Probably an equal number of our data plus an affidavit have been sufficient. If that's a fair answer.
Thank you. Your Honor, we were trying to witness as an expert in media intelligence and analysis.
The state wished to Wadai as a witness.
No, Your Honor.
The court at this time will permit the witness to testify in the form of an opinion during this hearing as to the specific topics. I believe it was media analysis and what was the other?
Intelligence.
And media intelligence. You may continue.
Thank you. Now, in the field of media intelligence and media analysis, in addition to gathering this data, you also have to quantify that, and that requires math, correct?
Correct.
And the mathematical principles that you use are generally accepted in the field of media intelligence and media analysis, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
And in addition to the math concerning that issue, is it also generally accepted in your field to use similar mathematical principles to identify how many times somebody would have to see something in order to form a memory, and there's a standard formula for that we're going to go over, correct?
That is correct.
Now, on a factual level, how closely have you followed the murder of Dan Markell in State of Florida versus Donna Adelson?
I have not followed it at all, personally. As a standard operating procedure, I tend to avoid news such as that on on the principle that we may have a client that we serve in this capacity, certainly once engaged by a client to evaluate a specific case, I will call it, I tune out completely and avoid all media related to it. Just on the outside chance, I might see something that subconsciously would influence my opinion. Now, anytime you frame something, for example, you're looking at me right now and you're forming an opinion about how I look, that's the principle I apply. If I were to see a television news story, it's through the lens of a reporter. Even if it's an unbiased story or what we might call a balanced story, it's still framed, and what's in the frame, or what they might call the mise en scène, things in the frame can also influence. So as a person in my capacity, I avoid specifics related to a case we have, if not before.
Now, how has TrueScope collected the data in this case?
So in this case, all of the data has been gathered through our standard operating procedure through our aggregate systems, transmitted via API calls into our servers for indexing, processing. The text is never modified. The data that we receive from the media outlet is never modified. It's simply categorized and basically labeled so it can be recalled and have additional information telling us who, what, where, when, why, what time, that type of information. No,
please.
And then that information for a client or a case such as this is analyzed and managed by my media analysis team under the direction of Cheryl Lewis.
And the way in which the data was gathered in this case followed the generally accepted methodology in your view?
Yes. So one of the things, we have two layers of check and balances above each of our departments. Jean Saucier, who oversees, she's my senior vice president, oversees that department. She checks to make sure that progress towards a timeline is being made, but also that each step in the process is followed. Within the media measurement team, they have two people, and we have a rule that two sets of eyes look at everything. So anytime a spreadsheet is created, the assistant media analysis person on this job will review it, trying to find any errors in the data. And then lastly, which I think you've been a part of, Mr. Zellman, is I review all the data with the team, and I ask for additional things that I want to see. It could be volume of mentions over time or something else. So I don't look at the data prior to the nearly final reports, and then I say, okay, is there something missing in this situation? And ask for them to produce that.
Now, in doing so, you talked about a spreadsheet earlier. TrueScope prepared a spreadsheet of the raw data in this case, correct?
Yes.
Is the spreadsheet that is on the screen the raw data that TrueScope collected?
That is our data.
Okay. Now, there are a number of tabs. What is the purpose of having these different tabs at the bottom?
The different tabs, generally speaking, or simply put, correlate to what queries resulted in the data found. So, for example, this first tab that you're currently showing would be a query for either Donna Adelson or Charlie Adelson. Potentially would include any variations on their name that would then be reviewed to make sure it's the correct Charlie or Donna Adelson. Each row on the spreadsheet then represents a single article or story or unit of reporting, whether it's a TV story or a website article. Moving across the row, you can see all the metadata that is included with each story.
And can you tell the court how many articles, and this appears to be newspapers?
Yes.
How many different mentions were found? And what was the time period that TrueScope was searching?
So we looked at a couple of different slices. Some of it go back further than others to do some comparative analysis, I know. But overall, I believe we went as far back as 2014 to 2025 for some of the data. And then we also did a June 2023 to May 2024 sample analysis.
And so
I'm not sure I answered your question directly, though.
With the newspapers, this tab indicates there were 233 mentions of Donna or Charlie Adelson during that time period, correct?
That is that's exactly correct. 233 rows, but the first row would be headers.
And then can you tell the court what this second tab is?
That would be another query, a new query, that's not looking specifically for either Donna or Charlie Adelson, but additional names associated with this case that you or the client would ask us to look at either for comparison purposes or whatever they need. we generally don't offer legal advice on what you need for your situation, but the advice we give is how we've done this in the past and our expertise in doing it in the past, and we would suggest, are there additional people involved in a subject that should also be queried to see how many stories mentioned them, and in what relation to the overall subject you're most interested in.
So with respect to this tab, the searches were done for the alleged co-defendants or co-conspirators, McDaniel, Garcia, or Rivera, correct?
Correct, and although we just have last names listed, again, we would have ensured that we were using first names and variations that correlate directly to those individuals.
And for this tab, there were 308 mentions of those of the alleged co-conspirators, correct?
That is correct.
What is this next tab?
That's going to be a more of a, I call it a specific media type analysis. So it's a media type within a specific name query. So in this case, we were looking at queries of Dan Markle, a search term of Dan Markle in both broadcast and some web content.
Okay. Now, the dates in the first column, the formatting is a little off, but what does that represent?
That would be the date. That would be the date of broadcast. So in that first, what is designated as row 2, that story aired on January 8th, 2014 at 5:34 p.m.
Was it January or was it August?
Oh, thank you. Because our technology is built in Australia, our dates are day, month, year, as opposed to month, day, year, as is more commonly used in the United States. We provide the service on a global scale, so even I have to remember that. My apologies.
Now, in this tab of information, does this include closed captioning from television newscasts or broadcasts?
It does, that's correct. So that's text inputted or live captioned by the broadcasting station or network.
And this also includes the link to that raw data, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell the court how many mentions there were, how many articles or broadcasts?
2,818.
And then what does this next tab represent?
So this is going to be what we call internally the roll-up of the quantitative data related to different views. So in this case, we're looking at cities or potential designated market areas. We include what county they reside in, and then we calculate, and the system tabulates the exact amount that each of those cities and or counties, the volume of media mentions. So that would be the number of stories or articles or web pages within that geographic area. Column B would indicate the total audience. People may be more familiar with the Nielsen ratings. That's where those audience figures come from. Sometimes you'll see them referred to as impressions. That often is a more generic term that can apply to other media types. But in terms of broadcast, that would be the Nielsen audience rating based on their methodology and their standard for establishing how many people had an opportunity to view that story in a specific geographic region.
And so would it be accurate to say that your team looked at the total amount of articles and broadcasts that were identified in the previous tabs and then sorted them based on market area?
That is correct.
And the total number of broadcasts or articles that were published and TrueScope was able to collect, what was the total for Leon County?
2,271.
And then where did you get the total number of adults in Leon County from?
That would be from the most recent census numbers from the government. So that's obviously census.gov has that data. We use that data to pull the most accurate count as each census is updated.
And can you explain to the court what an opportunity or to be seen or impressions per person represents?
Sure. So whether it's a tabulated audience or unique visitors to a website, each media type has their own type of audience count calculation or impressions. Since the simple math takes the total number of stories and then divides that into the population of an area that we're looking at. So you take column C and column E and you can come up with, including column D, you can come up with a calculation just on basic math where on average, an individual residing in that geographic area would have X number of opportunities to see this specific story, whether it's hurricanes or sort of a hurricane or the subjects within this case.
Before you continue, Mr. Zellman, I do have a question on that point. Mr. Murphy, is the opportunity to be seen the same thing as definitive proof of engaging with that particular content?
It can't be, engagement can't be measured in what I call the passive mediums. That's going to be television, radio, because you might turn on a radio station in your car and listen to the news on your way to work, but I can't say that you necessarily engaged with every story. You may be a sports person and you just wait for them to get through the weather. So opportunities to be seen is I'll call it a more objective label to put on it when the media is passive. When it's an active medium like social media, we do have the ability to calculate engagements, like if you liked it, if you shared it, if you commented. So we do use the more objective opportunities to be seen to calculate the potential of an average adult or jury eligible individual within that geographic area to see a story.
Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, in addition to conducting this analysis for Leon County, did you look at other counties in Florida?
We did.
And we're going to go through that in the next exhibit in more detail. I'm now going to pull up Exhibit 2. Is Exhibit 2 on your screen?
It is.
Okay. And can you tell the court what this exhibit represents?
This is going to be the output. It undoubtedly goes through several revisions until it passes all of our checks and balances, but this is a platform where we can visualize the data and annotate specific interpretations or inferences from the data to indicate to our client what a chart or graph or image might be showing in terms of their analysis on that page.
Let's go to that first slide. What does this first slide represent?
It's pretty small on my screen. One moment. So that would be similar to what we saw on the previous exhibit. This is the media coverage for nearly an 11-year period by county, from designated counties in Florida.
What counties, so Leon County, this is the 376 opportunities to be seen from potential impressions that we discussed previously. What other counties did you focus on? And we'll get to that next exhibit, but with respect to Miami-Dade County, what were the number of opportunities to be seen for residents, adult jury eligible residents in Miami-Dade County?
2.
Let's go to the next slide. What does this represent?
That's the volume of media coverage by media type. Excuse me. This is where we simply break down the overall media coverage that we're analyzing for the client to see which media types were most predominant. This often comes into consideration when I'm looking at active versus passive media types. It can also be used to make inferences based on journalistic credibility versus media reporting. Just to elaborate, believe it or not, despite what we often see in political rhetoric, there are journalistic standards that professional journalists try to adhere to when reporting, as opposed to a person who might be creating media. A talk show, more of an opinion-based show, can have some greater latitude than a journalist might take with a story. And in this case, you can see TV news was the predominant, by far the predominant media type, followed by print media, with web and radio trailing behind.
What is the purpose of this next slide, slide 4?
That is what I call more of a control analysis, a simple control analysis to look at what would an average news story in the same area generate in terms of, say, impressions, or we look at several factors, total volume, how long it takes for that story to decay. Invariably, what it's going to show you is the attention, and the judge previously asked about engagement. There's a certain level of desensitization to the stories that are most common: car crashes, fires, things that we commonly see every day on the news. We like to often look at what a average or common story statistically looks like compared to the story we're looking at for our client.
And so with this car crash story, how many opportunities have you seen or impressions? Try and get to the right slide. did you calculate for the average story?
But I'm having a hard time reading that. It's going to be the number of stories divided by the population, but I can't quite read what, I don't want to confirm what you're all seeing versus what I'm seeing.
Let me see if I can zoom in.
No, it's like trying to pass the vision test at the Department of Public Safety Motor Vehicle.
Your Honor, I failed the vision test. I was just kidding. That's not true. For the record.
Can you? I think it's getting a little bit bigger, Mr. Zell.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes. Right. So this is going to demonstrate that this average story appeared in the media about the car crash. Let's see, six stories were reported on that topic, generating just over 935,000 opportunities to be seen. And I'm just reading at the bottom, the story appeared over a 3-day span in a population of nearly 160,000 residents based on census data. And then we apply, I believe in Florida or in your county, the jury eligible age is 18. And so we calculate only those over that age in our viewing population.
So with that calculation, the jury eligible residents had 6 opportunities to see one of these stories based on.
That's correct.
And finally, with this exhibit, hold on. This exhibit, what is the total number of juror eligible individuals according to census data in Miami-Dade County?
There's over 2 million in Miami-Dade.
Versus how many in Leon County?
Just under 160,000.
Before you continue, when you say census data, this is the 2020 census number that you're using as a part of.
It would be the most recent census data.
Please continue.
I'm going to pull up exhibit 3. I'll try to make it bigger for you. What does this exhibit represent?
So this is a timeline of media coverage, a quantitative count of stories over time. This is generally helpful in seeing the peaks and valleys. We can also easily interpret the decay of a story. So moving from left to right, in 2014, we see there's an additional starting point of the data, which then decays over the year to a low in 2015, and then spikes again during the year of 2016. Oftentimes you can correlate those spikes to activity around the subject. In a case like this, it can be arrests, allegations, people being named, court hearings, but the spikes almost invariably will always indicate some activity around the specific topic. And then on the right side, you can see between the years of 2021 and 2025, a more rounded, but increasing volume of media coverage on this topic, which would indicate there are more things happening of interest to the media, and a slower decay where follow-up stories are occurring during that date range.
What does this next slide represent?
That's going to represent the impressions of the media. I'm sorry, the impressions the media are generating for that same time period. The scales are going to be different, so the peaks are still there, and so you can see the 2016 and the 2019 peaks, and then you also see that kind of 2021 things start moving up, and then that more rounded curve from the prior slide, you can see how it's represented by the impressions of the media covering that subject. How many people it's potentially reaching?
Okay, and according to the analysis that TrueScope has conducted, can you tell the court what 2025 is 2025 projected to be higher or lower than 2024?
Yes. Impressions from media coverage for 2025 are on track at this point to surpass 2024.
And what do we have here in slide 4?
So this would be another control comparison, impressions of volume of coverage to another recent change of venue hearing or case based on what data is currently publicly available. So it indicates media exposure within Idaho compared to Florida. And what it is specifically is a heat map of each state showing the density of media coverage in various counties.
And and so this is what time frame was this analysis done here?
This was just a 1 year sample where we had overlapping data collected. Since we also did this work, this is overlapping data using the same methodology and framework from a case in Idaho, where we also had the same type of overlapping data from the Florida case.
What is represented in this slide?
That's going to be the same date range comparing two counties in Florida. The blue line would be volume of stories in Leon County versus volume of stories in Miami-Dade.
And how many, what was the volume of story? And again, it's that same 1 year time frame, June of 23 to May of 24. What's the volume of stories in Leon County?
283.
And what was the volume of stories in Miami-Dade County?
It was about exactly 60 last 223.
What does this next slide represent?
It's going to be similar date range in county comparison, but showing the impressions, the total tally of audience. And it's showing that in blue, Leon County had more impressions within that geographic area versus the number of impressions in the Miami-Dade geographic area.
What does this next slide represent?
Again, this is going to be a media type donut chart, donut graph of volume of coverage by media type, which is going to indicate, for me, passive and active media, but also to anyone who's viewing it, reveals which media was more engaged or reported more frequently on this topic.
I want to go back. Now, over the lifespan of this investigation, July of 2014 to present, based on your analysis, do you have an opinion on how the span of time has impacted the media coverage in the case?
Yeah, I can certainly provide my opinion. In my experience, it shows a topic of interest to the media where the story has what, has, you know, heard the phrase, the story has legs. It has captured the interest of the media over time. Some stories, such as a car crash, at this point in time, it would be nearly impossible to find anyone in the county where a car crash occurred that can remember any details of that story. This is indicating repetition over time and volume of impressions are over time are high. So where I would start thinking is I expect to see in the numbers a higher level of retention based on saturation of an average citizen in a geographic area. So this is, in my work, this is what I start looking at and building what my expectation should be coming in the downstream data. And if I don't see it, then I rerun it to see if we made a mistake anywhere, or if there's a contributing factor to why a story stopped. But this is to summarize, this is a very typical shape and volume of impressions for a story that captures the interest of the media over time at a high level, too.
And so I think that's a good segue into the math of memory that we discussed earlier. You explained to the core the concept of math of memory.
I hope everyone's had their coffee. So the math of memory is a basic probability theory that also uses a level of algebra, and it shows the ability to retain information, or inversely, how rapidly your memory of an incident or a story, in this case, decays over time. Ultimately, this formula is going to it shows, it's proven, and it's a globally accepted theory that it has repeatable and valid results. The more a person is estimated to be exposed to a story, the longer they'll retain up to 80% of the details of a story.
The person we're referring to with this is someone of average intellect with no defects.
Right. Again, it's when we say jury eligible population, that doesn't account for anyone who might be exempted for a reason other than age.
Please continue.
So how does the math of memory, and I'm sorry, Mr. Murphy, were you done with the initial explanation of the concept of math of memory?
Yes.
Okay. And so how does, when you have number of impressions and opportunities to be seen, how does that factor into the ability of somebody to retain that information?
In my mind, it's fascinating how logarithmically your potential to retain information goes up once you surpass seeing the story just a couple times. So what we do is we apply the number of, so we take the total number of media mentioned, or articles or stories, the coverage, divided into the jury eligible pool to derive the total number of opportunities for this story to be seen by a jury eligible person in that county. Then we can put that number into this formula and estimate statistically, I might say, I didn't preface that, but statistically, how long the average person of average intellect could retain up to 80% of detail on the story. I mean, in terms of years.
Okay, and based on training experience, when somebody has 376 opportunities to see an article or broadcast or podcast, how long do they retain that information?
If it's 336 exposures, I can't even estimate. I have to run the math again. I can tell you, for example, if a person's exposed once, that retention to interpret the story would be 3.3 minutes. And I've provided, I think you have that chart up as I provided it. You can see how it extends once you get up above 10. Statistically, it exceeds the lifetime of a human.
So breaking this down, with the opportunities to be seen that we have in this case, for an individual jury eligible of average intellect, they're going to be able to retain that information for their entire life.
Yes. And that's based on the resultant figure that in Leon County, the average jury eligible person was exposed 26 times.
Just a moment, Ryan.
Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Murphy, going back to the data that you were able to collect, you had mentioned earlier that TrueScope has the ability to collect and analyze podcast information and social media. Were you able to do that in this case?
My knowledge, no, we were not able to include podcasts specifically in this analysis.
And can you tell the court why that is?
There's two functional reasons. One, having access to the podcasts and retaining that data, we need to have a client engaged. If we don't have a client engaged, we're generally, when we engage a client, we're tracking and going forward in most cases. With some media types, we retain that content and we can do back searching. In the case of podcasts, it's a new medium. We don't have the ability to do back searching into the same time frame with podcasts. So I think that was at least one reason why we excluded it from the data.
And what about social media? Were you able to include looking backwards at social media?
Similar situation. Social media requires that we register topics. That's an internal phrase where we, in a sense, put the topic into the social network of, say, Instagram, for example, so that it can return results related to that topic through the API that can access. Since we didn't have an engagement with your offering in 2011, none of that had been registered, so we statistically excluded that media type. One reason. That would be my primary reason.
Just one, Your Honor. Mr. Murphy, since TrueScope was not able, TrueScope in this case was retained in January 2025, correct?
Correct.
And so what you're saying about the social media and podcasts, because you weren't retained, you weren't able to go back in time to collect the data from social media and podcasts.
That is correct.
If you had been able to obtain that information, are you able to offer an opinion as to how that would have impacted your conclusions about total number of potential impressions, or as the court was asking earlier about active engagement?
Yeah, so there's a couple specific, I would say, factual things I can share. One, neither of those media types are able to be geographically pinned down. A podcast can occur anywhere, but be specific to another region. So it makes assignment to a geographic region nearly impossible in most cases. So that's one reason. And I apologize. Can you repeat the question? I got too deep into my first answer.
So I was asking how, if you could offer any conclusions as to how, if you've been able to obtain that information, how it would factor into your ultimate conclusions.
So the geographic issue is one. What it would have done is it would have simply increased the volume across the board. It would have been treated more like national media exposure. And let's just use a simple number of 100. Let's say if there were 100 podcasts, it has equal potential to be seen in any of these counties, or heard, as the case may be. And social media is the same way. It would have an equal opportunity to be seen in any county, not in Florida, but globally. So statistically, it would simply increase the values across the board by the same number. You can apply an N factor to it, and it wouldn't change the charting of impact or opportunities to be seen. It would increase the opportunities to be seen in each county, but by an equal amount. So the outcome wouldn't change, if that makes sense. And I can rephrase that if it was confusing.
I understood what you meant. I don't know if the judge would like a different explanation.
Make it as simple as possible.
The water would rise equally in every county, and so it would provide no one an additional bump or decrease over another. It would just be a wash.
So in other words, if you have been able to factor in data from podcasts and social media, the numbers, whatever that number is, would have applied equally for Leon County and Miami-Dade County.
Right. It wouldn't change the outcome of the analysis. It would simply increase the numbers for all of them equally.
Cross-examination. Does that microphone work?
I think so, Judge.
I can hear.
Mr. Murphy, can you explain your fee schedule associated with your work on this case?
I would have to check with my accountant. I see if I would have that detail. We generally, I can speak generally to our fee schedule. There's a monthly subscription cost for us to monitor the data. And then in addition to that, if a client takes the opportunity to have us analyze the data, there's an additional fee for media analysis. So in this case, there would be two components, the media monitoring and the media analysis. And then on top of that, if myself or one of our team members is asked to provide testimony like this, there's an additional fee for my time or Shell's time.
Okay, can you give us a ballpark for what the cost would be for work that like what you've done so far in this case?
Sure. A normal subscription to a monthly subscription of this type, and if I'm charging the client more, I hope that's not the case. I think it generally runs around $1,500 a month for media monitoring. Analysis can often add another $1,000 or $1,500 a month to that cost. And then my fee, if I'm in person on site, it includes the travel expenses, and then if it's just a one-day engagement, $10,000. If it's a virtual situation like this, my fee's $4,000.
Do you know how many potential jurors have actually viewed content related to this case?
No one can know that number for certain. So I think what we're looking at is possibility. Your question revolves around possibility versus probability. We're working with probability and statistics. When you want to say, I'm sorry, I answered your question. I won't go further until you ask me.
So the answer is no, we don't know how many potential jurors have actually viewed. We're basing it on averages and probabilities.
Correct.
Okay, and so is there a way that we could find out if an individual potential juror had viewed content related to this case?
I believe that's part of what would be done in the jury selection.
Could we also ask the juror, how long did you view the item? How much of it did you retain? Questions like that could be asked at jury selection, is that right?
Yeah, any questions could be asked. Let me get into the psychology, the behavioral psychology side from my perspective. What's the probability? And in my case, I'll only be speaking to probability because space junk could fall on the courthouse and change everything. So I don't deal in possibilities, but the probability is what we presented in the numbers. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Do you have any data or probabilities about what percentage of potential jurors have formed a fixed or definite opinion about the guilt or innocence of this defendant?
That's a complex question, which I do not have.
In your affidavit that you provided to the court in this case, 3 prior hearings were cited. I know you said 4 previous hearings you testified in, I think. Is that right?
Including this one.
Okay. So 3 prior, and how many of those hearings was the change of venue granted?
In the 2 earliest ones, those, I believe one was moved from Shelby County to Douglas County. That was in the 90s, I believe. I don't believe, I think so, different circumstances impacted, I'll call it the boyfriend-girlfriend murder. I think, I believe the evidence was overwhelming and a deal was made before it went to trial or something. So I have to look back on that. In the most recent case, which is just about 10 months ago, that venue was changed.
So in the Catenacci murder cited in paragraph 14 of the defendant's motion, that case resulted in a plea, right?
That's my recollection. I did not have that information in front of me.
Right. So that venue motion was not ruled upon because case resolved. Does that sound right?
That's my recollection.
Okay. And in Nebraska v. Christopher Edwards cited in paragraph 15 of the defendant's motion, that motion for venue change was actually denied. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so we're just dealing with the Idaho case. Is that the case that we're probably all familiar with, where 4 college students were slain back in 2022, I think?
Yeah, that's the most recent one. But there's a little bit of an apples to oranges. In The one where the venue wasn't changed, I was only asked to present on a report of media coverage. It wasn't a statistical analysis like this at this depth.
Okay, and in the Idaho case where the venue was changed, is that the same jurisdiction that's mentioned in your data compared to the data you prepared in our case?
I apologize, I don't quite understand the
When
question.
you see the map of Idaho in the exhibits that we just reviewed, is that referring to that case that occurred in Moscow, Idaho at the University of Idaho?
That's correct.
Okay, and in that case, the judge did change the venue to Boise, correct?
Correct, Ada County.
And would you agree that the population in that county of Idaho where the case occurred was significantly smaller than the population we have here in Tallahassee?
That's correct.
Okay, and in fact, in the motion that the court granted the venue change in that case, the court cited insufficient space in the courthouse, insufficient staff, and insufficient security.
One moment.
May I finish my question before there's an objection, Judge?
Please finish your question.
In that case, isn't it true that the judge, in granting the motion for the venue change, cited insufficient space in the courthouse, insufficient staff, and insufficient security, aka deputies, to accommodate the trial of that case?
What is your objection?
In his
I believe part of his
affidavit,
testimony has been concerning his work in Idaho, is it not?
Yes, Your Honor, but we did not get into whether or not the venue motion in that case had been granted or the reasons for that in his testimony or his affidavit.
As to the subject matter, I will permit the question. If you are capable of answering a question, Mr. Murphy, please do so if you have knowledge.
I can only answer to the portion I have knowledge on, and I believe it was cited that the testimony of media exposure was also a contributing factor, but I'm not an attorney.
yeah, I think you're right about that. My question is, there were other factors in play. You may know that or you may not. Are you aware of that?
It's outside my purview and role in this case.
That's not my question. My question is, do you know that that was in the order or not?
I will say no.
And we have had related cases related to this case tried here in Tallahassee. Are you aware of that?
I would assume you've tried cases in Tallahassee.
But co-defendants related to this case that we're here about have been tried here in Tallahassee. Are you aware of that?
I am.
Okay, thank you. In the spreadsheet, this was one, I think it was in Exhibit 1, Tab 1, where Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson appearances in the media are lumped together. Are you familiar with what I'm referencing?
Is it the spreadsheet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why were Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson lumped together for purposes of that presentation?
I would have to speak with the client and the media monitoring team to see why that query was built that way. That would be my answer.
Were the numbers ever run for Donna Adelson alone?
I'm sure they were. In the course of testing queries, we run them many different ways. Ultimately, we arrive at a query that best captures the media exposure specific to what the parameters are around the case our client has asked us to be engaged on.
Okay, so I think that kind of gets to my next question. Who made the decision to lump Charlie in with Donna in the data included on Defense Exhibit 1?
I would say, I don't know. It would be a collaborative discussion between the client and our analysis team and our search strategist.
Okay, but ultimately, if you have data for Donna alone and data for Charlie and Donna together, who's going to decide what shows up in Defense Exhibit 1? You or the client?
It's going to be a combination. We would probably offer a recommendation since in these cases, either name's probably not in the news for another issue. And we often search to see if, I'll say John Smith, if he's involved with the case as an alleged conspirator or whatever, also has a car dealership that frequently advertises that mentions his name. We'll check to see if there's other contributing stories. If there's not, we'll make a determination that if it would be statistically impossible to mention Donna Adelson without mentioning Charlie Adelson, we'll run the names together because the query is functionally one subject. Now, if either party in that query starts to exhibit a valuable content on their own and not in relation to the other party, we would separate that and at least counsel our client that we should run this separately.
Okay, so
Okay, so I think we're gonna leave there for today. It's been a pretty long day. It's been we've been traveling a lot today. We've been doing a lot. We'll carry on this hearing on Monday. If you guys don't watch it during the week, yes, the jury on Karen Reed has gone home for the week, and they will return on Monday, and so will we return on Monday. It's been a long day. We've done a lot. It's been going all over the world. This hearing is not going anywhere. We have gone halfway through literally the hearing, and I'm a bit tired today. It is the weekend. It is Friday. You all go enjoy the weekend. I'm gonna go enjoy the weekend as well. I am gonna try to do a members video for this weekend because I am gonna go karting tomorrow with Garden Butt and a few friends. So I'm gonna try to do some videos and everything, and here and there, and then I might break something or not. Well, shall see, because it's me. I'll always break something. But I wanted to thank you guys for hanging out with me, spending time with me, to choosing us and hanging out here. Yeah, it's been an awesome week. we're gonna start on Monday for another week. I'll see you guys there. I'll see you Monday. About 9 Eastern. We'll see what's happening, but 9 Eastern will be in for sure. And I will be tired because I'm going back to work as well on Monday, which is great. But no broken bones. I will try. No promises, Denise. I'll try. But have a great weekend. Have a great Friday. Have a great afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Thank you very much. And I'll see you Monday. See you all. Bye.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.